Greetings, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Got that funk here, and my friend Rob Dev Show right there. Greetings, and thank you for showing up. And here comes yet another Breakfast Clubber. Hello, Michael.
Hey, sorry I was out last week.
Yep. What's up?
I was just, watching some Christmas light shows that we couldn't get tickets for until the next year because, COVID.
Right.
And then we found out that Mazdas can't turn their headlights off, so we were assholes going through the Christmas light show.
Wow.
Happened.
What? Because do your lights automatically come on after dark?
All the time, actually.
Oh, right. Wow.
My car, not mine. Mine, I can shut the lights off on and drive just fine.
I mean, some cars have the daytime running lamps, and there's no way to shut them off.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
we weren't the only ones.
Yeah. When we go to the drive-in, sometimes we haven't. Well, not with the car we have now, but our last car, we had an issue because you couldn't turn the dash lights off. So when you go to the drive-in, you want to make it as dark as you can. You always have the radio blaring us in the face with the light. So I feel your pain.
Yeah. Well, I'm digressing slightly. As you can see from behind me, I'm not at home at the moment. I'm in St. Louis.
That painting does look like it's at home for you, though.
Yeah, well, this is the pretty cool painting. Look at that one. I think that's pretty cool. I wish I did that myself, but sadly, no. Anyway, here comes Joe. And yeah, it's a little bit, with everything that's happened this week, it's a bit weird to be a fish out of water again. But here we are. Greetings, Joe. How are you?
Hey.
Thanks for showing up so early, man. I really appreciate it. As I was saying to Rob just before we went on live, it's my intention to literally just talk about Wednesday and the aftermath tonight. I don't see any reason to cover any other topics because even just talking about that, we could easily do 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. And because I'm in St. Louis today, I spent the day with the grandkids today, but my gals got them at tonight overnight, so I've got all night now on my own, so I can go as late as you guys want to go.
Okay.
Until you either get bored or too angry. I've invited a lot of people. I have reason to hope that JJ will show up today. And I asked Kate if she might show up. She said she might. And I asked a whole bunch of people that I always ask who never show up. But I am relentless, I invited Brian back again tonight. But of course, it's a time zone issue. I'm not sure how likely that is, whether he'll show up or not. Anyway, I've got like a list here of, half of that is Scrabble and the other half is a list.
Screw your list first. I just want to say, you were saying this would happen the whole time.
I know.
When I was seeing this play out, you'd call it the unthinkable has happened, but like it's actually the thinkable. Paul said it, and it all happened.
Well, I take no pleasure in being more or less right about it. I mean, in 2017, I had it in my head that there was going to be conflict coming up toward the end of Trump's presidency, but back then I thought he was going to try and interrupt the election. That was the time of the period of time I was thinking he was going to fuck with shit. And certainly even all the way through during the summer this year, during the George Floyd protests and Breonna Taylor protests, I was still thinking that because he was putting paramilitary troops in various different cities and stuff. And I thought he was going to leave them there till the election. So I wasn't right about certain things for sure. But I mean, 2 or 3 weeks ago when Trump did the tweet that's now infamous but removed, where he said that's, show up on the 6th, it's going to be wild. That was the way the tweet ended. And I said at the time, that's incendiary, and it's obvious that some of these people are going to take it seriously. And me and my gal talked about it, and she's like, "Oh, but yeah, it's not going to happen because what are they going to do? Storm the Capitol? They're going to get shot." We're going to get into all that, all right. But So like, and I'm sure more people will arrive. So I just for the benefit of all 4 of us, as I want to talk about these things, not necessarily strictly in order, but to make some kind of narrative sense to the video for people watching it. There's like the lead up to what happened online. There's the political steps lead up of things that had to happen and didn't happen before the insurrection. There's the speeches on the day at Trump's rally at the White House before the insurrection. There's a lapse of security at the Congress, the halls of Congress. And that takes on twofold. First of all, how come it was so easy to breach Congress? And also the lapse of security insofar as, I mean, this event was so well publicized prior to, I mean, it would be, if you were a foreign adversary, you'd be derelict in your duty if you didn't have people infiltrating that march to try to get into the Capitol to get any kind of intelligence you could. Yeah. So there's that lapse of security as well. There's the desecration of the Capitol by these yazoos who fucking walked all over fucking everything as statues. And there's the insurrection itself, i.e., there were definitely people there, cells among the people there who were there to take hostages, maybe kill people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We want to get into all that. So we got to talk about what actually happened, and we got to talk about the things that didn't happen. Like I saw Rachel Maddow the day after, and she was saying that from Trump's point of view, it was a win because he got away with it, and most of the people who did it got away at the time. And on the day she said that, I could understand why she said that. But I mean, these people are proud of what they did, and they're going to get busted. They're all over the internet bragging about it. But I also want to talk. So we need to talk about what actually happened. We also have to talk about what didn't happen. They didn't take any hostages. Thank fuck. Right? They didn't stop the vote from taking place. Thank fuck. Right? So in that sense, they failed. And I think it's important to recognize that although they humiliated the country for the whole world to see, and that's going to last for generations, bottom line is that ultimately they failed so far, because this shit's not over. I want to talk about, we talked last week about curfews and, extreme circumstances. I think this kind of qualifies, but we might want to talk about that and the arrests that should have happened that didn't happen. I want to talk about Trump's responses to the event, both during and after the event, and the next day as well. I want to talk about, is treason a fair concept in this application in here? Impeachment. I want to talk about that, all that stuff. I want to talk about what you think Trump's end game is for the next 11 days. I want to talk about the possibility of pardon. He might pardon everybody who participated in this fucking thing. What could be done about that? Anything? Nothing? I mean, I want to talk about the upcoming inauguration, the security surrounding that, the threats that are already manifest because of it. I want to talk about the consequences for Trump and every other person who was in on this insurrection, which has to include people in the Capitol Police, right? I want to talk about the international security implications of what happened on Wednesday. And I want to talk about the reverberations culturally and how the fuck we climb out of this hole that we're in. All right. So that's what I want to talk about. What about y'all?
Well, and then for the second hour. Oh, yeah. I mean, and the thing is, and it goes even deeper because I don't remember his YouTube channel. I won't say his last name, but hopefully you'll remember his YouTube channel, Pino.
Yeah.
Who?
His first name is Pino. What's his? What was his?
Rosebud.
Yeah, Rosebud. Rosebush. And he was basically saying that, well, it's like the whole thing. Well, we're going to have to live with these people, kind of thing. And I get that. He was making the point that, after World War II. While we certainly went after the death camp people and all the high end Nazis, all the people who did all the serious crimes, that we didn't punish like the German people at large, and as opposed to World War I, where Germany was made an example of, and then that led directly to World War II. And I totally get his point because there's definitely parallels. But on the flip side, what I was trying to explain to him is like, you're acting like it's over. It's not fucking over. That's the problem, because he's like, oh, well, Trump will be gone and everything. And, I was thinking that too. If you remember a few weeks ago, I originally thought there was going to be something going down on Election Day, and that didn't happen. And at each step, nothing happened. And I thought, oh, you know what? Nothing's really going to happen. I was wrong. Nothing was going to happen. But now this tells me no, that this is not going to be over. We're going to be looking at a guerrilla war for some period of time. So, how can we, and the fact that 45% of Republicans are okay with what happened on Wednesday. 45% are okay with what happened on Wednesday. So if that's the case, that being the case, there's you can't. So I said to him, I said, well, in order to have some sort of coming together, to have some healing, all parties need to be willing to do that, and that doesn't seem to be the case. And you got people like Rush Limbaugh still stoking the flames. So, and I said to him, I said, I don't think you understand the way right-wing media works here in this country. I said, the reason why there's, the 75 million that voted for Trump and the 35 million effectively that think the other day was okay is because of 3 decades of Rush Limbaugh and people like him and Mike Pence. And that's Mike Pence was right-wing radio people. So Trump will be gone, but that doesn't mean that their battle is over. They're going to keep fighting this, I think.
I absolutely agree they're going to keep fighting, but let's not get things out of perspective. 35 million people is like what, 12% of the population?
Well, I'm just saying in fact 45% of the people who voted for Trump, but the survey was really 45% of Republicans. Well, not everybody who's Republican went out and voted, so it's actually more than 35 million. But
I suppose you don't have to be a Republican to support the insurrection, but I find it impossible to wrap my head around people who support the insurrection. But I want to get to that in a minute. I mean, what do you guys think about the fact that there was a lead up to this that was well known? Michael, you visit Parler sometimes. You must have seen this coming from about 2 miles away.
Yeah, there are overlapping in our population, not restricted by any geographical borders. There is completely a different reality that these people are living on, but they're our neighbors. So when you say guerrilla warfare, it's literally like they are so interspersed. You cannot punish one geographic area
right
with anything and still catch them all because they're everywhere.
And that's the scariest part.
Checkerboard of America, like they're everywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, on Parler, my favorite one this week was it's the Office of Presidential Pardons account on Parler. Said that they're collecting all the names for people who need a pardon in the next 11 days. Just said your name and where you live and what you think you might need a pardon for. And I was like, that's just brilliant. Just turn that all over to the FBI if you get one.
I mean, that's the thing. You think about that. I mean, basically, the right wing, the Republican Party and their neighbors have effectively become a mass criminal organization.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about that really I find like profoundly disturbing. Like I say, the lead up to this has been happening online. There's a whole generation of people now who are so used to living their life out loud that they don't think not to do so while they're committing crimes or planning crimes.
Right.
The evidence against a lot of people is there's so many trails. Every single person in the Capitol on Wednesday, their phones can easily be traced right back to where they came from. They can trace them up to 30 days into the past, as far as I'm aware as well. You know what I mean? So if the will exists amongst the prosecuting authorities to get everybody who entered the Capitol that day, it's not impossible. It's just whether the will exists and whether we have the resources to do it.
Right.
I feel like in this talk, we're going to be tracing back like where it was that all this started. And if we're making the documentary of the the effects of Trump, we're taking it all the way back to, when Trump was the birther leader during Obama's administration, and then got made fun of at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and that set all this shit off, right? Like years ago, what were the seeds of what happened now happened, but I'd say that him pushing the envelope on what you can get away with happened within his administration. It happened with the dozen or so other things that I could name that he should have been impeached for, including the things in the Mueller report. When he didn't get impeached for those, it only got impeached for the Ukraine call. All of the things he should have been impeached for, all of them, whether or not they thought they could get it through the Senate as a conviction.
Right.
Like, he's about to maybe be the person who's been impeached twice, the only person in history. He should have been impeached a dozen times.
I agree.
He was proving that everyone else were bitches who could not pull the trigger. And it's gotten all the way down to this moment where he could send his followers down Pennsylvania Avenue, literally say that, march down Pennsylvania Avenue and, show them how you feel and take action, and say words like that and get them to do that.
Yeah.
And so far, he hasn't been drug out of any building he's in and arrested.
Once upon a time, they would have fucking stripped him naked, covered him in tar, and then him, and then marched him down through the Capitol streets, being in shackles and chains. And frankly, that's too good for Trump.
So I was watching his speech and all the action words that were in it, and he was behind this big bulletproof glass shield, right? And I thought to myself, nobody's gonna assassinate him with a bullet, because everyone with the chutzpah and the sheer audacity that they could assassinate a president, they all voted for him.
Right.
I wanted to say something about that, though. But I guess I'm sort of kind of skipping ahead, because you mentioned the bulletproof glass at the rally. And when I tuned in the rally, that was like the first thing I noticed, because I've seen Trump do plenty of rallies right there in the open with people behind him and everything. And there's no bulletproof glass as far as you can ascertain. But they knew people were coming to the Capitol loaded for bear. They knew it. So, of course, he was behind bulletproof glass. They couldn't afford anything other than that, right? But so they knew that at the White House.
So I just want to say that I just want to say that I disagree about the seeds for this being planted with the White House dinner and everything. It predates that.
Okay, go ahead.
The actual seeds, the beginnings of this, the real seeds of it were planted in the Reagan administration, and the doing away with the fairness doctrine. Because it is Trump's fault. Like what's happening now is yet like Trump is like the guy, but it's not really his fault. The scaffolding and the framework and the guts of this have been built over the last 3 decades. He's just benefiting. He's just a schmuck who's benefiting from it.
4 decades now.
Right. But the bones of it. But that came from Reagan. That's from being built.
Right. Basically, the attack on institutions, the attack on science, the attack on critical thinking.
Just doing away with fairness, allowing a media landscape to emerge that could lie and pass it off as truth, and there's no consequences. There's completely consequence and guilt-free direct lying to people's faces. And being, passed off as this is, fair and balanced, factual news. All of the Democrats are communists who want to turn your children into transsexual, Satan worshipping vegans. And if we don't stop them by force, perhaps you're going to lose your guns. So,
it would get to me. There's still people that are out there who are like, "Oh, well, Antifa's the real problem." And I swear, if any of them anyone says that in within arm's reach, they're getting a punch to the throat. I'm fucking punching him in the fucking throat. I don't care.
I have a question. Am I the only one who's having a problem with the audio? You guys, like, all of you are going up and down? No, just me. Okay.
Well, I think you might be picking yourself up, and it's causing the other audio to dim.
I'm muted.
Weird.
So prior to Trump taking office, what I think that really made a big impact on his ability to push the envelope was Mitch McConnell and the Senate stalling on Merrick Garland's being confirmed to the Supreme Court, because they completely did away with precedent. They were rewriting rules, and that led to Trump being able to do all sorts of things, like not showing up to McCain's funeral and just deciding what he wants to do or not. That, like, there's so many times we said, this guy's doing something unprecedented for a president, including all the way up to what happened on Wednesday, including not accepting the results of the election and not calling to concede, in a timely enough manner to ensure the peaceful transition of power. A lot of what happened to set that up was people saying, you know what, we don't have to follow the rules anymore. And that wasn't Trump that started it. Immediately right before Trump, the biggest thing was Mitch McConnell. But even before him, there were other instances of this happening where they just did away with tradition and did away with the rules when they could. And when they pushed like that, no one pushed back. And when they stole Merrick Garland's spot on the Supreme Court by doing away with tradition, and then promised that they wouldn't do the same thing, and if the roles were reversed, that they wouldn't do that. And then what did they do? They did that fucking thing, and so they basically got one more Supreme Court justice than they should have, right? When they did that,
because that resignation wouldn't have happened if a Democrat was in power. So
okay.
they just got Ruth Bader Ginsburg would have died when she died. The other two, probably not.
But it's basically they pushed on the Democrats. The Democrats did not push back. They showed them to be punks.
Well, the only thing is, I don't agree that the Democrats didn't push back. The problem is literally nothing. The way the Senate rules are there's literally nothing they could do legally. I mean, you can yell and scream and cry and go on all the talk shows and try to appeal to the people. That's literally it. And that's the thing.
Yeah, but that's a huge thing. The bully pulpit is really important, and the Democrats consistently fail in a way that the Republicans don't fail at using the bully pulpit. They do it all day, and they're really good at it.
They are, Jack, but there's still, you have to understand, it's just like the whole time when Obama was president. When you have a party that just decides, we're going to do this, and we don't give a fuck. That's the thing. They do not care. The bully pulpit doesn't work against them because they don't give a fuck. That's the whole thing. I mean, like I remember Bill Maher just talked years ago. It was about when Bush II was in, and the Democrats were griping at Cheney, and they had Cheney on the shows, and they were like, "Well, what you're doing is unprecedented. It's this, that, and the other thing." And he literally said, "So." He just didn't give a fuck, and that's maybe it's part of the problem. The Democrats give a fuck. They shouldn't let the bully pulpit work on them. They should stop giving a fuck about what the other side says.
That's like wow, a couple of things. Like Kellyanne Conway, I've mentioned this before. Kellyanne Conway, right before the election in 2016, the Trump campaign put out false messaging. They made up a lie about Hillary Clinton, and when they were called about it, they were like, "Oh, oops. Are you going to retract it? Well, what good is that going to do? It's already out there." They knew what they were doing. So when you have a party that's just going to say, "I am going to ignore absolutely everything. I am not going to listen to constituents. I'm not going to listen to norms. I am not going to listen to precedent." No. When the answer is just no, always, when they're the party of no, there's really no way you can overcome it. But I also wanted to say real quick, because I see everybody wants to talk. I think they should put like Stacey Abrams in charge of all of their outreach and messaging, personally.
That's a good idea. First of all, I want to say hello, Jack. Hello, Sister Danger. Welcome. I think I saw Nathan try to get on a minute ago, so he'll probably be in a moment as well. Further to the point you were just making, though, and I'm probably skipping ahead a little bit here with this, but something that occurred to me, like, okay, if we can agree, and I think everyone here can agree, and hopefully most people in the country can agree that what happened on Wednesday was an example of an attempted insurrection, right? I think that's beyond question. But some people out there are saying, hey, it's no worse than what happened during the summer with the BLM protests. And I'm sure we'll talk about that in a little while. But anyway, for me, if we accept that it's an insurrection or attempt thereof, then we have to accept a few things. Don Jr., at the very minimum, Don Jr., Rudy Giuliani, and Don Trump Sr. definitely incited violence. There's video footage of them using incendiary, deliberately violent language. And the people walked straight from that fucking rally to the fucking Capitol and rioted. So there's a direct line between the word. It's not ambiguous. It's not a matter of opinion. I watched it happen live on television. It couldn't have been more deliberate. And that's ignoring all the lead up to it that Trump gave it on the internet and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so Trump, Giuliani, and little Trump, definitely incitement, okay? All the people, as far as I'm concerned, who marched on the Capitol, who actually breached the Capitol, every last one of those motherfuckers needs to be tried for sedition, insurrection, trespassing on, protected property, whatever else they can throw at them, the fucking book. And I'm not normally a throw the book at them kind of guy, but this shit cannot be allowed to stand. Last but not least, I think anybody and everybody, and clearly there's some kind of complicity or inside work going on because the security had planning behind it. People knew this shit was going to fucking happen, and there's obvious lapses in security. Go ahead, Michael.
It's been on multiple news sources now, but the article I read was on the Intelligencer. In the days leading up to it, Trump actually pulled back all the riot gear, told them to not engage with the protesters, basically setting all this up.
He basically told them to stand back and stand by.
Yeah.
Well, and in that regard, I got in an argument with somebody on Facebook today. He's like a friend of a friend. And Rob, you saw it. You reacted to her. I guess it was yesterday. So she's basically like, well, I was there and, they just let us in. And I'm like, and there is some evidence to, there is some of cops letting them in. Wasn't all the cops that were complicit, but there was definitely some cops that were complicit, and they're going to need to do a complete shakedown. They're going to have to, like clean house. It was kind of messed up because basically this person's admitting, oh yeah, and I don't think she entered the building, but she's definitely went up the steps, and here she is admitting it. Like you said, how brazen they are. They're like, oh well, of course I was there and I did this thing, and so, but the thing that's messed up is that they're basically the Trump, the seditionists. They're basically saying. They're basically trying to blame the Democrats somehow that, well, you let us in. It was like, you're trying to trick us. You let us commit sedition. That's not how it works. It's like if I leave my door unlocked and you come in my house, you're still wrong.
It's really weird because they seem to be under this impression that it's like maybe their American right to try to overthrow the government or something, when actually that only works if you win, right? Like there is no revolution that happened where the people revolted, lost, and then the leaders were like, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, this rhetoric, again, it's been coming out of the right wing actually for like 6 decades now. This idea, the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots and all this kind of stuff. And they have, again, to me, the seeds for John Birch Society in the 50s.
That's actually kind of a sad quote when you think about the fact that, well, I mean, it depends on what your opinion is on cops, but when you think about, that quote and you're like, well, the blood that seemed to water it this time was the blood of police officers. So I guess it yet still remains true.
Yeah, I guess they don't back the blue quite as much as they want.
I know. Oh my
There's only,
God.
anybody dying is too much, but it was only one police officer. The 5 deaths, there was only one of them was a cop.
I only heard about a woman and a cop. I haven't heard.
There was the woman that got shot. There was the cop who died the following day from his injuries. And then there was a guy who
got trampled.
Got trampled. Then there was a guy who fell off the scaffolding. Then there was a guy who was trying.
Award.
There was a guy trying to steal a painting of Tip O'Neill, and was carrying a tape.
He painted his balls. I did hear about that guy.
Yeah.
Darwin Award.
Well, what's really funny, it's gonna sound mean, but to me, it's fucking funny. There's a picture of the woman that got trampled, like several months ago at a pro-Trump thing, having with a sign like "Don't tread on me." Like, oops.
Gosh, irony is so
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, I like to have compassion for people, even people I don't like. I have zero fucking compassion because, again, these people, they had no compassion for, Americans standing up for their rights against the state, saying, "Hey, stop slaughtering us en masse without consequence." Yeah. And they were happy to have us tased and beat and shot and all this in the street. So, I really, at this point, I'm like, you know what? If you went to that, like that Elizabeth from Knoxville, who flat out said it was a revolution.
With the onion in her towel?
Today, there's been a death.
I don't know that she had onion in her towel, but the whole point is,
you can see a photograph of she definitely had something in that towel that she was rubbing her face with as if she's wiping her eyes off, and she's got something. It might be an onion, it might be a bar of soap.
It was an onion. It was an onion, but onions are one of the known remedies for pepper spray.
Right.
So it wasn't like she was faking; she was actually rubbing the onion to get the pepper spray off.
Right. So
okay, I'll buy that for $1.
But so she flat out said, so if anyone wants to say, "Oh, it wasn't really insurrection," no, this person is saying it's a revolution. This is sedition and insurrection at least. Somebody made the point, like, we don't know were there foreign agitators? Did Trump in any way collaborate with any foreign governments? Because that would actually be treason. We always say
that's
treason.
Absolutely treason.
Yeah, we say treason a lot when we really mean sedition, but under the legal definition. But if he collaborated in any way, or any of those people that did that collaborated with foreign governments or foreign agents, that's treason.
I think
technically just an act of war against your own country is treason.
I think that the difference between all of these legal distinctions is important, and I don't think any of the insurrectionists knew these distinctions or knew that the punishments could be severe. They don't know the punishment for treason. When I saw that woman get shot, she's trying to crawl through the door, everyone around her had no fear. They looked at the gun that the guy had. They're like, "Look, he's got a gun. None of them scrambled. None of them ran away. They were all standing right there, and she's trying to crawl through that door window, knowing that she has a gun drawn on her, thinking that the guy's obviously not going to shoot her. He has a gun, but he's not going to shoot her. They made it past so many other guards that had guns. Why do you think that one would shoot her?
Yeah. One thing I noticed about a lot of the folks that were on camera that day was they see absolutely nothing wrong with what they're doing. I mean, they've said so. There was the one guy who they arrested, I think, yesterday. The guy who stole the envelope off of Pelosi's desk, the one that has feet up on the desk.
Yeah,
Barnett.
He said on camera, "I didn't do anything."
What really bothered me is so many of those people, while I was watching it happen, and afterwards, immediately when they were flushing the Capitol after a couple of hours of mayhem, is that those people seem to be on a lark.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that got me too, I saw the one CNN interview, a pair of people that was like, it was things had calmed down somewhat, but there were still people in the building getting cleared out. And this Trump supporter was basically like, well, what else are we supposed to do? Like, I don't know. If I can't overthrow my government, like, what other remedy do I have? I mean, what the fuck? I mean,
they're talking about they're coming from a point of belief that the election was stolen from them, and and their leaders aren't being sufficiently, like if you really believe the election is stolen and you really believe your own party is failing to do anything about it, and Mike
Right,
Pence is
but think
being a
about
coward and all these other
right,
things that they're
but Jack, think of all the leaps you have to make to believe that you have to believe.
Joe, they do though, but they do, they believe it. I mean, it's almost unreal to think that the Americans believe this, but they do, and what they believe is not only that the election is being stolen and that their party, their representatives are doing nothing about it. They also believe it's being stolen by a group of people who want to install a communist state on them. So taking up arms and going to the Capitol, I get that. Like if I believe,
I know what you're saying, but
if there was an enemy regime being placed on us against our will, I would take up arms and go too. I would.
Right. But here's the thing, though, and it's what I was getting to. A big part of this whole thing, and this is why they even got to the point where they were willing to believe this, is a huge amount of white entitlement and white grievance. It's just this idea: I didn't get my way. It can't possibly, and mind you, I've seen some of this on the left, not violent, not to this degree, but I've seen a certain amount of this. Like I had a thought and I had a desire and I wanted something and it didn't happen. And it couldn't be that more people didn't want it than me. It had to be that it was fucking stolen from me. And I'm so fucking fed up because I'm still hearing people from that on people on our side too. And I'm fucking done. And I'm not taking it from fucking anybody. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired.
Remember though, Trump has been tooting that horn, trumping that trumpet, for 5 years now. 5 years. They're stealing this from you. They're stealing this from you. And he's not alone. I mean, there are now a minimum of three, maybe more, news organizations, which is why the fairness doctrine is so important. News organizations that are agreeing with them and telling people, yeah, your country is being stolen, your vote is being stolen. They're not listening to you, and like I said, they're going to turn your children into transsexual Satanist vegans. People are upset.
I just wanted to say welcome to the show to Angel Rider Sue and Nathan. Obviously, Jackie, you were just out for a few seconds. Welcome back again. Nathan, what do you think about the lapse in security at the Capitol?
Can I just say that I really like Nathan's outfit today, by the way? I mean, that's totally off topic, but like he's all coordinated, right? Like black hat, black shirt, right? And it's kind of still got like the holiday season going on. It almost is like a black little like snuggie, I don't know. I really like your outfit today.
Well, thank you.
You look more cuddly.
The security at the Capitol. I have I watched that. I watched that as it happened because we were actually watching the news. We were watching the actual count, and there's like a point in there where there's a police officer that's actually running away from them. And I'm like, dude, you have a metal baton and a gun. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Because if it were me, I would have at least pulled a baton and started swinging right then and there. That would have took at least one or two people out. If you've ever, I don't know if anybody has ever felt those batons that they carry, the metal ones, and like those things are heavy and they hurt.
I have.
And they're made. Right. Okay. So those things are made to break bone. So if they're coming at you,
setting, but yeah,
it's like if that thing's coming at you, that's gonna stop some people. And if that doesn't stop some people, you start shooting. You literally have every right to shoot as a mob is coming at you. That's when you might want to shoot. That's the time.
I'm curious about the whole thing with the cop, like that cop thing, because just yesterday evening, actually, 2 members of the Seattle Police Department were put on indefinite suspension pending investigation because they were there at the insurrection. And what I am wondering is, I mean, are some of these cops, because I cannot imagine that all cops ever are in support of what was going on. I do imagine that some of them are not. But I feel like it's almost a situation where maybe these weird actions were occurring because maybe this person was caught between a rock and a hard place where they know for a fact that they've been given one order and that maybe it's not right, or maybe the people that work in their profession, right? Just like if you were in the army and you knew that some people, like, they're on the other side of that fence, but in another setting, you fight alongside them. You'd have the same job alongside them, right? And so you don't want to be pitted against them. You don't agree with what you're being told to do, but you don't, like, it's this weird place. So maybe they're just trying to extract themselves in a way that they think is going to prevent them from, like, either hurting people that they don't want to, like their brothers in arms, if you will, or disobeying orders. Those
Right,
are
but it also goes to show that they can avoid using deadly force.
Well, I agree with that.
When they want to.
Yeah, when they want to.
Yeah.
That's the
Run
key.
away.
When they want to.
Yeah.
But
I
Well,
don't want to live
that's
in a
the
world
crux
where
of it.
if
I
you're
don't want to live in a world where the first reaction of the cops at a situation is to bring their guns out, but on the other hand, the nation's capital is a completely different kettle of fish. And just a second, Jack, I got one more point. When I lived in the UK, sometime in the 90s, a lady had scaled the fence outside of Buckingham Palace, and she got to the top. It's about 15 feet high of metal rods, go up every 8 inches or so, and they got spikes on the top. And when you get to the top, you have two choices. You can go down the other side, or you go down the side you came. There's no other way off the top, right? And they were warning her. This woman was mentally disturbed. She was having an episode, right? They didn't care. They were warning her, if you come down on this side of the fence, you will be shot. And that's in Britain, mild-mannered Britain. Compared to America, it feels mild-mannered to me anyway. But like, there's no compunction. They're not going to let you breach Buckingham Palace, or for that matter, Parliament. Parliament's also surrounded by great big iron gates and a fucking shit ton of security that's mostly invisible. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, you're absolutely right that should be the protocol. That should be the protocol that everybody expects. But we're also, and to Joe's point, we are talking about a kind of entitlement. It's not just the white entitlement, though. And this is the thing I really want to point out, because, I mean, obviously it's a mess. There's a bunch of different types of people in that group. Some of them are just the looky-loos who are there in the thing, and everybody's walking in and they're just sort of following the crowd in. There's those who came with freaking zip ties to possibly take hostages and, put IEDs underneath senators' seats. So there's this incredibly dangerous, like 3%er, extremist movement. You've got the agitators, the people who think that it's politically expedient to be a part of this. And that's how you have, 5 or more Republican Congress people, some state senators, some, House of Representative incoming Congress people. So you've got this mix of people, and as Sister Danger said, there's also the fact that a lot of the people in that crowd are cops out of uniform. And there's this sense, because they've been told for months that the election will be stolen, and then the election happens and all of their bubble media tells them that it was stolen. And so there's definitely operators in there who don't believe that, but it's just politically expedient. But you also have a tremendous amount of the crowd, probably the Elizabeth with the onion towel lady, who believes in her heart that this is stolen, and the only thing she can possibly do is go in there and force, the vote to be stalled or whatever. They think of themselves as heroes, but they also think of themselves, and as Joe's point, as entitled, that this is part of the American mythology of what you do. Like going back to the 60s and 70s at the beginning of the militia movement, where the thing you're supposed to do if tyranny comes to your country is you're supposed to go and take over Congress. And then you also have this other factor that doesn't get talked about a lot, which is there is no cell phone service. So people in that crowd have no idea what's happening 100 feet away from them in the same crowd. There's people who are reporting how like peaceful, and they were sort of milling around, and it was like a tourist kind of thing. And they're 100 feet away from where a woman gets shot trying to break into the chamber. So the thing that's complicated, and I might be a little bit contrarian here. I'm not in favor of this idea that everybody in that crowd is equally culpable and that they all deserve to be prosecuted under, Trump's, 10 years minimum for disturbing national monuments. Some of those people, they're not innocent, but they're not like, I think intention does matter. And
But
the mens rea of
participating in a riot is participating in a riot, whether you break a window or not.
Well, see, one thing though, too, I want to make a point to kind of clarify. So also, when I talk about white grievance, see, that's the thing. Obviously, look, a lot of people at the Black Lives Matter rallies were white, because white allies came out. But the thing is that ultimately the protests were black grievance. This protest was white grievance. So it doesn't matter. You could have so the actual composition of the audience isn't so important as what group the grievance is for. If you had a pro LGBTQ rally, you'd get the same result because the right wing and the police and everything basically don't believe in that. They're not part of you're not part of the privileged class, so you get the same treatment. When we know because it's happened before, and so that's the thing. So think about that. Black Lives Matter protesters, white, black, whatever, got shot who had no weapons and were not doing anything threatening. And whereas when it's white grievance, people just show up armed, open carrying in an area where you're not even allowed to open carry, and no one does a fucking thing, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, come on in, whatever, the door's open." And that's really what I'm getting at is that it's just that we say white grievance is basically seen as so much more important than everybody else's grievance.
I think that I agree with all of that. I do think that regardless of if they breached those doors, if they were inside that building, not outside where the public area is, because that is a legal place to be, right? But if they were inside that building, then every single one of them, regardless if they were I agree that there are levels of what people were intending to do, that some of them were in fact premeditated, intending to, incite insurrection or violence. Some of them might have just been like, I'm going to wander inside and look around. Well, you should be fucked too, because under those circumstances, you are at the minimum, you are trespassing, right? And unfortunately, if our law does not 110% crush these people for these actions, it will send the message that actually it's up for negotiation. It needs to be that, right?
The problem there is their legal defense for those who are just trespassing is that the president invited them. And in fact, the grandmother of the representative who just got arrested, she walked out to the press. The press said, "Do you want to say anything on his behalf?" And she said, "Yes, Donald Trump, thank you for inviting my son out there." It's setting up the legal defense of he asked them to be there. He had the authority to allow them in there.
Does that count as an invite, or is it
without being searched and armed and everything like that?
What is a legal invite? What is a legal invite? That's my question. Because when we say the president invites somebody, do we mean like the president stood on a camera and was like, "Hey, everybody, come to America. It's a nice place. You've now been legally invited"? Or do we mean the president sent on letterhead that's embossed and has a fucking stamp.
I don't remember a letterhead, but there was a tweet, and there was him in front of that whole crowd on camera saying,
"Walk down." That's going to say.
Well, right, yeah, but there's a difference between walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and going into off limits areas.
Right.
Big difference.
And on top of that, even if you were invited, it's just being invited doesn't mean you come in and tear up the place. Think about when you invite someone to your home. If they came in and started tearing up the place, you're gonna call the cops and say, "Get the hell out of here." It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Even if they were invited, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it wasn't a peaceful protest. It was an insurrection, an attempted insurrection. I don't think Trump. And this is a thing that I think people do where they really think Trump gives a rat's ass. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about any of this. He's doing his thing for Trump. He wants to be this guy who did this, and he wants to go down in history, and he probably will now. He's going to go down, even if it's going down in history as the guy who led a revolt against the government. He's going to go down in history now. He did that, and so he can go. He can, as far as he's concerned, he can just walk away because he's done it. He's in those history books, so he got what he wanted.
The thing that's most distressing to me is that even after everything went tits up, there was still a majority of the Republican House members still voted, for these objections to stop the certification of the election. So this is after all the shit went down. So at least some of the senators had the common sense to say, all right, yeah, okay, we kind of fucked up and let's back off because things are. I was grandstanding, but I didn't actually want there to be a attempted revolution. But there's still 130.
Maybe
say something about that. Let me just jump in real quick on that one. Because there's the 138 people in the House. There's the 7 senators. There's Don Jr., Giuliani, Don Sr., blah, blah, blah. All of these people, including everybody on Fox News, frankly, who has told the big lie about the election being stolen, every single person who has had anything to do with this big lie, its promotion, and the result thereof is in on the same act of sedition.
Yeah.
Because it ended in an actual attempt of insurrection, those things were not abstract theoretical things anymore. It's not just talk on the internet anymore.
I would contest that a little bit.
Okay.
I would say that wouldn't it be funny if history remembered the good things of Donald Trump's campaign, which will be about as little as his fingers? But that's all. But two, the thing that I would contest actually is the fourth estate. So people in the news, and when you're on news networks, right? You have an obligation to talk about the things that you have been hired to talk about, that your boss tells you to talk about. Now, I'm not saying they have zero influence in those things or whatever, but they do have to do what their job is. And there's somebody else that determines that. And what I would be more inclined to say is that they have been caught in a circumstance of maybe extortion to some degree, right? Where they have to choose between either I keep my job, right, by saying the things that the network tells me to say, or I don't have a job anymore. And when you are coerced in that fashion, it gives you some room to say, hey, this was my choice, right? Either I completely give up my livelihood or I go on air and say a bunch of things that are not my job, right? I mean,
that's true, but I would say at Nuremberg, they didn't accept I was only following orders either.
Well, they did, but not for everybody. They did accept a lot of I was following orders for people who were the main line. They didn't accept that for the people who were basically the hands in the Third Reich. For those people, they were like, no, screw you guys, right? Like you totally knew and you were in charge of stuff.
They accepted for a rank and file soldier, but for like the camp guards, they didn't accept that. They hung a lot of them.
I agree that they did. I'm just saying that, like, the amount of people that they did punish versus the amount of people that they did not would, to me, indicate that and based on what I've literally read of the Nuremberg trial, because I've read books on it, but that was the exception for the rank and file, not for the upper hand. But I guess I think that should be punished, not necessarily the casters that work for the networks, because the networks determine.
As a person, right? As a person, you should have some kind of set of morals of what's. I mean, here's an example of the press, the media, just saying shit and ending in disaster. Dr. Tiller, the baby killer. They said over and over again on Fox News until the man was killed. And then we didn't do that. It had nothing to do with us. But yes, it did. It absolutely did. And you know, when you're on TV, and even on YouTube, you have a YouTube channel and you have a reach where you're reaching thousands of people. In the case of like Fox News, millions of people. There is a responsibility about the things that you say. And if your employer is telling you, no, you're going to say this, whether it's true or not, no matter what the consequences are, you have an obligation as a human being, as a moral, sentient creature, to say, yeah, no, I can't do that. It's just morally wrong.
Well, especially considering the consequences, because it's literally saying, well, yeah, I could have protected the republic that I supposedly pledged my allegiance to, but yeah, I liked my job. That is fucking like morally reprehensible, and anyone like that, really, if they can't be put in jail, they should be shunned by society completely.
I would go further than that. I believe that, again, just like Donald Trump, I believe they don't care. They're making money, and they're making a lot of it. Fox News is making a killing right now with the whole being on the Trump bandwagon and stuff. And every once in a while, they'll kind of go against them to make it seem like they're kind of independent. But they're in this for money. And there's other, I think it was mentioned that there's other news organizations that just popped up because they see the financial benefit of being a right-wing news organization. And they want that money. They want to be in there. And they're willing to do, even if it means, dividing the country, the destruction of the country. They don't care. And I think a lot of these news organizations are that way. And I would throw CNN and the rest of them in there. But Fox right now are the people who are, I think, possibly the most damaging at this moment, because they're the ones who are just so willing. Like you, right, at least CNN pull back on some stuff. Fox is like, nah, we're just going to go in 100%. We don't care.
Well, Fox is established too. OAN is new, Newsmax is new, Fox is well established all over the place.
But it brings up the question of, who is truly responsible for the news that's getting put out there? Because quite frankly, I don't actually think that it is the hired talking heads that we see. I think that it is people behind the scenes, and that it is the company, it is Fox News itself. And if Fox News itself was held to the standard of our news must have integrity, therefore all their people would as well. Because if their people don't, then they don't, then punishment happens, right? So this is why I say for the individuals, I think that there must be given some leeway to at least consider the notion that they were put in a coercive position where they were not able to freely make the decision of, is this something that I think is an ethical thing to say?
There is not a single person, not a single talking head. Some of them are actual journalists, some of them aren't, but talking head. There's not a single talking head that you see on television that isn't very well off. And they can absolutely afford to take the moral stand and say none of them are chicken winged into doing anything. If Rachel Maddow decided a story, or a topic was just too much to talk about, she ain't going to do it. And if they tell her own
show, she is not Tucker Carlson working for Fox.
Tucker Carlson has his own show. They all have their own show. They're rich. These people are wealthy. These are millionaires are going on television telling you what other millionaires want them to say. I mean,
Also, there's enough evidence with Tucker Carlson where he's not on his show talking in other places, including places where he doesn't realize he's being recorded. Where he's a true believer. He's really fucking out there.
And that's the scary part about a lot of this is, going back to what the stuff I used to talk about. The true believers are scary. On either side, they're scary because you can't get through to them. You can't say, "Here's the evidence." It's like talking to a flat Earth person. You got these flat earthers out here. I believe some of them actually know the Earth is not flat. Right. But they've so much into this, they have to go along with it. It's their life, and it's a sunk cost fallacy. I put so much into it. If this goes away, that's it for me. I don't have anything left. But you do have something left. You have the rest of life. You can go on and say I was wrong. You can move forward. It's actually very scary to see people who say, I don't care what the facts are. Everything is now a faith. What I believe is the fact 100%, and I will act on that to the point of, what we saw, what we just saw, to the point of invading the Capitol. And
yeah, exactly. I mean, and to your point, Nathan, I mean, I was going somewhere with this. These true believers. I mean, I actually watched a video a couple months ago. It was an interview of a guy who was a big part of the flat Earth movement, and he left. And basically, someone asked him, "Well, dude, at what point did you realize that it was full of crap?" And there was quite a gap between when he realized it was full of crap and when he actually quit, because he said he was just caught up in it, and it felt good because people listened to him. He had cash, he had gravitas in some community, and he liked being there, and so he just kept pushing it. But eventually, his conscience caught up with him, and he stopped doing it. But yeah, but yeah, people like Tucker Carlson, someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's been lived a life of privilege. Tucker Carlson, if he could, would kill literally every one of us on this panel right now. He could. I absolutely believe that he would kill every one of us.
That's wow. I would hope not. I would hope, especially if you're born well off, you're like the last person who should be, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like you've always been taken care of.
Well, right, but that's the whole thing, though, because basically people, when they have that much, they do start to believe that there's some birthright. Like, they didn't just have it because they're lucky of birth. He just happened to be born in a wealthy family. No, that he's somehow special, and that the rest of us down here, if we're not on his level, then somehow we're lesser human beings. And there's people who really believe this shit.
First off, hi, good evening, everybody.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
It's good to see you all looking well. I just wanted to pop in just to make a point or two from a foreign perspective, a global perspective, if you will, from a supposed ally, country-wise. Okay, all eyes are on you at the moment, because you have had a section of your population encouraged by your president storm your capital in an armed revolt. And so far, apart from arrests for trespassing and, the stuff that we hear about in the news, the closest we can see to any sort of democracy in action that you pride and have touted yourselves being to the world in action is the slight rumble from the House that impeachment may be on the cards. If, and I'm saying this as an ally, if your democratic process does not immediately impeach, convict, indict, and possibly imprison this man for this sedition that is demonstrable in his own broadcasts, his own words, the words of his subordinates, people like Giuliani, his own son, for crying out loud. If this does not happen, you are going to lose credibility in the face of the world. As far
I
as
don't
the
think
rest of us, concerned, you're just a large tin pot banana republic in the Americas.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
I think that horse is already left the stable, Brian.
Well, I'm just saying this as a friend and an ally, and I hope a friend to many of you personally. This is how the world will see you if you do not set those wheels of democracy, those checks and balances that you have claimed protect your democracy. If those don't whirl into action now with speed, force, and actual culpability where it should be, then you are going to lose a large portion of your credibility.
And unfortunately, I think it's unavoidable because I think it's extremely likely that he's going to be impeached again. I don't think Pelosi's fucking around. I think she really, their articles of impeachment have been drafted already. So, and I think the Democrats. There's enough Democrats, and there's actually some Republicans willing to vote for it. But the problem is, there's not enough Republicans who care enough about their country. Because there's, by my count, there's probably about 6 senators that would vote for it. So that gives us to 56. We need 10 more. And
there's actually
presumably, just quickly, Dev, presumably those Republicans have been elected by the same mechanism they are claiming is rigged.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I was saying before. To Jack about they don't care. They don't care how hypocritical they appear. They don't, or they are. They don't care about norms. They don't care about any of that. All they care about is power. I didn't used to believe that, but over the last 5, 6, 7 years, I've come to realize they only care about power. They know that people have short memories, and so there's about 6 Republicans that will vote to remove, but that's not enough. And we should still go through the process. I totally agree. We have to go through the process.
You need the 2/3. You need 2/3 of the Senate, right? But it's not 2/3 of the full Senate. You need 2/3 of the Senate that is in session. So if a certain number of the Republican senators who don't want to vote against Trump just aren't there to not vote, you can get 2/3.
As long as you have a quorum. That's true. As long as you have a quorum.
I hear that. I've been trying to jump in for a minute, so I'm going to have a go here. First of all, welcome, Peter. Thank you for coming tonight. You have a tendency to be too polite, so feel free to interrupt because that's just the way it's going to be tonight. I wanted to address this comment from Tommy from the Bronx in the chat real quick because I think this is a common sentiment that is out there circulating pretty heavily. And I think, as Shadow's going to kill you said in the comments as well, maybe it's a bit late for that because maybe the Civil War's already started. There's, like Brian said, there's been an armed attack on the Capitol. Textbook insurrection, and textbook incitement from Trump. I mean, we all saw it happen. This should be the shortest impeachment trial in the history of ever for the next 1,000 years, because the evidence is in. The jury is, we are all there. And I absolutely agree with the sentiment that heads have to fucking roll figuratively. They have to roll. There has to be mass consequences for this right across the board from the top all the way down.
Yeah.
Peter, since you're brand new here tonight, why don't you add something to the show before you don't get another chance?
Well, yeah, first of all, I can't stay on very long, but I think that what this definitely showed is that they need a complete reform of how a situation like this would be handled in terms of the Congress's ability and the District of Columbia's ability to call in reinforcements of things like the National Guard, because the fact that Trump and the Trump administration did not act, and so the chain of command went through Trump. Like in a situation like this, let's say that it was, absolutely worst case scenario. You genuinely had a president who was attempting to eliminate the legislative branch in a hardcore, third world country dictatorship coup, right? This situation shows that the chain of command as it is now, where you had Pelosi and you had even McConnell basically begging to try and get the National Guard in, and they have to wait to get approval from Trump and the Trump administration, and then apparently they took it on the word of Pence. Like, I don't think you can have that anymore. I don't think that for as allegedly paranoid as the founding fathers were about the thought of dictatorship, they did not seem to have think that hard about the presidential control of the army in a situation like this. Because in this situation, it should have been like, if you have the heads of Congress to saying we need National Guard, we need military support, that should have been enough.
Just on the point of chain of command, the military, and I learned this today, the military swear an oath not to the President of the United States, but they swear an oath to the Constitution, which is the same entity that the President of the United States swears an oath to. Also, the military, it is illegal for them to follow an illegal order. And if something comes down from the chain of command, supposed chain of command, from POTUS, that would obviously amount to insurrection, sedition, toppling the US government, interfering with the transition of power, or otherwise interfering with the democratic process, by definition, that would be illegal.
Right, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, though, Brian. In this case, he didn't give an order. That was the problem. So basically, we needed him to give an order to allow the National Guard to be activated, and it was withheld.
Yes, but it was given by
Pence.
Someone said earlier. Sorry, can I just say real quick? Someone said earlier about how ignorance of the law is no excuse, and what you just said, Badger, is actually kind of an argument in my mind for why it's some excuse. Because while what you said is true, you show me a majority of lines people out there in the military or even mid-rank that understand the law.
It's like within the oath.
They're required to follow it, but they don't know it.
Right,
and
but the point is, it's within the oath, and it's something that I, a foreigner, know.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, I mean, I knew that.
It should be axiomatic.
But Amy, after the fact, they could be court-martialed for not, whether they didn't knew it or not. They could be court-martialed for not.
Exactly.
To me, it could be mitigating or aggravating. Is what
not in the military, not at all.
What Amy said, and the proof of this is Ashley Babbitt got her head blown off, shot right through the neck, and her last thoughts were probably, I can't believe they shot me. And she was a 14-year Air Force veteran.
Oh, yeah. I have no doubt that lots of people in the military
she did not believe that she could get shot. As a veteran, she should know, you storm the Capitol, your ass is getting shot. She was climbing in through that door thinking that guy was not going to pull the trigger, that it was just...
And this is this is exactly where what you were talking about earlier comes into play. I've cauliflowered the word. Situational awareness. Basic situational awareness.
The thing is that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but you yourself cannot claim to be any kind of an expert on every single law that exists in the UK. And so if anybody really wanted to go after you, they could probably, take 2 hours of time to hire a private investigator, because it's not that hard, it just costs a little money, to dig around a little bit and find some stupid law that you have broken that you had no idea was maybe even a law.
Right.
Agreed.
And so this is what I'm saying, though.
Here's the thing. Here's the major difference. Yeah. Should I have somehow broken a bylaw that I didn't know exist, and I stood up in court, yeah, to protest my innocence, the instant the statute is brought forward and my circumstances are contrary to that standard, then, that statute, then I have to say, yes, I am guilty.
Well, right. Plus the fact that whether or not you knew about it, that doesn't mean you're not going to get prosecuted and found guilty of it. So
I agree. I'm just saying this provides reason for why I say there sometimes are mitigating circumstances to that.
I don't agree. I don't agree with the statute, but by the strict definition of the law, I'm guilty. But can we have a trial to just determine the legitimacy of that statute? And that could be a route to follow.
Well, also, it's not a mitigating factor. It explains why you transgressed, because you weren't aware you were transgressing. But that's not going to get you. That's not that's not going to be a defense. The court may choose to show you leniency, but they don't have to.
Okay, I just wanted to say real quick. It's interesting to me which crimes that we have in our society, which ignorance is no excuse for, in quotation marks, and that should be every crime, I think, frankly. However, when it comes to crimes like, for example, inciting a riot, you have to be able to prove in court that the person who incited the riot had the intention of inciting a riot.
Right.
There are legal standards.
Ignorance and intent.
So I wanted to say a couple things. First, I want to say to Republicans out there, no, that woman was not a patriot. Anybody who commits an act of war against the United States government, especially in the Capitol building, is by definition guilty of treason and sedition. They are not a patriot, and I'm sorry, she deserved to get shot.
They are literally
I would have fucking shot her. And if you don't agree with me, Republicans, if you still think she's a patriot, then fuck you. You're a traitor too. So go fuck yourself. That's number one. Number two, what I wanted to say about 20 minutes ago was the police in Washington, D.C., there's 3 different police forces. There's the Capitol Police, there's the D.C. Metro Police, and then there's the Park Police. And the Capitol Police report to Congress. And that's who is supposed to be guarding the building that day. But they got orders from someone, from what I understand, that was not Congress, to not be there. So they weren't there. That's number one. Number two, D.C. Metro doesn't have the authority to protect the Capitol buildings, because that's what the Capitol Police are for. Also, the mayor of D.C. doesn't have the authority to call out the Washington, D.C. National Guard. The only person who has that authority is the president. And when they were finally called out by Pence and showed up, they shouldn't have, because Mike Pence doesn't have the authority to call them either. Right. Only Trump has the authority. So there was like a breakdown in the way all of the security, military, and law enforcement both were supposed to operate. A complete breakdown of all of it.
Right.
Anyway,
also, I want to point out that the mayor of D.C. actually had requested the National Guard the day before, just in preparation, and that was ignored. And again, that was the problem I was getting to what Brian was trying to say. The problem was it wasn't that there was any. Well, I guess technically Pence's order to bring them in was actually illegal. But from the president didn't make an illegal order. He withheld an order because he wanted what happened to happen.
there are two very well-known mantras in your paramilitary forces, your paramilitary groups, in the police, across the board: serve and protect. Okay, protection didn't happen. Okay, serving Congress didn't happen. Okay, in the military, enemies, foreign and domestic. Now, if you take arms against your government, you are not a patriot. I'm sorry, you are not. You are an enemy domestic. And that makes you,
really
by
simple.
definition, a domestic terrorist.
It's really simple. People like Republicans who have a political agenda that they want to either protect or portray, seem to be trying to cloud that really, really very basic, very simple concept. If you commit war against your country, you're a traitor.
Right. Oh, I just sidebar just to respond to the thing that Paul put up from Tommy. I sent Paul my email, my PayPal, so he can send that to Tommy because I'm not connected to Tommy anywhere.
Oh, is this the £100 finally resolved?
Yeah.
Nice.
So, in looking at the situation where Pence was able to mobilize the National Guard when he had no authorization to do so, I have to think that perhaps the commander of that National Guard unit thought that Mike Pence was ready to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Apparently, he's still in.
When I heard,
and that's an issue.
When I heard that Pence was the one who activated the Guard, that was immediately what I thought. I was just like, "Oh shit, they're invoking the 25th. It's over." And
right.
Yeah.
I had a radical conspiracy theory because you guys have met me before, right? And what if Mike Pence secretly with the cabinet before Tuesday invoked the 25th Amendment, but they haven't told Trump yet?
I wouldn't be surprised. I
wouldn't be surprised on that one either.
For the end of this presidency, I mean, to be perfectly honest, right? Like he has taken so much crap, and I'm not saying that I think that guy's a piece of shit, right? That guy, is like pray the gay away, so he's a piece of shit. But I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump is a bigger piece of shit, and that Mike Pence has just been waiting for the day.
But I will tell you.
Crap from Trump anymore.
I'll tell you one thing.
He has saved
sorry, Nathan.
career.
After you.
No, he has saved his career with these actions in the last 2 to 3 days. Like he can go right back to where he came from and keep doing politics.
You have to keep in mind too that just what Sister Danger said. Mike Pence is a straight up politician. He's been that ever since he started. And this is one of the things people say. It's like Mike Pence would be a better president simply because of the fact that he's a politician, that he at least knows I have to do these things to make some kind of sense. So it's what's going on up there? That's all I wanted to say. Mike Pence is a consummate politician. No, Peter?
I just wanted to say really quick, can you imagine Mike Pence as president, and he has to give his wife a security clearance so that he can meet with world leaders like Angela Merkel?
That is so funny that you.
That conjures just as an amusing picture to me as it does for his hair to be designated a fly sanctuary. Just before I give up the floor, Paul, I just want to say, when I heard Mike Pence actually speak the other day after this, the one thought that stuck most clearly in my head, and I detest everything he stands for, is, damn, that man sounds presidential.
He's a politician, not a showman playing politician.
Here's the problem.
Hang on. Look, I've been waiting to jump in for a minute here.
I want to address what you said, though. I've been trying to address. I've been trying to address what you said.
Oh, go
So
ahead.
if you do something else, then I can't. So
No, go
okay.
ahead.
The problem with the idea that Mike Pence might have and the cabinet already, removed him with the 25th, and they're just, the problem is that's the problem. We've been doing that. The entire country, the right wing in general, has been doing that for the last 4 years, just saying this guy's a complete and total piece of shit who doesn't belong in office. But they just, oh yes, sir. Yes, that's right. You're the big bad mean old president. Yes, you are, Big Daddy President. Yeah, and that's the problem.
That's a good point.
They're scared. They're scared of him because they don't know. I mean, just look at what he's doing. They don't know what he's going to do. I think that if they invoke the 25th, they have to have guards right there ready to take him out of the White House because he's batshit insane. He is crazy.
Here's the thing, right? I mean, on Wednesday, there was obviously people marauding through the Capitol looking for certain people. The most recognizable people on TV are people like Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, people like that. But as regards Mike Pence, there were people outside chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and they had hung a noose up outside the Capitol, and they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And in the background of all that, he's not called the 25th Amendment.
That's one thing that infuriates me because I saw something like last night or yesterday morning that he basically hasn't spoken to Trump since everything went down. He's furious at Trump because his family was actually there when all this shit went down, and he and his family had to obviously be ushered out, and he realized his own life was at jeopardy. And I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, man, if you can't stand up now, when the fuck are you? But one thing he does,
maybe if he does. That'll seal his fate.
That's probably true, but because I know Lindsey Graham got accosted in the airport yesterday. But the other thing, though, I will say, as much as again I can't stand Mike Pence either, but I will say though, to all the people on our side of the political fence who said back 2 years ago that I don't want to remove Trump because Pence will be worse. Clearly not, because Pence would not be fomenting an armed rebellion against the government or trying to stage a coup. So even if and you think about most of the policy stuff has come from Pence anyway. Everything that Pence would have done, Trump has done. So it's not like we didn't get the things Pence would have done, but we would have had a competent adult who wouldn't be trying to usurp the government.
That's true. I mean, I understand. There's a whole concept that Trump has no core values. He has no core belief. He has no morals. He's an empty vessel. But Mike Pence, and that was the fear about Mike Pence, was that he's a true believer. He believes that Jesus is going to save America from climate change and all of the sinners will die. He believes this. So. Yeah, that's scary. That's scary.
Totally scary. But again, the policies that Trump has put forward basically reflect Mike Pence's beliefs already. So,
it could be scary, but I also feel this about Mike Pence. Is he really though? I think a lot of politicians are very good at the people who are really doing the religious thing. This is the same thing I said about a lot of these Trump people who are so religious. Oh, Jesus this, Jesus that. But the things you support, that's not. I know.
But Nathan, the man won't eat a meal with a coworker who's female because of his religious beliefs and because of his wife.
Right.
I mean, he's as Trump believer as you get.
Well, right.
But that's a little bit different than. Let me put it like this. There's things that are done for show, and maybe that is a thing that he doesn't do. Because I had a pastor that was like that too. He didn't do things with women, But then again, he was a pastor, and you can get in trouble. But at the same time, the religious stuff. At the end of the day, Pence probably would have been a basic Republican. He would have did what Republicans do, and then he would have left if he didn't get voted back in because, he's like I say, he's a politician. He's a hardcore politician. And even though you think about all the Republicans who did the Jesus thing. I'm so Jesus-y. Woo woo. Okay, you do your politician thing, you do your Jesus thing, you get your votes, and everybody goes yay yay, and then you leave if you're voted out. That's what, because we've all lived through Republicans. We've all lived through basic Republicans. We lived through the religious Republicans. I think George W. Bush had a kind of like a big there's a lot of big evangelical base that liked him, and he didn't even really try to play to the religious thing too much. But
right. But here's the thing to remember, though, Nathan, is that we also have a trail for Mike Pence before he was a politician. And he was like this before, and he like, remember, he started off as a religious radio host, and that actually what happened, because he was popular. He actually started interjecting his politics into his show. So he started off there. So I have zero doubt that he's a true believer, because that was his origin.
Okay, see, I kind of have a thing about people who sell themselves on being super religious. It's just I'm like, I don't know. I have a thing just about people who advertise themselves as anything. I always kind of doubt it.
My experience of those sorts of people is that I think that you're trying too hard to argue whether or not it's cynical politics or true believer, that there's no real difference for many of these people, that they are able to compartmentalize their minds in such a way that there really is no difference. They are cynical politicians who are saying what people want to hear in order to gain power and prestige and wealth, and they're also true believers.
Mike Pence would at least hold the Bible the right way up.
I barely heard that, but he would be able to figure that. He would be able to figure that out. Yeah.
I want to say thanks, Tommy. Tommy's a man of his word.
2 Corinthians.
Well done. Okay. I want to.
Dang it. Sorry, I thought I was muted. I just wanted to agree with what Peter was saying, because that's how most people tend to work. They tend to compartmentalize between their religious lives, their home lives, and their professional lives. And generally, you don't find much interaction between the 3 different thems.
Okay, there's a lull, so can I bring something else up?
Yeah, go on.
The best case scenario for Trump. The country can go in different directions after what happened on Wednesday. Who the fuck knows? But Trump himself, he's basically, there's 3 choices he has that laid before him. Like, he can be removed either through impeachment or the 25th, or he can resign. I personally believe, best case scenario, he resigns. For everybody, I think that's just best for everyone. But especially him. From a legal perspective, it's actually the best thing for him. He should just resign.
He doesn't know how to take advice, though.
I seriously have no respect for somebody who cannot lose in a team sport or teammanship kind of a way. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry. You're like a scum. If you just can't be like, I lost the Super Bowl, I'm gonna do the sportsman-like thing, shake the hand of my competitor, and leave the field gracefully. Like, fuck you, Trump. Fuck it all.
Point out a couple of realities in the world of Trump. He has Trump buildings in various countries all over the world.
Holy crap! There's reality.
He has
in the world of Trump?
Well, the reality is he has a Trump Tower in the middle of I think it's Saudi.
Well, I wish he would go there.
Yeah, they can't.
He also has properties in Scotland and throughout Europe. Yeah, he's got
I have friends in Scotland, so I'm sorry.
All over the place. And Scotland has already turned down plans that he had of flying there the day before on the 19th. Yeah. And I would just like to close by saying that you can quite easily use Scotland as a stepping point for any flight into Russia that you would like to organize. And he has got the money to pay for it. And let me finish with, throughout this entire last 4 years, defection has always been an option.
Well, here's one thing to remember too, though, Brian. I don't disagree. I agree with everything you said, but I will point out though a lot of buildings that say Trump, he doesn't actually own. He has actually leased out his name. So what he actually owns is far less than he basically he's really a franchise. He's a franchise.
Yes,
And
but
that's how
he's-
that's what
he-
like with Trump, like in Atlantic City, Trump, in Atlantic City went bust.
Agreed.
He never owned it. Basically,
Absolutely agreed.
He got the
However,
banks. Well, hold on, let me finish. He got the banks to finance it. He got paid a lot of money for using his name, and then the whole enterprise went belly up. He didn't lose a cent because he didn't own it.
however, he has made an awful lot of money for an awful lot of people, and in the last 4 years, he's made an awful lot of rich and powerful friends in the countries where he has a Trump with his name on it. And all he needs is the penthouse. That's all he needs.
I wanted to move the conversation away from Trump himself for a second here, because I wanted to talk a little bit more about what did and what didn't happen on Wednesday. Like I said at the beginning of the show, clearly there was at least some elements among the rioters who wanted to take hostages. Taking hostages is either to blackmail for a result, right? I mean, there's no other reason to take a hostage, right?
Bargaining chip.
They were like literally meters away from succeeding in that, because there was plenty of people in the House of Representatives chamber who were still there when that woman got shot in the neck. They hadn't been evacuated yet at that point. There were shots coming into the chamber when reps were still in the gallery. All right. That's how close these fuckers came. Yeah. We are so lucky that they didn't take any hostages and or execute legislators.
Well, and actually, the reason why they were going to take hostages, if you remember their plan in Michigan, what they wanted to do was to capture people, take them, and not as hostages. They wanted to put them, because they think that they can just set up a trial, because they're very much like sovereign citizens. They think that they have some sort of legal authority, that they can just create a trial, put someone on trial, and then execute them. That's what they wanted to do.
So going back to what you guys were talking about before I was on the chat and just lurking and eating my dinner, you were talking about how some of these people are the hardcore ones that came with the zip ties and the weapons, and other people were just, sheep that went along with it. When I saw what was happening, how they broke down the doors, they got in, and then many of them just started milling around. What it reminded me, oddly enough, was a passage from the book Columbine by, I believe the author was Dave Cullen, and he talks about how after the Columbine shooters, had the initial wave of going in and shooting their classmates and executing a few people in the library, that they had many opportunities to do much more damage than they did. But the initial hype and the initial, I don't remember what term he used, basically like a euphoric psychosis, it started to wear off, and they started to crash from the initial, state
Adrenaline rush.
The adrenaline rush of the first
of it.
wave of going in. And I think that the people who meant serious harm relied on the people who were riding the adrenaline rush, but they couldn't quite get that last push to make it through, because after a while, a lot of people, once they got in, the adrenaline rush wore off, and they couldn't
Do you
get.
think that would be different if they actually had got their hands on some legislators? Do you think that would?
For some of them, probably, yeah.
I think they would have probably gone along with it.
Well, and I think the woman that got shot, I think, changed the dynamic a little bit too, because I think what happened was the ones with the zip ties, is they were not the ones at the door. They were basically using the others as cannon fodder to go up and break down the doors, and then they would come in. And see, that's the thing. They weren't those ones with the zip ties. They were not running on adrenaline. They were calculated, planned, and very, very, very professional. They were basically counting on the mob to do all the hard work, and then they could go in and do that. And so I think for the people, like you said, that are running on the euphoria, once someone got shot, I think they go, that snaps people out of shit real quick.
Can I ask a question about this real quick?
Yeah.
Like a real quick question. All these people that were milling around inside, how have they not been identified? Because there's freaking cameras everywhere.
They are being identified.
Like this, it's just an ongoing thing at this point.
Ongoing thing,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a few of them have been arrested, but I mean, the milling around, it was almost as if it was like a dog, chasing a car, and caught it. And it's like, now what? What do you do with it once you got it? And that's what it was.
There's a couple of points that I'd like to throw in at this point. We all seem to be focused on what happened at the Capitol, like where the vote was being counted. But the news over here has been somewhat confused and conflated a bit. But as I understand it, the same thing was happening at various institutions, governmental institutions throughout
about a dozen different states.
That's true. They did that here in Washington as well. They sort of
Georgia as well.
Now that speaks of not only coordinated effort, but it also ties together a lot of people into a conspiracy.
At a minimum, if it isn't a coordinated effort, it's definitely the second that they're at least tied together in some kind of an organization, because it could be hypothetically that once they saw that something was happening actually in DC, other independent groups decided to do a thing of their own volition.
All at the same time? I understand.
I'm saying not in a vacuum, but without specific coordination. It's more like the dog whistle thing. They're looking for the signal, and then they can claim that they went and did it.
So DC was the signal, and then they followed suit.
But the problem with that is, and most states, the Northeast is a little bit different. The states are smaller, but most states are pretty large. A lot of the states are bigger than European countries. If you're going to say, oh, look, there was, they stormed the building, the Capitol building in D.C. Hey, let's go to the state capitol. Well, that could be hours away. I mean, I live in New Jersey, which is a small state. State capital is over 2 hours away.
So there was some organization in advance to get people there.
I absolutely think it's more likely than not that there's organization, because the people have been chattering about this on the internet for over a month. So I think there's some level of informal organization probably, but I don't necessarily think it has to be that, because, for example, when Trump was first president, like 2 or 3 weeks into his presidency, he called the first Muslim ban, and within fucking hours, tens of thousands of Americans flooded the airports. There was no coordination.
Well, remember
those
happening,
everybody started to do it.
But Paul, all those airports were in large cities. In New York, you can get 10,000 people in New York City in 5 minutes.
That doesn't make my point at all. The fact is, it was a spontaneous protest. It happened because it was happening. And the thing I said a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about what may or may not happen on the 6th 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was saying that my fear isn't necessarily what happens on the night. It's the spark that lights the larger fire. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I had somebody that. Sorry, you go ahead, Deb, and then I'm going to go after you. I claim my spot.
And then I claim a spot after you.
For the record, a couple of weeks ago when we talked about the 6th, I was completely wrong. Totally wrong. Now, if you remember, I said nothing's going to happen. These guys
you and me both
talk.
You and me both.
Totally wrong.
My turn? Oh man, now I forget what you even said. I got interrupted by a knock that came on the door, so I'm just gonna pass to Badger.
Well, I will yield the floor back to you so that when you will remember. Okay, so with regards with regards to organization, etc. Trump is well known to be to have followers en masse in numerous organized bodies. For example, the Proud Boys. For example, the NRA. For example, well, you can.
Patriot Prayer.
You guys, you can probably fill the list in much better than I could. So there are any number of routes of contact and therefore organization, and possibly multiple routes of organization. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. I think that is almost axiomatic. But the second point that I wanted to raise is Trump's state of mind. Now, it is fairly obvious from his behavior that he is breaking down and breaking down and breaking down. And his behavior is getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And he is still in control of the nuclear football.
That's an interesting point. I wonder if anybody would actually let him do that at this point, which kind of circles back around to what I was going to say. So thank you for letting me circle back, which was, somebody I was talking to about this like yesterday or today or whatever made this comment about how the one of the problems is what Got That Funk was saying was that this is now just the spark on the tinder, and we can expect to see more. And I kind of counter that a little bit, because I feel like if this was the spark on the tinder, it was uninspiring, in my opinion. And what we actually saw was a loose group of basically just kind of cultist, I don't know, Trump followers, right, that want to do this thing. But we saw, I mean, not even the police force that only 6 months ago liberals were arguing were on the side of these people, right? And here we are watching this. Those cops, I mean, they were at least neutral, right? They at least, I mean, they weren't helping those guys exactly, right? I mean, withholding fire is, I mean, I don't know, it's somewhere in between. And we definitely didn't see the military or other organizations like that. And so I feel like, yeah, maybe it's a spark, but it's an itty bitty tiny thing. And if that is what we can expect to see, I don't think these guys understand the might of the U.S. military that will come to crush them when they, I don't know, try to do something a little more. Just saying. I'm done. Thanks, Deb.
To go off what you said, I think that there may be some diehard people that go Timothy McVeigh or something like that. But yeah, I think that after the clown car spilled out on the Capitol, that it probably has done more damage to the Trump brand than anything else that's happened.
Quote of the night.
Well, here's the thing, though, and the Trump. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say really quickly. But because this is what I originally wanted to say, is that I too was caught off guard slightly by this. But once I found out about it and I heard that Trump was having a rally the same day down the street at the White House, I'm like, if I had known that fact beforehand, I would have been, glued to my television waiting for this to happen. Yeah. Had I known that he was having a rally the same day, on the mall in front of the White House, I would have, like I said, I would have been waiting, watching a live stream, waiting for that to happen. And
that was the moment the only reason it the fuse was lit.
One thing that we have to keep in focus in the conversation, that the only reason this, maybe not the only reason, but one of the main reasons this happened is because it was fucking allowed to happen. It was
and remember,
here's the thing, though. To Peter's point about Trump's brand being hurt, I don't disagree. But the problem is, though, is that Trump has certainly been an agitator, and he has brought this stuff out of the woodwork. But it's been there. This is not new. this is one thing, and then, Nathan's gonna, he's probably going to smile when I say what I say. It's just like, go back to the election night thing on SNL where they had, it was supposed to be like a dramatization of election night, and all the white liberals were like, I can't believe that America's like this, and Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle were like, oh, fucking foolish white people. This is not new. Trump has always been a symptom of this. He's been a catalyst, but he didn't start the fire.
No, but he's made it a damn sight worse, increasingly so in the last 4 years.
That's
the
the reason
curve
why I don't
is
think
like
it's going away.
that.
That's why I don't think it's going
he's
away.
done that to it.
Right.
Can I just really quickly, can I respond with a point of clarity? Because although obviously there's going to be diehard Trump loyalists, it's going to be decades from now, there's going to be diehard Trump loyalists, like the people convinced of the Kennedy conspiracy theories. But what I'm saying is, like, his threat to, like, long, in the near short term, like 2024, for example, and his brand with middle American, upper middle class Republicans who just want a Republican president who's going to keep taxes low and give them a tax cut, like the ones beyond his base that he would need to win a major election. I think that's done. I think that he can he can kiss away his dreams of a comeback in 4 years completely goodbye. Not that there's not going to be like a lunatic fringe of people that cling to him no matter what, because those people are not going away for sure.
Right, but my point is that movement existed before him, so he's become a focal point of it. But even without him, he's a bit of figurehead. But it was already there. So yeah, you're right. There people will not cling to Trump's banner so much. I totally agree with you. But they're basically the militia movement, that right wing, crypto fascist, Christian group, has now been elevated, and they had as clown car as it appears to us from their perspective, this was a success. They breached the Capitol, and we can't change that. And so I don't know. I mean, I was wrong. I was like Rob. I was totally like, oh yeah, it's just all talk. Nothing's going to happen.
What did I?
Everyone that I've seen interviewed on the news.
The last time we had a conversation about this, what did I say? I said anything is possible after everything that's gone down. Anything is possible because it's been like I said, it's been allowed to happen. And like I was remembering, Trump put some people in the Pentagon who were Trump loyalists. What happened to those guys? You don't hear anything about them anymore, right? So,
well, Betsy DeVos came out and laid shit at Trump's feet. So, I mean,
it's a scary time right now because you don't know who's a Trump loyalist and who's just a person who said, forget about this Trump guy.
There's a very simple way to tell the difference between a Trump loyalist and someone who's just doing their job. If at any point they say, I don't really want to say this, but, and then they say what they are supposed to say, that person is potentially not a Trumpist.
I would say
anybody who proudly says and continues on what they're doing,
I would say that you can tell a Trump
loyalist
based on their previous career in politics versus some other field, like Pence, for example. Pence, politician. I think that Trump is was a 4-year stint in his political career that was a good move for him to keep on being a politician. That's what I think is the definer between who is a Trump supporter and who is just a politician that's doing their politician job.
What they call a rhino.
Well, I mean, whether someone's being a politician and doing their politician job, no excuse for abandoning the values of the republic. I mean, these people, for example, who voted, against the certification in the Electoral College the other night, prior to the, after the insurrection. I mean, all those people were in on the fucking plot. They're in on it. There's no other explanation.
Why would they do that to themselves?
They think they're going to win. That's why the whole thing is all grand conspiracies are predicated on the assumption that they're going to be successful.
The problem
Not
is,
only that, but they think they're right by American values. They think they're right.
right. I mean, and the objecting to the count. Well, that's part of that procedure. Like, they have that right. The ability to do that and then to go back to debate is part of the procedure. Is part of the ceremony of the procedure. So they weren't wrong for objecting in and of itself. They were wrong for objecting to things that they know aren't true.
Correct.
That's the problem. That's abusing the system.
Mhm.
Right.
Absolutely
And
right.
I had an argument with a friend about that because they were basically saying, well, legally they're allowed to do it. I said, yeah, but that doesn't make it. You're talking about the law versus ethics. There's a difference.
Right.
Is that basically just like I unfriended a friend of mine a couple weeks ago. Basically, when I had said that that what they were doing was seditious, 2 weeks ago. And he was like, "Well, yeah, but legally you're allowed." I'm like, "Yeah, but you don't understand. When you're setting up the predication for a further action, you're basically setting up the justification, the justification for doing something that's illegal later. Then the stuff you did earlier, even if it was in the law, is still illegal."
This was a lesson that we learned from the 30s and the 40s by Joseph Goebbels. He proved that if you tell a lie often enough, then people will believe it. And when you've got the President of the United States and all his cohorts telling that lie, people will believe it in droves.
I want to broaden that point out a little bit because what's really been big in the news today, and I don't want to spend too much time on this necessarily, is that Trump has been banned from Twitter permanently, right? And here's the thing about that. Twitter and other social media gave Trump something that he abused in a way that no one else has ever even tried to exploit. And that is, he got into people's heads in a daily way that no other politician has ever dreamed about. I mean, I can't even count how many times over the last 4 years I have laid awake at night because I can't sleep because I'm worried about some stupid shit Trump said or did. You know what I mean?
Even me. And he's not my president. Legitimately not my president. Hashtag. Literally.
So I also wanted to say about this the concept of Trump loyalists. I mean, there's already loads of these people who were at the insurrection on Wednesday who were jumping ship from Trump because he then turned around and told them they were going to get punished and said that he's going to accede to the transfer of power, basically. And now he regrets saying it because he sees all of them turning on him and saying he's not in on their plan, which is hilarious because, all these like QAnon people and whatever, they thought Wednesday was going to be their day and it turned out not to be. That's why, in the QAnon conspiracy, am I not correct, Michael, in thinking that lots of these people were expecting politicians to get bumped off on that day?
You muted,
Donald
Mike.
Trump is a James Bond villain that actually almost succeeded. I guess since it's America, it's the Mission Impossible villain, I guess. But he's that guy in the movie that almost succeeded at his evil plan, and they stopped him at the last minute. If it
wasn't for them damn.
Hey, Mike, what were you gonna say?
The QAnon theories with that are like goalposts shift daily at this point. Because it started with the unsealed the sealed indictments that were supposedly for half of the politicians in the swamp. But yeah, they were coming for him because
after that conspiracy theory, can I just give us a little bit of levity as a break?
Yeah.
Sister Danger, you have wonderful background lights. I would like to make ours just as dramatic.
Mood lighting around the board. And that is the card that I did send it to you. Yes, agent. Interregnum phobia. Okay. That's the postcard. One of the 2 postcards for this year. And now I have mood lighting with Badger. Are you sure Exile isn't going to get jelly?
She loves this. This made her weak.
What were you going to say, Peter?
Well, first I was going to say that I got to get going here, but as far as the QAnon thing, it seems to have so many branches and tentacles that it's hard to keep track of. I mean, it was only back on Christmas Day that a QAnon person blew themselves up in next to the AT&T or the Sprinter. It was the AT&T building in Nashville, and we've almost completely forgotten about that. So we can go. I mean, it could have nothing to do with politicians at all. It could have to do with 5G or reptilians or who knows what. But yeah, so QAnon is just like it's just a catch-all of being whatever they want it to be. But Paul, I guess I wanted to ask you, and Badger, I guess I wanted to ask you if you guys were around. Well, you must have been, but if you, I don't know about you. If you were around in the late 80s and early 90s for like the acid house rave scene, and if you were, you gotta tell me some stories from that sometime if you have any good stories. Not tonight because I gotta get going. But
welcome moment of levity for sure. Peter, before you go though, Peter, I wanted to ask you specifically. I'd like to pick your brain about what do you think is Trump's end game between now and the inauguration?
It's really hard to say because I think that there's a part of me that believes that and maybe I'm just you can at any point in the next few days be like, look, Peter, you were a complete idiot. But to say that he learned a lesson, that's not the right word. But he might have on some level realized like, wow, this really blew up in my face. Like this did not at all go the way that I thought it was going to go. And now I have to basically hide in shame because he was doing that for, immediately after the election, he was kept a low profile for a while, and he went out and golfed spent the better part of November golfing. And that might be like the sort of that moment. There is some part of him that's not capable of experiencing shame, but there's a different register where he sort of like keeps his head down that we saw after the election, and we might see more of that. I could be completely wrong, and I put nothing past that man. But
my question is this, and going with what you just said, to not put anything past him, why are we at all voting for impeachment? We should be grabbing him and pulling him out of the White House via armed guards. And I know there's this I think Brian was talking about him going to being able to leave the country and going somewhere else. His passport should be suspended immediately. And here's the thing: suspend that shit and don't tell him. Let him go to the airport so
That's
that he can get arrested at the fucking airport.
Like,
It
he
would
just
be
tries
like
to go into the White House and they're just like, sorry, sir.
Right.
Like things
Right,
go
you know,
on.
For a TV, for a TV president, that
Fucking
would be
humiliating.
the ultimate episode.
It is
let
literally
let his
right?
special
Fucking embarrassing.
the people who protect him, the Secret Service, let his Secret Service be right there with him. They're doing their thing, and on the signal, they just all turn and grab him and say, "Okay, we're taking you into custody." That should be what happens right now. There's no way in hell. It's like if I was,
that would be beyond all legal remedies. That is extra constitutional.
Yeah, Nathan asked the question though, and I think it deserves an answer. See, if you just arrest him and charge him and do all that and remove him physically now, there's a possibility he'll win. There's a possibility you won't be able to prove the case and he'll get off. And then he'll run in 2020 and hold office. If he's impeached and convicted, he can't run for office.
Technically, wasn't he a couple of years ago? But impeaching somebody and removing them from office are two different things.
Right. Well, removal from office comes when.
All right, good night.
Oh, good night.
Good night.
Okay, hold on. So he could be the first president to be impeached twice.
Yes. Right. Now that in itself is significant. However, if he is impeached for a second time and this time is found guilty in a Democratic majority Senate, he would then be removed from office as a consequence of being found guilty by the
Right.
Senate.
Right.
That's my understanding.
So then, like, there's three
So,
votes. There's
in
the vote
addition,
in the House. There's the vote in the House to charge him. That's the impeachment. Then there's the vote in the Senate to convict him. That's the removal. And then there's a third vote. And that third vote only needs a simple majority. And that vote is whether or not he could ever hold office again. So once he's convicted, he doesn't automatically lose his right to run again. There
I did not know that.
and that brings me to a point I wanted to ask earlier, but I didn't get the chance because we moved on. His admission and membership of the ex-president's club, that should never be a thing. He has not earned it. He does not deserve it. And any power that he might wield through that would just drive the situation into the future with no end in
I
sight.
agree. We
Because
should be thinking,
it would be
about
picked
what kind
up.
of precedents are
Let me
being
finish,
set.
Paul. Let me finish, Paul. It
Sorry,
would be
sorry.
picked up by his dynasty. His kids would carry that into the foreseeable future.
Right. And if he's convicted, he'll lose all that. If he's convicted, he'll lose the Secret Service. He'll lose the lifetime, the pension. He'll lose all of it. He'll lose everything.
As
Yeah,
he should.
no ex-president's
As he
badge,
should.
nothing.
Has he not made enough money
Good.
off of you exploiting his presidency for business purposes, for personal gain, for his entire
He
family?
owes
He
most
made
of that to
$250
Deutsche
million
Bank still.
since the election, grifting with this whole re-election bullshit.
We touched on it before, but somebody at the Deep Ashtray had mentioned it in the chat. 2/3 vote needed to convict and remove, and yes, that's true. But it's not It's not necessarily 2/3 of the entire Senate. It's 2/3 of the Senate happens to be there. 2/3 in session. So if they can convince some people, some Republicans, who don't want to vote against him, to just go home to their home state, to their constituents, that way they need fewer people. And it's easier to make 2/3 of the.
Yes, but in Trump strongholds, they go back to their state, and their state will overwhelmingly say, yes, President Trump, all the way. Sure.
I want to jump in. I want to ask everybody, actually. I want to ask the entire group, starting with Michael and working around counterclockwise, the same question I asked Peter, because I'm really interested to pick everybody's brain. What do you think is going to happen between now and the inauguration? Is there going to be an inauguration? Because they're all going to descend on the Capitol on the day before the inauguration. You know what I mean? What's going to happen?
For a digital inauguration.
Go ahead, Mike.
There's already plans for a digital inauguration, much like the nomination from the DNC that Biden already had. A lot of the things that used to be in person are just going to be online. So there's not going to be a really hard target for them to attack. But most of that's just due to COVID precautions.
Right. Plus the fact that the fact of the matter is that now, at this point, the way the preparations are going to be is that there's probably even before what happened on Wednesday happened, there was already talk that there wasn't going to be much of an audience. There wasn't going to be much of a crowd. They weren't really going to allow it because, again, for COVID. So I think what's basically going to happen is people won't be able to descend because there will be a cordon around the Capitol, probably at least half a mile in all directions. You just won't, unless you're on the special list, you just don't get in.
So, okay, Brian, what do you think Trump's endgame is?
That's a different question. To answer your first question, worst case scenario, there will be an inauguration on the 20th, swearing Joe Biden in, even if it happens to be at Camp David or the bunker at the White House, wherever is most secure, depending on the circumstances throughout the country. That will happen. What Trump's end game is, I think psychologically he will continue to deteriorate. until he does something so egregious. I sincerely hope that there is a member of the Secret Service, the military, somebody high in the chain of command who has a secret brief to put a bullet in the head of a dangerous president. I would hope that mechanism is in place.
Well, he's
The
not.
way that let me finish. Let me finish.
Always.
Let me finish before you all jump on me. Yeah,
I'm
with
just agreeing with
the
you.
Harvey Oswald and other stuff. Yeah. At the end of the day, if that man loses it to the point where he just randomly does something to cause a war, whatever, yeah, then it is on the heads of every single person in the United States, because your government is of the people, for the people. Yeah. And if you do not remedy the situation to prevent that happening, the world will legitimately hold you responsible for the actions of your leader. So I dearly hope that such a mechanism is in place to stop that happening, whatever that is. And considering the methods you've used elsewhere in the country with regards a bit of lead placed in the right place at the right time, yeah, I would sincerely hope that you would treat your own the same as you treat everybody else.
Will never happen.
I know it's the worst case scenario. I hope that he's removed from office long before then. Yeah, and I think his personal end game is to end up somewhere where he can live the rest of his life in luxury, directing his fans to do whatever his bidding is, using whatever members of his family are left in a position to hold political office.
Well, the thing is, again, no matter what, he's going to be gone in 11 days. I don't see any scenario that's going to end up with the Secret Service shooting him. That's just not happening.
What do you think, Nathan?
I would say, number one, the question the first question you asked about what's going to happen is exactly my fear. It's why I think that the whole process of impeaching him again, I think that takes too long. I think the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked immediately. It is too scary to what he may do. We've seen what he's done, and for the first time, I will say I agree with Twitter and Facebook and all these places that have banned him. I agree with them. It's too scary. It's too dangerous, and he needs to be out immediately. They need to get him out of there. 25th Amendment, stat, because and that's the whole thing. I don't know what he's going to do before. We have so much time before that day. You just don't know. And
here's the thing, Nathan. But Nathan, here's the thing. I agree with you. I would much rather have him invoke the 25th. But Pence has already made it clear he's not going to do that. I don't know why he's so afraid of Trump. He's not going to do that. So impeaching is the only other option, because there has to be some remedy. Now, as far as how long it takes, there's going to be a vote Wednesday. That's my prediction. The vote will be Wednesday, no later than Thursday, because they don't because Nancy Pelosi's already made the point. We don't need a big lengthy thing. She goes, we were there. We observed it. We experienced it. Their articles are already written, and the Democrats are already they've already released a copy, and they're already kind of tailoring it and polishing it. They're basically going to introduce it on Monday. They're going to debate it on Tuesday, and Wednesday they're going to vote on it, and that's going to be it. And now. But the problem is that Mitch McConnell is already, I don't know if he was serious or not, but he joked that nothing would happen before the 19th in the Senate, which he can do. That's the problem. He can do that. He can stop that. He can hold it up. But the thing is that even if it doesn't happen while Mitch is the majority leader, there's nothing stopping the Democrats from doing it once they control the Senate, and I think they will do. Well, they have to have a trial. Once he's impeached, they have to have a trial. It's in the Constitution.
Have to do it.
Can I just
See,
point out
what's going to happen
that,
between now and the inauguration?
can I
Okay.
just point out quickly that things happen quickly in the mind of a deteriorating psychopath or sociopath.
You don't have to convince us. We're with you. He needs to be gone, but we're talking about what can actually be done as a practical matter.
Okay. All right. I know.
But-
It just the red, it keeps coming up.
Yeah, I know.
It's dangerous here enough with Brexit and the fact that we've shot ourselves in both feet,
we can't
the groin,
change
and now our arms.
We can't change reality.
But you asked what his
try harder.
Just real quick, you asked what his end game was. I agree with Brian. He just wants to chill out. He's a cult leader. And he's realized how easy it is to create this cult around him. And he doesn't understand how dangerous the people he's actually dealing with are. And they're not, it's scary. No, I'm sorry, Angel.
Yes. Okay. So in terms of the inauguration, I think that'll happen in some way, shape, or form, probably done in a safe manner. That's number one. Number two, as far as what I would be surprised if we see another repeat of this in some way, shape, or form. It just doesn't surprise me at all. Even though Trump may not be on social media now, you still have his fanboys and his fangirls still following him and are still going to be planning something. So that's something I definitely can fear happen. As far as Trump is endgame, number three, he knows that after this he can still go into public life. He can still maybe be another TV star, maybe develop a reality show or something. Who knows? Maybe some of this has been documented so he can put it as part of his reality show at the end. We don't know.
So here's basically what I think. I think Trump's mental state is actually pretty bad. I think he's in Nixon territory. And late at night, he's talking to the paintings in the White House. I think that's I think he's on a lot of drugs. And like I said, I think he's talking to the paintings at the White House like Richard Nixon did. So he's cracking up. He's pretty much shot. And that makes him dangerous. It makes him very, very dangerous. Also, January 17th, there's going to be an armed rally at the Capitol building, and they're trying to get every state in the union at the state capitals also on January 17th. Another one on the 19th. This is what's floating around right-wing media right now. They've got these flyers online that they're passing around on Parler and whatnot. So will it happen again? It's going to happen again. So there's that. I don't think Trump has an end game. I think his end game is to not end up in prison or shot.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that people give him way too much credit. I mean, we talk about, Dev mentioned before the dog chasing a car and catching it, and it brings to mind to me that scene from The Dark Knight, with the when the Joker says to he says, he says, do I look like a guy with a plan? I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught it. And that's fucking Trump because he's not
his entire presidency.
That's right, because he doesn't have any moral center, ethical center, political center. He is basically like, he's just a consumer. He's just this big like amoeba that just goes around consuming everything. So basically, and the fact that he's thrown Pence under the bus hard. He threw his insurrectionists under the bus hard. So that's probably the thing that pisses me off. That was the point I thought of before, and I forgot. The thing that pisses me off the most is that the people that are still doing his dirty work, that are showing social loyalty to him, so many of them have been thrown under the bus, and there's like, look at the carnage behind him. There's a whole list I can't even think of all the names of people who he served him well and did all his bidding, and then he dumped them when it was convenient to do so. And how any of them think that their fate's going to be any different than the previous ones. You ever see like in movies, people made fun of like when the evil overlord like he's bad to his followers and he shoots them just to prove how tough he is, but they always turn on him. And you always think like nobody would actually be that crazy because they, that's what would happen. He is the evil overlord from every one of those fucking movies, and none of his people are turning on him.
The same thing we do every night.
That's another reason, Joe, why he needs to have a CIA black op specifically enshrined in law somewhere in the back corridors of power that is going to give you a TV ending to this TV nightmare.
Only the FBI can. The CIA actually cannot do anything regarding that because they
they're foreign black ops. Yes. Whoever it is that does your Homeland Security or whoever it is that organizes your domestic black ops.
I would like to say that there's at least a minor difference that between intelligence agencies and black op agencies, that at least one of them maybe doesn't go for a gun first, hopefully. But I mean, it's a real thin line. You guys don't hold me.
Yeah, this is definitely in Hollywood filmland territory. This is what my brain. This is where my brain goes. It goes to how it plays out on TV where nobody really got hurt.
But legally, though, it's true that the CIA is actually only for foreign. So that is actually why the CIA works, like those agencies in governments cross work with each other, because the CIA, for example, can't spy or do things domestically, but they can work with, say, MI6 to have MI6 spy on somebody here to give them information on.
And you got that absolutely right, because MI5.
Oh, is there a difference between all these? There's so many numbers.
Yes.
Fuck.
The MI5 think FBI. MI6 think CIA.
There it is. Okay, I didn't know that.
It's the F and the S. That's the clue.
Okay. And hey, that's legit. I can remember that.
What do you think is Trump's endgame?
Me?
Yeah, what's Trump's endgame? I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, I was waiting for everybody to go around for my turn. So I am unconvinced that Trump himself has much of a game in anything, to be perfectly honest. Even his own presidency and everything going along. I think that he tries to do those things which he perceives feed the ego that he has, like the crazy sociopathic ego that he has. And that also somehow seem good beneficially in a business sense, as long as they seem that way. But with regards to whether or not they really are that way, it's sort of irrelevant, because I'm not sure he has much of an ability to truly determine that capacity, right? So I don't think he's a deep planner. I think it's true when he's like, I don't think deep or make these big plans. Totally true. From him, I think we will see theatrics. That is what I think we will see. It is not him that I worry about in the long run. I think that the people in Congress and his cabinet, all these people are sick and tired of him. They'll be happy to have him gone. And he will go off and do something like, Parler, do you want me to buy you and be the new daddy for your platform? And Parler will be like, I don't know, how much do you want to buy us for? And he'll be like,
do you think that the army of red hats is something that we need to worry about because of him stretching out on Parler?
It's so hard to do. Like, he's kind of like a golden idol, if you will, to the people that are his loyalists. And so what I really worry about actually is that, like, we're going to like see his presidency come and go. And then what we will see, I think, is that local peoples, I mean, let's remember, half of the country voted for this guy, right? And in some way, shape, or form sort of support these ideals. And a bunch of these people all over the place throughout the course of last year, not just this Wednesday, but they did things like gathering at the Capitol and being there too. We support the thin blue line, out there with their guns, with their hats, rolling up and down streets in their trucks. And I think that what I really fear is what has been learned. Like right now, we are in the midst of the activity and the commotion and the adrenaline. And he's going to get out. Things will calm down for a second. People with hindsight will look back on this and say, here are some of the things that we've learned, right? As politicians, we have seen the power of what this kind of thing can do. How do I now capitalize on that for my own political career or whatever it is that I'm trying to do going forward? And then for insurrection types of groups, right, or whatever we want to call them these days, I don't know. But those people are going to be like, here's how we organize. So I'm not super worried about Trump. I'm worried about the lessons that his presidency has demonstrated to both sides of that. And
the fact that you can rush the Capitol without any visible weapons showing and get in and overrun the police was a pretty big fucking demonstration.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. So like, I mean, maybe people will use Trump as like I said, like their golden god to rally behind. But if that's the case, he himself will not continue to do anything more than what he's already done, which is sit around in some kind of a platform where he's just like, I'm the big guy and everybody follow me. Right, and like big.
So basically, am I hearing you right? You don't really think he has an end game so much as a flounder about and try to grift on a puddle sort of game.
But the lessons that he has brought I think that real people, with real brains will use that.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, he's been. I mean, you could say he was in real estate up until like the early '80s, but yeah, he's been since the '80s at least. He's been a grifter. So for 40 years, he's been a grifter. So yeah, I think he doesn't have an end, and then he's going to do anything he thinks he will earn him money. Anything he thinks that will earn him prestige, because he feeds off of prestige. He feeds off of adulation. And that's why, in a way, that's why to me it was so predictable that he would be, the type of person the president he's turned out to be. Because if you look at in Africa, South America, Central America, whenever you have these juntas come in place, you get this charismatic leader, and again, never gave a shit about their people. It was all about give me adulation and give me money. And if you criticized, then you were disappeared because you're telling people that the emperor has no clothes. So yeah, he's never had an end game. He didn't even want to be president. The whole thing was a grift, so to stoke his brand. So of course,
I agree with that.
Because he's not a guy with a plan.
Well, he has one plan, doesn't he? And that's a massive slew of pardons before he goes from the presidency. And that's an excellent reason there wasn't an insurrection, to get rid of him before he has a chance to do that. Because
hey, man, I don't think
it's entirely possible that he tries to pardon himself for this insurrection. He might also try to pardon everybody involved in it. And how would the law deal with that?
Well, I think that part of the problem is if he pardons the people that participated, he can probably get away with that. Now, pardoning himself, there are some legal scholars who think that he can. Most think that he cannot, because there's the principle that you basically can't be your own judge. But the thing about that though, how horrible that will be, because if he is able to pardon everybody, because think about that, he's effectively engaged in a conspiracy with people against the government, and he can so it just shows, like, if you want to be the strong man, like junta leader in the United States, just get enough people to do your bidding, and then whether they're successful or failed, you can just pardon them before you on your way out the door. So there's no reason not to try, because you can just get them off, so they'll do it.
Which is the ultimate lesson of the Trump presidency. Go ahead, Brian.
as I understand U.S. law, so as always, I'm open to correction. But Trump can only pardon at a federal level.
Correct.
And a lot of the crimes that were committed, both during the sedition and by Trump himself, fall under state statutes.
No, he's not a state.
No, does not what happened on Wednesday fall under some
No.
state
And not if it
laws?
was within Washington, D.C., because
Right.
Washington, D.C. is its own separate area that does not fall
It's
under
all
the
federal.
jurisdiction of
And that
any
is all
state.
federal.
It's a
All
60
federal. And anything
Okay.
that's run by Congress, basically.
right, and then
Thank you for correcting me.
and then anything that has to do with interstate. So if people would say like, well, the furtherance of the crime was taking place in some other states, but once it's crossing state lines, that puts the jurisdiction at the federal level and not at the state level.
Okay, thank you very much for the correction.
Yeah, no problem. And that's the thing that's so gobsmacking. You'd think we lasted all these years, with this system that we thought was, pretty rock solid. We had checks and balances and all this thing, and one fucking rogue, wingnut comes along and says, this has all been a fiction that I forget. Dev used the term last week, and I don't remember what it was. But basically, something box. But the idea that the only reason why it stood is because we all kind of agreed that we would abide by the rules.
Well, he did kind of prove his point that Washington is a pile of corruption.
Yeah. Joe, you just reminded me of something I mentioned
Honest John Box.
Yeah,
ago.
that's true.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
That's true.
Dev said Honest John Box.
An honest John box. Yeah.
Right.
Paul?
Yeah, something I mentioned a while ago, and now I've lost my train of thought. I'll probably remember.
It was something I said. It was something I said that reminded you. I talked about how it was all a fiction. It was all a fantasy that we agreed, and that's basically we lasted all this time, and it all worked until it didn't. Until one rogue came along.
Well, that's it. And this rogue that came along wasn't even like a particularly slick politician or have a lot of connections in Washington or anything like that. And he still managed to do what he did. Regardless of what happens to Trump or what Trump does, the reckoning that this is going to take is going to last more than a generation. We've had an earthquake in our political system, which we're not going to overcome anytime soon.
Do any of you?
Nathan?
Do
Carry
any
on.
of you watch? There's a YouTube channel called Illuminati. It's Illumin, and then the naughty part is spelled, like naughty, the regular word. She has a thing she does called MLM Mondays, where she talks about MLM pyramid schemes, and you think about how people get sucked into these schemes, and they are dedicated to these schemes. And when people tell them this is a pyramid scheme, they'll tell you no, it's not. That you can prove it. They had somebody on one of Shark Tank shows one time that tried, in the Dragon's Den, and they tried to push this pyramid scheme. There's a point where these pyramid schemes got so big, so many people had gotten into them that they had to make laws against them. They were getting so big. That's what's happening right now. This is his pyramid scheme. He has created this way where so many people believe in him as just this thing. I don't even know what to call it. Just this this thing to be believed in, like a god emperor.
It's a cult.
He's a demagogue.
Yeah, it is.
Demagogue is the right word for it. But I got two words for you: hierarchical ape.
What's that? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that's kind of funny, though. This is something that Amy brought up last week. But these right wing, alphas. They think they're alphas. They go around strutting with their camo and their guns, and they think they're strong individualists, but they're not. They're completely sheep. They follow. It just has to be the right authority, but you get the right authority that says the right word, pushes the right buttons and says the right magic words, and they'll do anything. And they all basically dress the same and do the same thing to fit into the crowd. They're not strong individualists. Like even I remember I've had this conversation with a number of people, how if you look at like biker culture, our culture, we tend to look at bikers as these strong individualists, but they're not. They're fringe. They're separate from the main herd, but they're their own herd. Like if you like try to be in a biker group and you don't fit the bill, you're not one of them. You're not gonna roll with them.
And you're not going to have an easy time of it either.
Exactly.
I just realized something. I never got around after Joe did his answer. I never got around to answering my own question. So yeah, I agree with pretty much everybody who said the inauguration is going to happen on schedule. I'm very worried about what's going to happen before that, as I don't think that necessarily has much to do with Trump at this point. As regards what I think Trump's end game is, getting out with his skin is what his end game is, as far as I can tell. And I've said ever since before Trump actually got inaugurated that there's nothing beneath this man. He has no bottom. And I know it's cliche to say that now, but I've been saying that the whole time. And it's borne itself out in the most horrifying ways that I could have never possibly predicted or imagined. You know what I mean? And the end of this era is going to be such a welcome relief. I think we're all going to want to breathe a sigh of relief. But the problem is what happened on Wednesday has to be fucking chased down, and everyone has to be fucking prosecuted. Everyone. It's not just for the sake of the people involved right now, but for our posterity, man, because we can't set a precedent that you can be pissed off about an election result and raid fucking Congress. It can't happen.
Yeah. So, our
absolutely agree.
There's run on like a Honest John box. This is what Joe was, quoting me earlier. And before Trump took office, close to the election last year, I was kind of in panic mode about people going to the party and everything else, voting for Hillary. She's Clinton and all that kind of crap. And I was going crazy. Like, you can't let this man get in office. And the response is always either we have a system of checks and balances, so everything will be fine, and he's what we deserve if that's what we get. And I kind of believe the second part of that. You don't get the government you want. You get the government you deserve. I do believe that. But the first part, no, our checks and balances only mean anything if you abide by them, if you follow the system. If you decide that the system doesn't suit your needs, so you're not going to pay attention to it, it loses meaning, because most of what we do, most of our government structure and the operations of it is done on precedent and norms and custom and tradition, not law. So, there are things like Trump has done or didn't do that outraged people, but he never had a legal obligation to do any of those things. It was always custom or the norm. And
the thing is, and even when he violates the law, like he violates the emoluments clause pretty much constantly. But there's literally no, other than removing him from office, there's no auspices within the government to hold him accountable. There's literally no way to get him.
Well, to the Supreme Court, you need standing. Well, where's your standing? Because I believe it's been tried and it was turned away for that purpose. The complainants did not have standing.
Right.
Can I just remind everybody that while he was running in 2015, that one of the things that he said at one of his rallies, and it became quite a point of interest, he made the claim that he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and nobody would bat an eyelid. Can I just point out that effectively he is responsible for the death of at least, I think, 6 people?
Yeah.
5 people.
5 people. Oh, yeah.
Not just on Fifth Avenue, but on Capitol Hill.
Well, and that's the other thing. And that's why at this point, all the people who said that, Hillary was just as bad, like,
Oh, that
again,
makes me so angry.
just like I said
Bullshit.
before, anyone who says that to me in the future is getting clotheslined.
No.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll do my time, but they're getting fucking
Yeah.
clotheslined.
And
It was stupid to say it in 2015, but if you're still saying that now after the fact, because look, if someone wants to say, look, I didn't think he would be this bad, I get that, because you know what? I expected him to be awful, and he's still way worse than I predicted. And so you think about that? I was screaming at people. I was screaming at people 4 or 5 years ago, saying you don't understand how bad this guy is going to be. And I'm looking back at myself back then. I'm like, wow, how Pollyanna I was. So
I hold my hand up and absolutely confess.
Let me finish the rant, Ryan. So at this point, anyone who's still saying that, that's just someone who's trying to justify a bad error they made before. I'm like, you know what? If you want to own up and say, hey, look, I fucked up. I didn't think he would be this bad. All right, I'll give you a hug. But if you still want to say to me, oh, well, no, Hillary's worse, fuck you, and I'm going to punch you.
Yeah, not in anyone's lifetime here. Not in any one of us that we see. This happened after a presidency. None of us.
I knew he was going to be bad, but I knew he was going to be dangerous, but I had no idea that he was going to be this bad. But in 2015, I was absolutely convinced that if Hillary had actually got into office, we would be at war with the Middle East, within the first 200 days.
Yeah, and
I openly hold my hand up, and I thought that Trump would literally be a cartoon TV president. In the last 4 years,
Me too.
He has progressively proved me wrong. And yes, Boris Johnson has absolutely followed suit. And look at us now. We are a country that has shot ourselves in every possible limb and the crotch. And we are looking at you guys and looking at the state you're in and thinking, please give us something sane to emulate.
You know what?
Because sure as nuts are nuts, where you go, our politicians deem to follow.
You know, the thing that makes me really sad about that is just to think about the fact that, like, when you say, we're looking at you guys, and I keep thinking to myself that this whole activity, this whole Wednesday thing, it was on the wrong side of things which in my mind qualify for an act of this measure, right? Like, acts of this measure in my mind should happen because you discriminate against an entire swath of people, not because I don't know, America or whatever you think is happening. And I just feel like it's everything is so fucking backwards in America.
I hear what you're saying, and I absolutely agree with the implied accusation. However, I did preface that I was talking politically.
No, I mean I was too. What I'm saying is, if our country was to revolt, we should be revolting over issues like, I don't know, how about racial equality? How about, like, what'd you say?
Housing.
Like things like that.
Housing.
Those are the types of things
that actually matter. Yes,
right.
I agree.
I got to jump in here, though.
Like, that's what just blows my mind. And it's the problem.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Sister Danger. You have, as was proved unequivocally on Wednesday, you have a civil war that is still unresolved.
Quite clearly. Like, yes. Things that I never even imagined.
And that is something that Europe has never actually had. The closest we can come to is things like the Plantagenets, Yeah, way back, before the Middle Ages.
England.
Absolutely. And there you had a country divided.
In
Yeah.
the 1300s, like what?
Exactly.
England has had a couple of civil
And
wars.
that really is the last experience that we have at that sort of level. Yeah.
I remembered what I wanted to say a long time ago, so I'm going to jump in and say it.
Go for it.
You know me. I speculate. You might even call it a conspiracy theory. I speculate, right?
Tinfoil hat,
I like to
sir.
speculate. Anyway, before I lose my train of thought, so when this happened on Wednesday, one of my initial reactions, which was kind of like a gut instinct, is, oh, this explains it. And friends, we've talked many times over the past 8 or 9 months about how, I mean, to me, it seems like it was either blackmail or bribery or something like that. Why this level of fealty? Because I'm old enough to remember when Republican senators and representatives could disagree with a sitting Republican president and not be in fear of their fucking life or their job or whatever. But the fealty to Trump is just inexplicable, especially considering his actions. And it occurred to me while I was watching it happen. Well, actually, I was watching him push people away at the time, and I'm thinking, okay, so people knew this was coming, right? The people in the Capitol Police knew this was coming, and I knew this was coming and I'm not even really deep involved in, looking at right-wing stuff on the internet, and I still knew about it. And it occurred to me that it might have been coming for a very, very long time, like since Trump took office, because right after he took office, he met with a few people who were totally against him, like Cruz and Rand Paul and Lindsey Graham and others. And they flipped on a fucking dime. And I thought it must have been blackmail or bribery. But what if, right? Here's my conspiracy theory. What if he said, listen, Republicans are never going to win again if we let democracy run its course. So we're going to take over whether we win the election legitimately or not. If we win legitimately, fair and square, and if we don't, we're taking over. Which list do you want to be on? The survival list or the hit list? Because when 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, when the 17 attorney general wrote to get the Supreme Court to overturn the election, right? And there's 106 Republican representatives that signed on the first day. And the next morning, there was 20 more. Lickety split, just like that. And now in Congress, there was 138 of them right after the fucking insurrection who still fucking went along with it. There's lists. These people who are going through the Capitol, I've never been there, but all the reporters are saying it's like a labyrinth in there, deliberately so, because of security concerns. You don't know your way around it. Some of the people who work there don't know their way around it, right? And yet these people knew exactly where certain offices were. There's clearly inside fucking help going on.
I've been wanting to say that every time we start talking about the incident itself. I kept wanting to say it was so hard to get in. There were people, some of the representatives that had been on news were saying there are people walking around in hallways and in rooms that you need a map to know that they're there, that they're hard to get to. A lot of those old buildings in D.C., the marble buildings, are like labyrinths inside. There's hidden doorways, hidden passages, hidden rooms. There are people in them. And some of the representatives are saying on TV, how did these people find these places? That there are people in Congress that have trouble finding these rooms.
Yeah.
Right.
Just as a point of interest, just quickly to that point, Dev, and then Joe. When you have enough people storming through a labyrinth that have got mobile phones and stuff like that,
I thought that was
then supposedly hidden places get uncovered relatively quickly, and all you have to do is direct somebody there. Sorry, Joe.
That's true. Although the thing is, and you know me, Paul, I'm very not prone to conspiracies. However, I'm actually going to say that I don't dismiss what you're saying. Because, remember what I say 2 weeks ago? Because I used to think that it was like with Lindsey Graham, I used to think, it's, they were going to out him for being gay. And then I realized, no, it's too big. And then I started thinking, what was he, fucking goats or children or something like that? That's something that's big enough. And yeah, that's something that could happen at a golf game. Like, hey, Lindsey, by the way, yeah, we're gonna have our own beer hall pushed. and we're gonna take over. And if you support it, you can be on the ruling class. Because it's very clear to me that Republicans, as a party, they know that their brand is fading, and they are, at least there's a number of them that are more than willing to do whatever. Like, look at Mitch McConnell. The last 12 years has basically said, "Fuck it, as long as I have the power to do something, no matter how unethical or sleazy it is, how against the mores and norms and everything that we've all agreed to for 250 years, I'm gonna fucking do it." And so, yeah,
including delaying the fucking impeachment if the Democrats vote for it on Wednesday.
Exactly. So I'm actually thinking, Paul, what you're saying, actually in that context of what we've been talking about for the last several weeks, actually makes a shitload of sense. And especially, like you said, after an insurrection, to still vote, because at that point, because especially since they already had an objection, they already dealt with one objection, so the symbolic thing was already done. They knew it wasn't going to change the results, but they already went on record once. They didn't need to do it again, but they did anyway. So yeah, I really feel like if we really do have a proper investigation that's unhindered by various factions, and we actually get to the real truth, I really feel like they're like large swaths of the Republican Party, at least people in power, could end up in jail.
Yeah.
And that's one thing. I mean, I know we've used, some people in the media have used coup, some have not. But if there was complicity by representatives and senators, that is a fucking coup. That's by definition, that's a fucking coup.
Can we go down that rabbit hole for a second?
Absolutely, because from this side of the pond, it is absolutely, undeniably an attempted coup, and one could make the argument that it was successful.
The rabbit hole that I kind of want to go down is, so this action has occurred, and now as a country there's some space to determine whether or not this was or was not a coup in the most legal sense of the word, meaning people are prosecuted and receive some kind of sentencing or punishment for these actions legally, like for reals, not just as a lip service. And I am curious what you all think. So let us say that this is where the country goes. We go down this path of actually charging people. And what do you think the impact of it would be if they're found guilty versus if they're not found guilty?
Okay, well, I'll start there. First of all, they declared a riot not long after the top of the stairs were breached. So before there was any real destruction happening, a riot had already been declared, right? And that changes like police priorities considerably. And what they can do, what they're allowed to do.
It also changed the laws. Yeah, right. Like what they can legally do in
So there's that. So there's that. But I mean, bottom line, like I said a minute ago, there's clearly a lot of inside help, whether it's in the Capitol Police or within fucking Congress itself, and so these issues aren't straightforward.
But so if they're found guilty, right? So if people are found guilty of the things that we're accusing or they're being accused of, what does that mean for our country versus if they're not found guilty? So they're charged with these things, but then not found guilty. What does that
I think we have to look back to the Civil War example and see how they handled it back then. I mean, basically, if you were guilty of insurrection, you could not participate in the government anymore. That's just.
Back then they hanged people, like hanging on charge of treason.
Right. Well, what's the thing? I mean, it's although there was an amnesty granted for like the soldiers and stuff like that.
Also, these days, rather than hanging somebody, okay, yes, fair enough. In certain states, you've got the death penalty, and you've got electrocution, and you've got etc.
We have a federal death penalty.
You also have a federal death penalty. However, politically, I don't think your country would survive if you were to put anybody to death as a result of this insurrection.
Why? We
However,
constantly
well,
Well,
hang on.
Dream.
Let me
Palpatine.
explain myself.
Palpatine.
Let me explain myself. Okay.
All we
Yes.
need is one of
Let's
him.
let's say that you follow the tree right the way up to the top. Okay. And I rather than using the Civil War because I don't know that much about it, but I do know significantly more about the Hindenburg trials. Yeah. On the way they treated the Nazis after World War II. Okay, extreme example. However, it's the closest thing that my mind can actually understand as being similar
Do you
in
mean
the way
Nuremberg?
it.
Yeah, I think he means
Sorry,
Nuremberg.
yeah, I mean Nuremberg.
Okay.
I thought my brain thought that was what I said.
I mean, the Nazis went down like the Hindenburg, but that happened at
Okay,
Nuremberg.
I had it. I said Hindenburg. Apologies.
Okay, I was
My
confused for a sec. I'm
my
sorry.
my brain does weird things. Just as an aside explanation, my brain does weird things as a result of the ME that I have.
Oh,
And
mine just does weird things.
little things like that. Yeah, I'm utterly unaware of. So if I do them, please understand what's going on and please do correct me. But where was I going? Yes, Nuremberg. Now, if you're going to follow the route of culpability and in such a way as to serve justice, then you might find yourself in a very similar position to those at Nuremberg, in that, especially seeing as legally a lot of this has not been tested at a federal level, you are going to have to involve the legislature to bring and to make new laws. And this may include up to the creation of a new amendment to the Constitution.
What kind of an amendment do you imagine that might be?
Something that would make it absolutely perfectly clear that the president has a line over which he cannot cross. And if he does cross that line, then he will be stripped of all rights and privilege, just like somebody who would otherwise be executed for treason and spend significant time in jail with no privileges, no rights when he is released. So he wouldn't be able to run from office. Any illegally obtained
we have
assets
that
would
already.
be removed.
Yeah, we have that already. That
You do?
already exists in the criminal code. I just wanted to say, I mean, if you're bent on insurrection, you like I said before, you're predicating that pitch on your assumption that you're going to be successful.
Tommy has just told me. Tommy's just told me in the chat that would be every president.
Yeah, and the thing, Brian, is the Section 4 of Article 2 already lays all that out. What you're talking about.
And amending the Constitution is deliberately difficult anyway.
I'm the first person to know that as much.
All right, Nathan, thanks for hanging out, man.
Ciao, Nathan. Take it easy, mate. Take it easy. I will be the first person to hold my hand up and say that I am absolutely open to correction when it comes to American law.
I actually like having you here for the reason that you're not American, to be perfectly honest.
I understand a lot of it, but a lot of the nuance is lost for me. Yeah, and the reason it's lost for me is because I don't see it in action.
Yeah, see, basically the thing, Brian, is that the only way to that even if you try to do amendment like you're saying about the line cross, basically the way that would either be executed, it's executed by the legislature, which is the Congress. And the problem is that one branch of the Congress is refusing to basically do what is outlined. It's at this point we're well into red letter that he's done all sorts of things, but because the people who control the Senate are of the same party and have either no spine or are complicit, there's literally nothing that we have.
So
okay, now sorry,
right now, and as to Brian's point of Trump could shoot someone on Main Street. Now it's actually he's complicit in the deaths on Pennsylvania Avenue. Part of that resolution, they're entering on Monday to impeach him does use the word deadly, and the only way that that became
Yes,
deadly
I
was
saw deadly.
So
Yeah.
he is going to be charged with those deaths in a way. But
I
I would think that anybody else inciting a riot such as this, that 5 deaths occurred, they would be charged with at least involuntary homicide.
oh yeah.
At least manslaughter.
Oh,
Well,
you said it.
Well, if the cops
Okay.
did it, then they would be put on suspension, and then they would be internally investigated by their own non-biased sources.
Well, here's the other thing too. Although they can also be investigated by Congress and other bodies, but
I was being super sarcastic right there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it didn't come off.
Okay, it's okay. You don't have to keep saying.
I'm always sarcastic, I guess.
But point now. The thing is, even after he's out of office, as long as he doesn't get pardoned, he can still be prosecuted for all these things. So that's the reason why he's been asking about a self pardon, because it's kind of as much as Pence is not doing what he should do in invoking the 25th Amendment. It seems reasonably clear that that Pence has no interest in well, here's the problem. The only way Pence could pardon him is that Trump would have to resign, which would make Pence the president, and then Pence would have the power but not the obligation to pardon him. So as long as Trump's not willing to do that, his only thing is the self pardon, which he keeps asking people in the White House if he can do it. And which is because he basically knows that he's fucked. If he doesn't get a pardon, he's going to be prosecuted for all these things.
I gotta say before you jump in, Brian, when it comes to the possibility of Trump resigning so Pence can pardon him, I think Pence should offer him that deal and then renege on it without telling him. He should say, "Yeah, I'll pardon you, man. I'll pardon you. The minute I'm fucking inaugurated, I'll write it all up."
That would be great. I'd love that.
That to me sound, for some strange reason, that to me sounds like a plot line from My Cartoon President. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Ever seen that show?
No.
But yeah, it sounds cartoonish to me.
The whole Trump presidency sounds cartoonish. You could not write this shit. You could not.
That's why
they wouldn't accept this plot line for a fucking comic book.
That's why My Cartoon President is such a good show.
See?
Because it absolutely nails the Trump presidency. And it uses absolutely everything that is common knowledge because it's done openly. And it's hysterical. Absolutely hysterical.
It would probably be funny if it wasn't so close to the fucking bone.
It's maybe it's in the presentation, but
gallows
gallows humor would be very appropriate. Yes,
there's some comedy that is meant to be critical of the politics, but then there's some comedy that is so emulative of what's actually happening in the world as the comedy that I think the end result is that people laugh at it because it's in their heads are like, it's hilarious because that's so ridiculous and unbelievable. And they literally don't associate the parallel to what's happening, right?
Would you like to know why?
Why what? You're going to have to clarify that.
Because the American public has been conditioned to late night commentary shows where you'll have people like Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers openly mocking current events. And for the last 4 years, it's been dominated by Trump's ridiculous antics.
I've run the conversation off Trump again for a second, and I'll ask a question to the whole group around in a counterclockwise circle again, like we did before, because we talked about what's going to happen between now and the inauguration or whatever, but that was all domestic stuff. And quite frankly, this is the most dangerous moment since the Cuban Missile Crisis in my lifetime, I think, because if our adversaries were inclined to do something aggressive, now's the fucking time, right? Our government is in open chaos, right? We wouldn't even necessarily trust Trump if he told us that it was the Russians that turned off our electrical grid, right?
At this point, I don't think.
4 days or 5
this point-
days. How long do
this
you
point,
think the United States would go without electricity before people would be fucking cutting each other's throats?
Oh, not long.
I don't think that they would believe it from any source at this point.
Fair point.
Well, I guess what I'm going to say real quick as far as that goes. I mean, I actually want to kind of jump back to something you said a little earlier about the people in Congress, at least some Republicans, being in cahoots with everything. Ted Cruz and that Hawley guy, with Jason Hawley, whatever the hell his first name is, once it was already declared a riot and everything's going, those two were egging it on and fundraising. So yeah, I think if anybody was involved in the conspiracy to make it happen, it's those two fuckers. And actually, Jared Brown is actually going to put forward articles to have them removed from the Senate. Because once that's the thing, is once it's declared a riot, just imagine if Chuck Schumer during one of the BLM protests, once they got declared a riot, if Chuck Schumer was out there, come on guys, get out there and bust some heads and give us some money so we can continue to fight. Imagine what would have happened.
Actually, to add something to that, talk about behind the scenes. Somebody on Twitter, and I remember the day of, had come across a recording of Rudy Giuliani making a phone call to someone who he thought was one senator, but it was to another senator's answering machine to say, "Go slow on purpose. Go slow on purpose." And but the funny thing is it was to, I forgot who it was. He was
senile.
Yes,
he's lost it. Giuliani's just lost it. He's a madman. Just saying.
People, but that article that Paul just sent out to the chat, in it explains that after Trump invited everyone to come show up on the 6th, it'll be wild. In the QAnon circles, they were actually sharing maps of the Capitol building and the text below it.
Right.
Where we got the maps is anyone's guess, but those maps were also shared amongst the people at the protest itself. Before
do you guys ever see the show Designated Survivor? Yeah,
I'm in the process of watching that right now. Great show.
Okay.
I'm like halfway through season 2. Don't give anything away.
I won't spoil anything. I haven't seen season 3, so I can't really spoil anything.
I shall watch it soon.
But basically, that was a conspiracy by right-wing elements within the government and outside the government to basically take over. No, Bob, this is the stuff you've already seen. So
I haven't.
So basically, and that's so basically they do something, they pull off something big, and eventually the plot's discovered. But it's more extreme than what we've seen. But it's like, it's reminiscent.
The show is Designated Survivor. So.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question of you guys related to what I said earlier about the international security implications of the fact that the Capitol was basically breached by a bunch of fucking wazoos, right? I hate to use like movies and shit for reference, but even in fucking Team America or a Marvel movie, when there's an attack on your main building, the fucking shutters come up and the fucking shit comes down and your building is impenetrable immediately. What the fuck? How come we don't have those kind of protections in any way, what shape or fashion or form in Congress? I mean, is it just because we're I don't know, Sister Danger?
Because we never believed that this shit would happen.
So I think there's a few things here. I think one.
I know movies are fiction, but yeah.
Movies aside, I think one, we do have the ability to rain down fire on anything because we are America and we're like stupidly militarily overbalanced, right? So I do think that we have the ability to do that. I think that America is, first of all, far different in its approach towards its own citizens doing a thing versus all the rest of the world doing anything, right? Like, so there's a huge difference right there, and that like this is literally happening on our own soil. But I guess that I don't know. I guess that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at is like I just don't. I don't perceive them rolling out the big guns to shoot down Americans, if that makes
no, Paul wasn't talking about its offense. He's really talking about like the locking down the building. Well, no, let me finish the sentence, please. Like he was talking about locking down the building to like that the building becomes a fortress, not that they're going around shooting people. It's just literally that it was becomes an impenetrable wall. And obviously those defenses don't exist because if they did, they would have been employed or at least should have been.
Well, with regards to actual security, though, we know for a fact that the actual security is practically a hoax. I mean, the FBI has shown, for example, that the security at the airports is an illusion of the TSA is one of the worst government institutions that we freaking have. They're like, I'm just gonna walk through with this gun up my hoo-ha and nobody will say anything, right? You're like, I have a baby preventative implant up there, and they're like, that's cool, we don't want to investigate it, go on, right? And it could be loaded with anything. It doesn't even have to be loaded with bullets. It could just be loaded with like a fucking clip of heroin, right? And you're walking, you're like, great, whatever, what is that? Like a gun with a blow dryer with a scope on the top? That's great. What's that? A candle bowling ball? That looks fun.
Having been through the TSA several times, both in and out of the United States, I have to find the scenarios that you are depicting somewhat hysterical because they would all be picked up. You could not smuggle a lighter into the United States without being asked questions about it.
Let me give you a personal example. Okay.
That was a personal example. I had to destroy some very nice soup.
But it's a personal example of what I'm saying. I was traveling. I don't even know where I was going anymore. I was traveling through an airport, through the airport. Had to go through, high tech X-ray security, right? And I had my chess set. My chess set is a tournament chess set, and it has weighted tournament pieces, which means that in the bottom of those pieces, they're made heavy because they have lead up in the bottom, underneath these nice little pieces. Right. Okay. So I'm going through, like my little chest, whatever. I put it through, and I get out on the other side, and they pull me aside to do like the extra. We're going to do the extra on you. And the guy opens my chest set, and he's like, what is this? He opens it up because it's in his black bag that I don't know. Maybe looks like you're carrying a gun or gun pieces or something. He opens it up. It's a rolled up chessboard. It's got my chest. He unzips it. He takes out a chess piece, and he's like, what is this? What's in here? I was like, it is a weighted chess piece, and there's lead in the bottom of it because it's a tournament chess piece. And he says, and he says, well, can I peel the felt off of this to see? And I said, no, you cannot peel the felt off the bottom of my chess pieces. Thank you. And he was like, okay. And he literally put it back, zipped my thing closed, and was like, here you go. And off I went. I was stopped because I had a harmonica in my bag. And apparently a harmonica looks like a gun clip when you go through X-ray security. They tore my bag apart, and I'm like, it's a harmonica, yo. And they
was there nobody who actually? Oh, because it was in your bag.
Yeah,
in my backpack that was going to carry on. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Brian. They do spot checks periodically, and every once in a while. Now there haven't been a lot of reports during the Trump administration because they basically hide information. They hide information. But we know, at least during the Obama administration, that the percentage of things that get through that they basically make up like mock bombs and mock guns, the amount of shit that gets through is astounding.
Now, my point in story number 1, the chess pieces, though, the reason that I bring that up is because I spoke indignantly to that guy. Like, how dare you suggest tearing apart? And granted, they were just chess pieces. I wasn't transporting bullets hidden in my chess pieces, you know. But I was like, no, you can't tear apart my chess pieces. Like, that set cost me some money, kind of a thing. I spoke indignantly to him, and he was like, okay, well, whatever, and let it go. That is my point, is that
having had that experience though, now, something like, and this is probably good advice for the listeners as well, next time you go through airport security, make sure that the harmonica is one of the things that you take out and make visible in the tray.
It's true, a little bit. I mean, but this like, speaks to the fact that it's so inconsistent. It's so radically inconsistent.
Yeah,
as to
I
be
do
ineffective,
absolutely get the point.
you know. And so when we say like, well, why didn't the whatever's happen? I'm like, because security is an actual hoax. It is only there to publicly make people feel comfortable. But with regards to like, for anybody that seriously means to circumvent that security, with regards to that, I believe that those people can, with relative ease in the industry of, I don't know, espionage, treason, and all other things that, you know, involve circumventing security, right? They can probably...
All you need is the thumb drive, and thumb drives I had no issue with.
Why
I had all
would
that.
you?
Exactly. Why would I? It was all innocent, and to
Right.
be honest, there wasn't anything on there that I would have given a damn if they'd even said to me, "Do you mind if we have a look and see what's on there?" Absolutely. There was
I mean,
nothing.
I like to pack my pockets with tampons and condoms because I wait for those dudes. I wait for those guys to just be like, we need to do the extra check. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And I pull it out and I throw it everywhere. And then like people passing by see it. And I'm like, one of us is going to be embarrassed, but it won't be
you have fun with it.
I do kind of in that. What was that movie? You know, Big Bottoms, Spinal Tap, with the cucumber that was wrapped in tinfoil.
Yeah.
That would be me. That would be me. I'm that asshole that will do that. I'll be like, all right, it's not illegal to have a tinfoil wrapped cucumber in my pants.
With a USB drive, though, they wouldn't have any basis for looking at the contents.
Well, no.
That would actually be a violation of the First Amendment.
It would? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, even if
Fourth Amendment.
Even if they had, and I let them because I didn't know any different, there would have been nothing to find. Was the point?
Yeah.
Which kind of it kind of brings me to it's not an axiom because it's not self-evident. It's more of a something that we take, some adage. Thank you, adage. Only the guilty have anything to fear. Yeah, which is bullshit. You know, and we wasn't here for that part of the conversation, but I think it ties in somehow to that Honest John box that you were talking about. And it makes the point that we take an awful lot of our government's representation of us, actions on our behalf, in the best light possible, even when they demonstrate themselves to be self-invested, self-interested, even self-aggrandizing to the point of being a demagogue at this point, which
I respectfully disagree with that, Brian. I think in America they don't have a whole lot of respect for the political class. I don't think that we think they're doing the best thing for us. I think that's why a lot of Americans who object to paying taxes object on that exact basis. What the fuck do I get for my taxes? They don't see the benefit of it. Whereas in countries like Norway or Denmark or whatever, the people actually see the benefit of their taxes. Right?
Here, but that's reality.
Hang on. Here, because we support this massive military industrial complex that takes so much of our tax burden, that not affect my life in any positive way that I can identify.
Yep.
So, I can understand why people object to paying taxes if they don't see the personal benefit in their life. Where the fuck's my health care? Why can't my kids go to school? Blah,
Agreed.
blah. These are legitimate questions.
Why are the only things that I can get done on state dental health? The only things I can get done are cleanings and fillings. If I have to have a tooth removed, it's suddenly back on me. If I have to have a crown, it's suddenly back on me. A root canal, like all of that, like all of the actual fucking things that people need it for.
Potentially down two separate rabbit holes. The first is corporate lobbying, which is the real reason the people's voice is taken away and given less priority when it comes to discussions. And the corporate, the capitalism thing, free market enterprise will fix anything if given a chance.
That's bullshit. That has been proven for forever.
How fucking long is it going to take before it's obviously proven itself to be a lie and people start moving away from it as a fucking...
Well, Brian, I have the answer for you, and it won't be. You know why? Because it answers all the questions. Is that Americans as a group, individuals, we can be great, but as a group, we are fundamentally selfish people. We are very entitled. We are kind of intellectually lazy. And so the reason why we don't have these things that help everybody, because we basically have the attitude that other person, why should I put out any of my money to help that other person who isn't me? And that's less on the left, it still exists even on people on the left. So that's the thing. We have a fundamental sense of entitlement, and we are fundamentally selfish, and fundamentally lazy, mentally lazy. Because when Paul brought up a good point, what people don't see where their tax dollars are going. It's not that there aren't tons of artifices around beyond the military, but they don't look for them because they have no idea how their government functions. Again, how many people don't, the people that went out there and did this thing the other day, who were thinking that they could somehow change the result by doing what they're doing. They're like, no, there's literally that was a ceremony, and while you can have an objection, it wasn't going to give them the result that they wanted, even if they had been successful, because they don't have any fundamental functioning knowledge of the government. They don't know what the Constitution says and doesn't say. It's amazing listening to people. How about all the people that think that they have a constitutional right to not wear a mask? Again, selfishness. If people we don't look out for our fellow citizens.
Speaking of the ceremonial vote,
before you do, Dev, let the listener be fully conscious of the fact that mouthful, that tirade, that monologue came from on the topic of American privilege, yes, came from statistically one of the least privileged people on this panel.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and
let the listener be fully aware of the impact of what he just said about American attitudes.
Right, like our least privileged people still outclass the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Brian, you indirectly reminded me of something I wanted to talk about ever since the beginning, and that's the reverberations of everything, both internally and externally around the world. And fuck, I lost my train of thought again. God damn it.
Okay, so what I was going to say while Paul is trying to get back on the train, the vote, that ceremonial vote they took at the Capitol the other day that was interrupted by these people that they thought they could change, it can't, it's not 100% ceremonial. It can be changed. Things could have changed that day, only if there was multiple slates of electors sent by a state, which has happened. At that point, then that's when you have that 2-hour debate time. And then
to the uneducated, how would that situation? What does that situation mean, and how would it come about?
Well,
legitimately,
they do state by state, and I think they did it in alphabetical order. But they would say, like, here is from Arizona. Here's the slate, the X number of electors, and everything is, in form and correct and blah, 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 blah. There's a hypothetical where a state could send more than one slate. In this election, a couple of states, and I think Arizona was one of them, where they threatened to send an additional slate. So what would happen is they would come up and they would say, okay, so Arizona has sent the slate that seems correct and informed, blah, blah, but there's another slate. So then does anybody object? If somebody would have to object, then they would go to 2 hours of debate where they would say this is what was sent and why and blah, 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 blah. And then they would come to some kind of resolution by the time the 2 hours is up.
Where is the same legitimacy check on the second slate that there was on the first?
Well, that's part of the debate.
Yeah, that's part of the debate. That's why the debate. Which one are they going to choose?
Surely it's prerequisite to the debate.
It is prerequisite to the debate, yes, because basically the people with the alternate slate have to basically provide the evidence. The burden's on them to provide the evidence that theirs is the legitimate one and the other one is not.
Exactly.
That's why Pence going in said, he said he couldn't change anything because none of the states had sent an alternate slate. So because of that, he knew going in he could change nothing. But Trump, being Trump, told the whole world, oh, the vice president has the power to do this and that he doesn't have. Right. The only way he could have done anything would be if there was an alternate slate.
Right. And to that regard, so that's a good point. I'm glad Rob explained that, because here's the other thing too. And I've heard, again, people on our side of the political fence, and this is a kind of ignorance that makes my head explode. There were when the electors were certified in the various states. It was December 19th, I think it was. Basically there were people who thought that they were worried that the slate of electors would somehow, instead of voting for the ones that were supposed to vote for Biden, that would suddenly just vote for Trump. And because there's a lot of people who think that there's one slate of electors, and that based on the results of the election, that the electors then vote based on or they're supposed to vote based on what the popular vote in that state was. But that's not how it works. There's actually each candidate has a slate of electors selected by the campaign and the party. So these are party loyalists. So it's very rare for an elector to not vote the way they're supposed to. It has happened, and it probably happens almost, every couple of elections. There's like one or two, but it's never more than a couple votes. So the idea, though, that there would be this en masse wholesale change of votes, literally, it's theoretically possible, but as a practical matter would never happen, because if you as the candidate have selected that slate. So that's like, if I was running for president in New Jersey, just say you all lived in New Jersey with me and you're all party operatives, and I made you my electors for if I win New Jersey, and then you guys went down there to Trenton and said, fuck Joe. Yeah, Joe, we came here for Joe, but fuck Joe, we're going to vote for the other dude. That just doesn't happen.
Okay, yeah, I kind of get what you mean. There was an incident, I think it was Arizona, I'm not sure, but one of the states, at least one of the states, there was a bunch of Republicans that turned up to whatever government building it was where they were certifying the election, and the slated electors were making their votes. And they were like, we're here to do the electoral college duty. And they were like, no, sorry, you can't come in because all your state's electors are already in.
Yeah, I think that was Arizona. And Arizona also did send the paperwork saying there was an alternate slate. They sent it to the Library of Congress, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that whole process, I'm not sure it's legal, judging by things that Deep Ashtray said, that whole process they used wasn't legal, so it didn't matter anyway. But they sent the slate to Washington on paper as an alternate slate, and apparently that whole incident disappeared. So I'm assuming it just wasn't
Yeah,
legal.
it did. It just kind of disappeared. But the thing that really stood out to me, seeing that on the news, seeing that on the reports, was that from what I could tell as the viewer, the people that were there genuinely believed that their side had won and that they were there legitimately.
Right, and again, because it's this fundamental ignorance of the whole process. Because, like I said, in that case example I gave before, just say I was running against Paul, and Paul has his own slate of electors too. So basically, what in this case what's happening was that Trump electors tried to basically filibuster the process and put themselves forward as legitimate. But of course, that has to be certified by the state assembly. And it wasn't, so that's why what they did, why sending it to Congress, to the Library of Congress is illegal, because they circumnavigated the process in that state, which was to go to the state assembly and get it certified, which they didn't do.
The Electoral College turned them away.
Right.
Right. Okay.
The crux of the problem, like the entire fucking thing, is because this is an overly complex, ridiculous system.
Right.
A vote is one vote, one person, one. You just count the fucking votes.
And then that.
Well, here's the thing. Of all the systems that there are, at least all of your votes get counted. The system that the system that we have, it operates on a first past the post system.
What does that mean?
So the first candidate, to get over a certain number of votes,
wait, what?
is the winner.
What bullshit is that?
Right, but
that is the democracy that we have.
But
it's because they have more than one party, Sister Danger.
But isn't the post?
But no! Oh my God! Whatever you just said makes me so mad. Like what?
No. Isn't the post 50%?
I forget what it is. It's
The party with the most votes wins. So you can win the majority in parliament with like 37.5% of the popular vote.
Of the vote. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
But you can.
But that's because it's more than two parties.
That can happen here in the U.S. too. Bill Clinton did not get I mean, he got majorities in those states. But actually, the thing is, if you have three or more viable candidates, you remember in 92 and 96, Ross Perot was on the ballot. So there were several states that Clinton won, and some states that Bush won that nobody got 50%.
I think I heard something different than what Badger just said. I feel like I suddenly am in a different conversation than the rest of you guys seem to be having. So I misunderstood what you said.
Somebody in the chat earlier had said that Trump is going to start his own political party, he's going to be independent, and he's going to run. And I welcome that. I welcome that because that'll guarantee whoever the Democrat is, that'll guarantee their victory. Whoever it is.
Yeah, because the current Republican vote, which was 75 million, that will be split.
Yes.
On the other hand, the best possible thing that could happen to the Republican Party would be that they actually have to answer to the wider electorate instead of trying to appeal to a tiny minority who will all.
All the outcomes are good.
Agreed. That's what should happen.
Well, and what gets me is that I look at the mainline Republicans now that are like in a panic about what's happening to the party, and it's like we told you fuckers 16 years ago when you started, even 40 years ago when you started going after the right wing evangelicals, but about 16 years ago is when the Tea Party starts to emerge. And once the Tea Party starts to emerge and starts primarying out your old school conservatives, that was really the beginning of the end. And now they run the party. So your mainline, the old school conservatives, I didn't agree with them most of the time, but they were competent and they believed in America and they believed in democracy and they actually understood the functioning of government.
Right.
And I knew things were up when George Will left the party a couple of years ago. Because George Will, he was like arch conservative. He's like, William F. Buckley type, like old school, like economic conservative, economic libertarian, and all this. And but when he left the party, I knew the party was fucked, because basically that was the kind of the last of the intelligentsia in the party who actually had some principles.
I have a question for everybody, and it's prompted by a question that was or by a comment that was left in the chat. Shadow posted it. He says, "I think Trump is the final nail on the coffin of the Republican Party, and traditionally going anti-clockwise." So, Angel Writer, to you first. Do you think, or what do you think, the Republican Party, where do you think the Republican Party goes from here? Does it try to reshape itself after Trump, or do you think it will just say, okay, it's time now for a different party, a supposed different way to do politics that actually turns out to be the same way?
I think it will probably be a combination of both. I think you're going to have a lot of infighting. That's what I could basically see. I see some infighting. I see a power play there. I did see old guard fighting with the new guard. I'm not sure how long it'll last. As far as will the Republican still be a Republican Party? Yeah, but it's not going to be the same that I've remembered seeing the Republican Party. That's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the fact Lindsey Graham getting hounded in the airport said to me that he and others are going to fight back against Trump.
Okay, Dev.
I think the Republican Party is going to become a insurgency party. It's conservative ideology is going to fall. Fiscal conservative ideology is going to fall away. Mostly already has. It's going to be ruled mostly by extreme cultural conservatives and bigots. That's what's coming from that.
Okay, Sister Danger.
I'm hard pressed to think that classical Republican Party even is a thing. So its survival is a weird thing to, but like as we know it, right? I sort of see, I guess I see something of a division, right? Because I feel like it's been proven that there is a significant portion of the country that will jump onto the hardcore religious right-wing bandwagon. And I feel like there's enough momentum and enough activity that we've seen for that to continue to solidify itself, perhaps ultimately into its own kind of Tea Party, right-wing party thing.
It already is.
Well, yeah, but I think that what we mean when we say by is not does it exist on paper, but does it exist as an actual force in real politics? And I guess
I think it's both. I think it exists.
I mean, I don't think the Tea Party exists as a real force in politics. Sorry, I mean, Sarah Palin.
The current Republican Party. The current Republican Party is that the platform this year was whatever Trump says. That was literally their platform. So they literally threw out all their ideology, everything that had.
It's your turn now. It's your turn.
Everything that had to do with their ideology has been tossed out completely. So they are the Tea Party now. That's what's left. There's some stragglers, some hangers on that were old school Republican. But that's only because they have no other home. They don't know where else to go. Because they know if they go out and try to form a third or fourth party, that they have no political power. So they're sticking around because it gives them some power and a job.
So, do you think they will continue to side with Trump?
Yeah,
Joe.
absolutely.
Okay. Dev, you wanted to say something quickly before?
Yeah, I mean, I just, yeah, what the hell did I want to say? Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Got that funk.
Right. Well, I have a feeling that there's more to come. That is going to be very, very dark indeed, and it is going to be equally tied to Trump. Go ahead, Rob. I'll continue in a second.
Good. You can use that time to get your thoughts together. I think there's a possibility, and not a large, not a huge, massive possibility, but I think there's a possibility of a four-party system emerging. I think that would be good for the country if it did. But there is a possibility. It's possible that we could end up like drifting towards a place where there is Republicans and Democrats, progressives, like a progressive party, and the Tea Party.
Hang on.
The bullets will
Let
exist.
Let me just wrap my head around that. So basically, what you're saying is that there is a similar split happening in the Democrats as there is in the Republicans.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Which
Okay.
is
All
almost
right.
exactly where I was going to go, Rob. So that segues pretty nicely because here's the thing. I saw a quote from Lawrence O'Donnell, who's now an MSNBC guy, but he used to be a Democratic strategy guy working in the White House. And so before he was a media presenter, there's a clip of him basically saying that they don't have to make any appeals to the left because the left has no place else to go. Okay. I think the same is true in reverse when it comes to the right. Tea Party, maggots, whatever. If the because I know people seem to say, oh, Trump's got control of the Republican Party. He may have a lot of sycophantic cultists out there, but does he actually control the apparatus at the RNC? I don't think he does. The actual Republican establishment, which is that, if they because of this insurrection and the worst things that I think are likely to happen afterwards, they're going to try everything in their power to disassociate themselves from this maniac, right? And rebrand the party. And people who are on the far right, they don't have to appeal to them anymore because they've got no place else to go. I don't think there's going to be further parties. These people couldn't organize a fucking piss up in a brewery. All right.
Well, here's one thing too going forward. I think I agree with Rob that it would be good for the country if we had 4 or 5 viable parties, because then what you'd end up having, nobody would have enough to have complete control. You'd end up with coalition governments like they have in the UK very often. And what ended up happening is it would even be coalitions on issues. So what ended up happening is you might get 3 parties agreeing on one issue because they're 60-70% of the population. And then on another issue, it might be a completely different coalition. And I think that would actually be good and healthy because right now, people people within parties do too much because, tribalism or, because you have no choice. But going forward, as far as on the Democratic Party, in the Senate, I was trying to discuss with somebody earlier today. The most important person in the Democratic Party in the Senate is going to be Joe Manchin, because basically he's the most conservative Democrat in the Senate, and because he's in a conservative state, he's not going to agree with everything on the agenda. He's just not. So basically,
the senator from Alaska might be jumping ship. She'll become an independent, or becoming a Democrat.
And that would be great. But if that happens, that will disarm Joe Manchin a bit. But in the meantime, he's going to vote for.
I still have to finish Brian's question, and then I have to talk about Senator Murkowski from Alaska. So go.
Okay.
So sorry, and thank you, Paul, for interrupting that discussion. That was fascinating. But yes, Mike, what do you think is going to happen to the Republican Party as a result of Trump's most recent shenanigans? And my follow-up question: will you please play for us what you've been tinkering away with whilst you're answering? Because I have been bet in the chat room that your answer will not be a cappella.
Just sing us your answer, Mike.
There we go, please.
Dev will love this one.
You better fucking sing it. Let's say, oh yeah, all right. I want to hear notes put to that.
Okay. Well, I think that to answer Brian's question,
This agent
I noticed that Rob kind of went around saying Justice Democrats or even the Green Party, but I think the bones for that has been there for my whole life in the Green Party, and it seems like there's a great ability.
Sorry to interrupt you, Michael.
What?
Sorry to interrupt you, Michael. But this is a very long introduction with a cappella without the musical accompaniment. This hardly counts as the song that Paul requested. I'm just saying.
Which song did he request? Was it Freebird?
I want you to
no.
Sing your answer.
Sing your answer to my question, please. In 3, 2, 1.
Trump's gonna die. Republican Party's gonna die, and I'll outlive them.
Good answer. I don't know if it's true, but I like it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would agree with the sentiment of that song. If there's more that you would like to add,
it was like the Breakfast Club version of the squirrel, not Slappy the squirrel. Foamy the squirrel.
I would also. This is a matter of professional integrity for me, but I would also like your permission to actually use that as an interjection / jingle for use on my show.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Thank
I
you
think
very
that
much.
actually, speaking to which, I believe that StreamYard will now allow you to download each of our individual segments. So you could just download the AOD portion of this.
Oh, wow.
And yes, I got an email this morning talking about like things going on with StreamYard, and I was like, really? That's a thing I can do now? Awesome.
I have no idea how to properly use this thing yet.
I mean, me either, but whatever.
I want to say, we
a
talked
YouTube
about
video about
Murkowski
it.
a minute ago and how she might jump ship to the Democrats. And whilst when I was raising my kids, I used to sometimes say to my kids, it's never too late to do the right thing. I think I've been proven wrong. It's way too. I mean, I'm glad these people are doing the right thing, but quite frankly, no. I don't know. What do they think they're accomplishing other than, I mean, being on the right side of history right now, I suppose, is important enough. But I just want to throw fucking dead fish at these people.
Monty Python did that in the 70s.
I mean,
been there, done that.
You want to throw Hillary Clinton at them? What?
I mean, the thing is, I mean, it's very frustrating. The whole thing obviously is very frustrating. Beyond the anger that we all feel about what happened, but the feeling of the inability to get to do anything. The thing is, and I was literally just answering a person online that how little we can do. And I know Jack was like, political pressure. You can't change the rules, the laws, the Constitution. But to my answer to your question, Brian, is that the Republican Party is going to be. Yeah, I think they're already the Tea Party. I don't think they're going anywhere.
Okay.
Oh, but that brings me back. What I was going to say was, so these Murkowskis and all these people who are basically going, hey man, I realized I've seen the light, blah blah blah. Even including Bill Barr, who resigned like 2 weeks ago or whatever. And isn't it fair to assume that Bill Barr had some inkling of what was coming, and that's why he fucking got the hell out?
Possible.
I really heard Bill Burr, and I thought, fuck, that would be genius, right?
Yeah, but there is a clear and present danger in these people that are holding these positions close to Trump jumping ship at this point, because that leaves Trump in his slowly deteriorating psychological state to make appointments with people who are prepared to follow along with him to the bitter end.
I wouldn't put it past Trump if he's physically made it impossible for the cabinet to meet.
Yeah, well, one of the things that, and this is one of the reasons why Nancy Pelosi, as the Speaker of the House, actually reached out to the Joint Chiefs and basically said, make sure he can't launch nukes or initiate any military action. Because that's the thing. Only Congress can levy war. So they cannot, even though he's the commander in chief, they can say, now the only way a president can actually do any kind of military without the Congress legally, even though it happens all the time, is the War Powers Act, where basically they got 90 days to do whatever, and it has to be supposed to be in exigent circumstances, and then they have to go to Congress basically for permission to continue what they were doing.
With deep respect,
and
though,
he's only got 2
outside
weeks.
of the box of what's legal for Trump to do and what's not legal for Trump to do.
Right, but the thing is, if the chairperson of the Joint Chiefs isn't going to listen to him, then
fingers crossed.
And if he's offering a mission that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have been chomping at the bit to actually do.
I don't think they have. I think our Joint Chiefs do not like Trump and do not support him by and large. Yeah, I do not think our military is behind that dude, not by and large at all.
No,
even his appointees.
Yes.
No, because his appointees are civilian. They don't actually have. They're not the ones who actually order the troops around.
They're not actually in the chain of command.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Does the military know that?
Yes, they do.
Of course they do.
They're keenly aware of the chain of command.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that question is because earlier a bunch of you made the point that just because you're in the military, you don't absolutely clearly understand the difference between enemies, foreign and domestic. Actually includes yourself.
Well, and the thing is, I mean,
as it were,
the rank and file certainly don't know that, but the people at the you don't get to the Joint Chiefs.
You don't get to the Joint Chiefs without actually appreciating.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, I mean, the vast majority of people that serve at that level, they've done all of the things, regardless of whether or not they were, enlisted or otherwise. They still have in some way, shape, or form served in a combat or whatever. So they're not just like magically pulled from like the corporate world and then put into politics, right? Like they have that actual experience. So I mean, I think that anybody that's operating at a Joint Chief level definitely is like, they're a very good bellwether for.
That comment reminded me of a point I wanted to make earlier with regard to the attack on the Capitol on Wednesday. Yes, when it comes to Trump releasing secrets, he doesn't actually have to, because not only are the people that were you've got the people that were in there, people that were in Pelosi's office that were broadcasting straight from her computer. You've also got the possibility of absolutely anybody getting in there as part of the crowd and depositing any form of malware onto those systems using a USB drive. You've got all sorts of computers that are open with security passwords engaged, and channels into classified information.
Kill switch for all that.
That just need somebody who's just my level of savvy, okay, but not even my level, just savvy enough to know the copy drag this folder onto
Yeah.
this USB stick savvy enough to be able to come out of there with material that they could either sell on the black market once they get out of the country, or funnel up to Trump, or pass on to whoever the fuck they want to.
You
Yeah.
know what the super ridiculous part about that is that it would be so easy to do in the midst of chaos and to do relatively inconspicuously, or maybe not inconspicuous, but unidentifiably, right? Because in the midst of chaos where a whole bunch of stuff is going on, what more do you need than a ski mask and to not leave behind fingerprints? Than to get into somebody's computer, stick a USB into it, record, download a bunch of shit. You might not even know what you're downloading. You could be like, here's my family's Christmas pictures from from Pelosi to her aide, right? You might not even know that, but you're right. Like on the black market, somebody could purchase that.
That wouldn't be in a folder marked top secret or confidential or for your eyes only, and those are the obvious
we have
targets.
folders marked top secret.
Sorry, Paul's telling us to stop.
I'm just saying.
I have to address the comment. Everybody, I want everyone's opinion on this one.
Well, okay. I find it hilarious that the same people upset over the Capitol attack were excusing literal months of BLM Antifa burning cities, looting small businesses, and even murdering, David Dorn.
Okay, so that's obviously a quote from someone else, not necessarily Sailor Mercury, right? But that I've heard that kind of comment or comment.
Yes, so have I.
Ever since Wednesday. And someone else take a shot at it first. I'll go last.
I would just like to say categorically that I condemn those actions absolutely and unequivocally. And secondly, that I have not once defended those actions in public or private. I'm sad.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if someone can't differentiate the difference between actions that were protesting, oppression of a people and committing, acts of sedition against the government, they're lost. And then that's the thing, because as Brian said, most people condemn the looting, and we've tried to, and when we try to differentiate to say that the looters were not representative of the movement, you guys said, "Fuck you! You're all one group." So now live with this, right wingers. If you want to use your same logic, then all 75 million Trump voters and everyone who wanted to vote for him and didn't get around to it, you're all just as guilty because that's the same standard you use. So fuck you.
So
I would just add the countersill that it's not me that believes the lies that fall out of Trump's mouth.
No, I was talking to him, not you.
Well,
I was just adding on top of as a codicil to what you were saying.
Yeah, this Dave, I know about this David Dorn guy. He's kind of batshit crazy, conservative, whatever. But I think it doesn't matter what kind of protest or something you engage in. If you're going to do something that causes violence or you're going to destroy property or whatever, it goes on both sides. It doesn't matter what the cause is. If you're going to do something that bad, you should get punished. So it should be condoned. It should be, what we really should be upset about and we talked about this earlier, how the police were treating both of them. On one side of the BLM side, they were like their full military uniform and everything. Did we have that much on Wednesday? Not so much. And that's been the big complaint. And I think that's the thing we should be kind of up in arms about, really.
Well, exactly. Because if you think about it, in the case, as I pointed out several times on our jamborees, in places where the police did not engage the protesters, there was no problem. There was no looting. There was no arson. There was no fighting. No one was hurt. And basically, when the police came dressed for war, they brought war with them. This time, the police didn't dress for war, probably should have, and the people brought the rioters brought the war. So that's the difference. And again, if you can't see the difference there, you're kind of lost.
It's a very much a strong man, because 9 months ago, I made a video on my channel saying that I didn't like the fact that there were protesters at my Capitol that were protesting the lockdown, because they were out without masks, gathering. And then when the BLM protesters happened, people were like, well, are you going to be a hypocrite now? I'm like, no, I think you guys are spreading the disease. I want everyone to pay attention to social distancing and all of the shutdowns, and don't gather in groups like that. I again say this about the storming the Capitol. Those fuckers aren't wearing masks. That's a super spreader event. All of them to me have been super spreader events. Now, as far as the crimes, I even said that those who set fires to cop cars, I hope that their pictures are taken and that they're tracked down later and arrested. I said the same about the lockdown protesters who were at my Capitol who put bullets in the side of the Capitol building in Denver. I said, I hope that they got a good look at them and they go arrest them in some circumstance where the police are going to face less of a resistance, like find them at their work and drag them out, right? Same thing with these protesters. I get that the police pulled back because they didn't want a bloodbath at the time, but I hope every damn one of them that went in there and touched anything in that Capitol building, that they get found and prosecuted, and that the police endure the least amount of resistance as possible. Find them at the dinner table, find them at their place of work. Please don't have a fucking shootout with them.
Right.
I want the least amount of death possible that we can have, and everyone to face justice.
Plus, during BLM, how many times did we see cops shooting bullets, shooting beanbag rounds, and all these other, shooting tear gas grenades at people who were not rioting, who were not looting, who were literally just protesting? And that's why I was going nuts once the curfew was in place. They put that 6 p.m. curfew, because in New York City during BLM they put in a curfew. And now, look, we all know this: if it's a 6 o'clock curfew, you got to start moving several minutes before the curfew goes into effect, or else you're going to be on the street, or you're going to be violating curfew. So they were shooting people with tear gas and beating people up and rounding them up before the curfew was even in effect. But the other day, it took almost 2 hours, but after curfew was initiated, before they started moving people out. 2 fucking hours. And so a lot of the insurrectionists were basically laughing because they're like, what curfew? Fuck you, ha ha ha. We're just gonna stay here because the cops aren't doing anything.
I don't know of anybody, and I don't remember anybody ever excusing fires and riots and looting. Not one. No one. I can't think of a single person who excused or did not condemn it. What we did, though, was point out some facts. Things like a lot of the violence came from right-wing elements that showed up. Cops that were off-duty from different cities breaking windows. Right. Cops showing up in like they were dressed for war, like Joe said, and they brought war with them. And when the cops weren't there, the protests were peaceful. I remember that. I remember that, or I recognize that a few buildings on a block is not an entire city. I am not aware of any cities in this country that burned. I can't think of any. This summer, there was not a single city in this country that burned. Sorry, hyperbole isn't going to get you real far.
Right.
But as far as Wednesday, the insurrection, you can't compare Black Lives Matter or any of the protest or riots over the summer. You cannot compare that with sedition and treason against your country. They're not in the same category. They're not the same thing. A protest is exercising your First Amendment right. Sedition is an act of war against your country. Right. These are very different things. And the fact that anybody brings them up and says, oh, well, what about this and what about that? These are apples and oranges. These are completely different things. And you're kind of a piece of shit for even asking the question.
Right. And I would say, as someone who's probably the most, I won't say forgiving is not the right word, but the most understanding of whatever violence did happen on BLM side. My point there was like, well, if you're upset about property damage, why aren't you at least as upset about the cops killing citizens without cause and not being held accountable? Because that's the thing. There's a difference between primary violence and reactive violence. So if you punch me in the face and I punch you back, you can't cry foul.
Right.
Also, I just want to point out that you're comparing what happened at the Capitol on Wednesday to something that a minority is doing, right? And it is apples and oranges here. The closest analog, actually, is the attempted kidnapping of Governor Whitmer in Michigan. That's the closest analog. And look at what's happening to those people. I expect exactly what's happening to those people to happen to the people who stormed the Capitol, right? But I figured this out like yesterday when Misty was happy to hear the term vanilla ISIS being used basically to be a pejorative against all of those people who stormed the Capitol. And then Al Qaeda, right? And that's comparing what they did to another minority group and their terrorism. Fact is, those minority groups do far less terrorism domestically than white people. And it's actually like, it's horrible for them to be compared to us.
Right.
Like 5 times as much domestic terrorism happens from the white guys. We are the ones who should maybe be profiled.
Well, that's why my favorite ones are not vanilla ISIS or anything like that. I like Cosplatriots. I think that's very appropriate and doesn't disparage. I thought that was brilliant. I laughed for like 5 minutes when I saw that one, Cosplatriots. And the other one was Gravy Seals.
Sister Danger, you still haven't had a chance to answer the question.
I know, but I've become aggravated to the point that I don't want to.
Sorry.
Who aggravated you, Amy? Who? Show us on the doll where it hurts.
Really? Is that the fight that you want to pick right here on the show?
Yes.
Probably. In reality, yes, but in practicality, no.
Mm-hmm.
I missed what was the question? I looked away. I was looking at the chat for a second. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to Exiled and giving her all of your best wishes. She's just tuned in.
The chat.
So she's now watching. Yes, she's just arrived in chat. And I'm lowering my voice so that I don't give her
the original question
leg dysphoria.
The original question from Sailor Mercury, I find it hilarious the same people upset over this thing. I wish I could find it hilarious. I don't, because it's actually a real thing. So my mom, she lives in Maine, and the vast majority of Maine, not actually dissimilar to Washington. The metropolises are Democratic, and they make the state Democratic. And then everywhere else, it tends to be somewhat ignorant and red. And they seem to, based on the comments and the people that I see talking on her Facebook page, have reflected, because I literally made a comment either earlier this morning or last night. It's sort of hard to tell because my time's super fucked up right now, but sometime in the last 24 hours I made this comment it's like, Mom, your friends don't even know what the word Antifa means. They truly honestly believe that the MAGA hats that did this insurrection were Antifa. And I'm like, what are these people even talking about?
They're FA. They're not Antifa. They're FA.
They're, yeah, they're just the FA. And I finally made a comment because I find it shocking to the point of not even humorous anymore. How can anyone truly possibly believe or even be honestly deceived? How not ignorant? I cannot even give it the space of ignorance. You have to be a fucking moron to believe that all of those people at the Capitol wearing their hats, running around with their American flag painted on their face like they're at a sports game, okay, or whatever, were somehow Antifa.
Whoa, I've been waiting for the whole time to answer my own question.
It's unbelievable.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I don't even know what the question was.
All these comparisons to
It was more of a comment that we responded to than a question. Is to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, all the protests. The people were a lot of people have been comparing, the assault on the Capitol to rioting over the summer and whatever. That was what we started on, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
Which,
Yeah.
by the way,
Yeah.
I don't condone that on any side. I agree with you on that, Badger. Don't condone it.
No, that's fine. But for me, I agree with what Brian said at the beginning. I'm on record. My channel's 10, 11 years old, whatever. And I have many times have stated out loud and openly that I only think violence is acceptable if it's in self-defense or defense of the defenseless, right? An old lady or a child, that kind of thing, right? And I can't even tell you or overstate how strongly I think that's the case. So obviously rioting is not okay to me. Punching someone in the face is not okay to me. So rioting is completely out of the question, right? So there's that. And I want to back up, even though Peter's left. I mean, Peter made a video, I guess maybe yesterday, which basically someone made the same point to him about the whole BLM. Please point me to the video of you criticizing the BLM rioters or whatever. And he's like, I'm sorry. It should be obvious that I don't support that. Why you would presume I support that because you've never seen a video of me? Go, fuck yourself. You can't possibly do that. You can't possibly say to every single thing that happens, I don't support this. On the other hand, I think it's certain things. There's people out there to get to your point, Sister Danger. There's a lot of these fucking yazoos on the fucking internet right now. Not only are they saying, I did it, but they're pissed the fuck off that the politicians are trying to blame it on Antifa. They're pissed. They want credit.
It's unbelievable.
Duty.
It's unbelievable. Sorry, go ahead.
My sister actually knows a number of people who went to Washington. A number of them were inside the Capitol building. They were part of the group. Some of them saw the one girl get shot, and they are actually saying it was Antifa. And they were like right there. They were in the midst of it. What was that?
So they think they're Antifa? I was there.
I think what it is I think what it is right. They don't want to take the blame for it.
Well, see, that's the thing that's kind of bizarre because on the one hand, there's people mad that Antifa's getting any sort of blame, and then there's others that are deflecting and trying to blame it on Antifa. Oh, it's plants and all this kind of stuff. But it's again, that to me that's so weird. So they can't even make up their mind. And once again, that cognitive dissonance of like, they have two different, or for I asked one person today. I said, well, if it was Antifa, then why did at least initially Trump went out there and was like, "Oh, we love you." So would he say that to Antifa? And I'm sure everyone saw the well cropped and doctored photographs that were supposedly, so here's the proof that they were, Antifa. When it turns out, in some cases they may have been at a thing, but they were there as counter protesters or agitators. But that's again, it's the right wing mind. They'll hold 3 or 4 different contrary positions.
What I have to offer Amy is that the number of actual people who feel like they are a member of Antifa is, in my mind, somewhere around 100 per state, right? But if you ever saw a video of them during the summer protesting and breaking things and stuff, they were wearing masks. Nobody who stormed the Capitol wore a mask. Now, they either wore masks because they were hiding their identity or because of, coronavirus concerns. But they definitely wore masks. You can tell political affiliation right now by who's wearing a mask and who's not. Right. Not like a buffalo head with Viking fucking masks. Because you know what? That guy, he got arrested. They figured out who he was, and he got arrested today. Oh, Antifa are worried about getting arrested. These guys were not. They were dumb.
Their excuse when they wear a mask is, we're afraid that Antifa is going to dox us.
Well, here's
That's
the thing.
Always their public excuse, right? So,
here's the thing. if you're fool enough to think that you're going to get away with something just by wearing a mask, then for the love of Pete, don't also be fool enough to wear a T-shirt that proudly declares your affiliations.
Right? Like, Revolution 0106.
Yeah, QAnon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, again, their excuse. Some of them is excuse.
6
Well,
million weren't enough.
they're donning that to kind of make those look bad. But the thing is, okay, I looked up Horns guys. Jake Angeli. He's a well-known QAnon guy.
Mhm.
So
Exactly. These guys are well known.
I would like to discuss. I mean, you touched on it just now. How these people who stormed the Capitol were profoundly unafraid of being killed or arrested. Do you think that's just because the cops weren't in riot gear, or has there really been some sort of inside tip-off that will come out after investigations get underway?
Can I grab that one first?
I'm just going with Occam's on this, and you can go ahead and go. If you don't get what I said, then
some of those who work forces are the same that burn crosses. That's all I need to say.
I would just like to say that the fact that it runs alongside people being stood down rather than stood up, that speaks to some form of order being sent down from the top.
So,
be it from the White House or some
How did the people
subordinate.
know that was going to happen?
So in the QAnon boards,
Well,
was a lot of this
fairly
going along where they were kind of planning between each other. What they're doing now is they're matching people with facial recognition software, but also matching their cell phone location. And what they're seeing is people flew in from all over the country to participate in this protest. 2 police officers in Seattle, in particular,
yep,
doing that story. Just like Joe said, some of those who work forces, right? The fact that this lady that got shot, Ashley Babbitt, she was a 14-year veteran. The way that they were coordinating on the QAnon boards, it was a concerted military effort.
It was coordinated.
It was coordinated.
Yeah, I do think the core of it was coordinated, and then there was just people who were like, "Yeah, I support the thing." But I do think that there would have been nothing to support if there was not a core of coordination.
I think you'll find the majority of the
doesn't
people
explain their lack of fear. You could see it on the videos. None of those people were afraid of getting shot, even after someone got shot.
I actually don't.
Whoa.
I actually blame that though on like the sheer ignorance, the sheer disassociation of the general American from an actual violent environment. So even those people who are like, my guns and my rights, those people still live in an America that is, compared to other countries around the world, radically crime-free, right? Like you're safe, you can go about, you could carry your weapons, you could they don't live a life where if you walk down the street, you're afraid you're gonna step on a bomb and it's gonna blow you up, or somebody's gonna come out of the hills and there'll be a firefight, right? They don't live in that place. And so these people have an idea of what war or fighting means in their head, but in reality, they've never lived that thing. So when they go to the Capitol for their insurrection, right, they're walking around in safe America. The actual
I can guarantee you, yeah, that the majority of the people that never went anywhere near the Capitol, who were there in the crowds outside, who never went inside, I can guarantee you that the vast majority of them went home that day thinking, I was involved in a peaceful protest. I did nothing wrong.
Well, here's another thing, though, too, as far as Safe America goes. Again, because they're in the majority. They're white. They're probably Christian.
That's why I use the word, Joe.
And again, that goes right to
and
the
because America is actually safe. The
for
insane
you. For you.
Whoa. For you compared
No,
to
it's
the rest of
not.
the world. Yes. Is it more safe for me? 100%. It's probably more safe for me than every motherfucking one of you sitting on this panel right now, because I'm a woman and all I have to do is be like, oh my God, and like somebody will run to my goddamn rescue every time, no doubt. But America in general, as a whole, like society, compared to other places in the world, is a radically safe place to be. Like
bullshit. Bullshit.
Look at the numbers. Don't argue me. Argue numbers.
I've spent over a month. I spent over a month in England.
I would like to say something.
No, bullshit. I spent over a month in England, and I did not feel that fear 1 second. I've been almost the entire country of England, and I did not feel fear 1 fucking second the entire time I was there. Don't fucking tell me.
So
I will fucking tell you, because I have been to the country of England, actually, and Scotland for months, as a matter of fact. And I'll tell you what, walking around the middle of fucking weird ass London as a woman, not so feeling safe. Doesn't matter where I am.
Can I just raise a peacekeeping gavel for a second?
Look at the fucking stats. Is the point I'm making?
As a Brit, I would just like to interject here and say that we do have our own problems. But as Americans, just the sheer fact that you are American, you will receive a different experience here than anybody else in the world, regardless of your gender, your ethnicity, anything. The sheer fact that you're American, you will be treated as an American in this country.
Is that good or bad? I mean, you didn't quite.
My experience.
It's consistent.
Whether it's good or bad depends on what's going on in America at the time.
Exactly. It's consistent with what goes on in America at the time.
100%.
There's over 10,000 gun murders a year in the United States per capita. That dwarfs everywhere except the Middle East. Don't tell me it's safer here than other places.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was, someone got shot, and the crowd didn't disperse. There was a gunshot, and somebody got shot, and blood splattered, and the person went to the floor, presumably, or onto other people, and the crowd did not scatter. And typically, when there's a gunshot, crowds scatter. So these people were aware they were being shot at, and someone got shot, and were not afraid. And that, to me, is kind of worrying. Either they knew it wasn't
well for what's coming in the next week or two.
Well, right. I mean, either they knew it wasn't serious, or they went in there knowing what to expect, and that there would be kind of a response.
Well, the day before, Alex Jones had a really impassioned speech where he said, you know, that some people might get hurt, basically. And he was calling upon God to bless Donald Trump and their movement. And it was one of those things where you felt like some of these people religiously thought if they die, okay, because they're going to heaven.
What in the... That's Al-Qaeda. Like, that talk is Al-Qaeda. That's fucking terrorist talk. Like, it's okay if you died because you did it for, like, God or what. What?
That's literally exactly the right. That's exactly out of the book.
That's what they say. They're like, you know, that's straight up like kamikaze Al-Qaeda. How can they not see that? Like,
it's not just Al-Qaeda. There are Christian sects of similar mind.
That's our point.
Yeah. Now, Exile just brought up a very pertinent point with regards feeling safe in the UK. The cops here, as a general rule, don't shoot people on the street randomly for civil disturbance or traffic stops, or
I don't think
the only time you're going to see an armed police officer in this country is around government and at points of entry.
I don't think the U.S. I disagree with Sister Danger. I do not think that the U.S. Globally, when compared to other countries, I do not think we're that is that safe. I mean, there are other countries that actually tell their citizens that traveling to the United States is dangerous. We are one of the countries that's on the list for travel safety
Only
precautions.
for certain places.
No, the whole country is.
The only places in the world that have higher violent crime rates than us are the Middle East.
There are certain demographics in the country that have an easier time than others. A white male, a cis hetero white Christian male is the safest thing to be in America. But it begins dropping pretty rapidly after that.
As a cis white male, I would have to say that uppermost in my mind when entering your country was, whatever it is, do what the policeman says. That was always uppermost in my mind. I started to relax after about a month or two. Yeah. But whenever I entered your country, my mind was always on high alert for what the man with the gun said.
Because I feel like that's interesting because so when I was in Paris, I went to Paris, I don't know how many years ago. Through a weird set of circumstances, I literally spent the entire night, like a 24-hour period. I had meant to go to Mass at Notre Dame on Christmas Eve night in Paris. And I did do that, but it resulted in me not being able to get back to where I was staying. And I was out all night alone in Paris with no way to get back to where I was going because the metro, which is the UK version of the underground, it shuts down at like 2 a.m. or whatever it is. And I was unable to get back to where I was going. I was stranded in Paris overnight. And I tell you what, you don't feel safe, but also at the same time, you are not in the wildlands. You're not in the Wild West of civilization.
I would offer up that, maybe there's other reasons not to feel safe in Paris. I wouldn't know because I've never been. However, when you're a foreigner, and you don't even have to really be foreign, you can just be a fish out of water, and you look out of place in certain places. Like when I had my shop down in Cornwall, which is at the southwest corner of Great Britain, I could tell the Northern English on holiday walking around Cornwall. You can spot them from down the street. Oh, there's a Northerner.
Sure.
I don't have to hear their accent. You can tell.
People didn't know I was American.
Polish.
Hear me talk.
You'd also be able to distinguish between the person that lives there and the tourist. Depending on the way they behaved, even if the accent was exactly the same.
Yeah, you 100%. Like nobody here is Jason Bourne. Okay,
you don't have a support network.
And I guess my point is that I really truly think that in general, when I leave my house at the middle of the night at 2 a.m. in the morning, and I feel comfortable enough, right, to walk to the Minute Mart, right, I am living in a society that has managed to establish a level of peace that I am, because it is the thing that has always existed, I am unaware of what it means.
Okay.
And I think that this is most Americans. And it's not just me. I literally drive around till 4 a.m. in the morning, sometimes doing deliveries, and there's people everywhere. None of those people that are like doing whatever they're fucking doing at 3 in the morning feel.
So statistically speaking, right, the U.S. is one of the most violent countries on the planet. That's it. Just is what it is. And number two, anyone who is not in their home area, territory, geographic location, and stranded feels unsafe. Everyone. Doesn't matter where, it doesn't matter. If you're not where you normally are and you're suddenly stranded, you're vulnerable because you are vulnerable. So you feel vulnerable. It's scary. That's everyone, no matter where you are. And number three, you traveling around in your immediate area, in your geographical home, and feeling safe is also normal, but it's also a false sense of security. It only feels safe because you're home.
That is my point. False sense of security.
But the point is it's not really safe. It just feels safe.
Right.
That was her point. She said it was a false sense of security.
It is false, right? It is false.
Yeah.
But that's right. Those people in their place, they feel a level of security because, generally speaking,
right. Generally speaking, the U.S. is safe, but it's not.
But then they go to another place they take their sense of security with them, and they're like, surely this, like, is it a real thing? Like, it isn't actual in their heads, is my point. They have a disassociation between the reality of that thing and how they envision that thing.
And the point I was making earlier is that on arrival in the United States, I had the exact opposite. I was acutely aware that my safety depended on compliance, and it took a while for that to dissipate and for me to feel safe. And I only felt safe. I only felt safe when I was with people that I was familiar with.
And that's my experience every day. I don't feel safe even at home.
I so got to jump into this because I lived by myself in South Korea, and I can speak from the white woman perspective because, you know what, it's not only depending on how you're perceived, but our media, our movies. A white woman in another country, especially as Asian, is perceived to be someone who's free and sexually free and all this stuff. I had a student say that. And I said, where in the world did you get that? And he said, from like movies or TV. And I looked at him and I said, don't you dare even say that because that was so false and so equivalently wrong. Now, living in
culture, though.
Yeah, but that's the perspective. But the point is, here's the thing. When I lived in South Korea, I actually felt more safe there than I actually do here. And it also depends on the neighborhood that you live in. Okay? If you live in a neighborhood where you know there's going to be a perceived threat, yeah, you're going to feel unsafe. You're going to want to be with people. If you're going to be a place where you are safe, yeah, it's not that. It's of course, yes.
Somebody made a very good point in the chat room. Two things can exist at once. Yes, it's possible for some Americans to feel safe all the time. And yes, it is also possible for some people, including visitors, to feel unsafe unless they are with people that they are comfortable with.
And on top of that, in addition to that, there are some people who are not safe most of the time. Now, and the point I was trying to make, why, see, they felt safe with the police because they are not, for two reasons. They are generally not the target of the police. And there are sympathies within the police because, again, the FBI has looked at this. The FBI has looked over the last 30 years that right-wing white supremacists have infiltrated police departments around the entire country. So, of course, they feel safe with the police. Even when someone just got shot in front of them, they're so used to being safe that I don't even think it registered with them.
Yeah.
I think people need to recognize, though, there's a distinction between being safe and feeling safe. I mean, these are different things. I mean, seem to be
that was a point. That was the point I was about to make.
To the feeling of safe, then, that is perhaps a very good clarification. I should say the feeling of safety, because that's what I think they are probably operating on.
I was about to give you an anecdote that demonstrated that 100%. One time when I visited exiled in El Paso. We drove up through New Mexico to visit Mike up in Colorado. And on that journey up, we were stopped by Border Patrol in New Mexico. And I was terrified. Yeah. So was exiled.
What were you afraid was going to happen?
I was afraid that I had brought the wrong documents. I hadn't brought my passport with me because that was the document that he asked for. And
That
all I
would
could
terrify me.
I could do was produce for him my UK driving license.
I
And
would feel scared.
we had to sit there whilst men with guns, one of them, I believe, stood nearby, whilst the other one went and checked with somebody higher up the chain of command,
Yep.
yeah, on the validity of the document that I had given him. And he came
You're
back.
playing in the hands of strangers with guns.
Yeah, exactly. My
No,
fate
I
at the
can
hands
sympathize. I
of
can
strangers
sympathize.
with guns, relying on their ability to see the legitimacy of a document that I take for granted.
Yeah, no, I actually totally agree with that because I've gone to Canada however many times. I'm only 2.5 hours away from it, right? And I've been stopped at the border. Well, what looks like a van that could have literally had meth spray painted on the side of it was like waved through in front of me. And then they stop my car, they pull me aside, and then I have weird border patrol searching my car for I don't know what, interrogating my friends about why she has a box knife when she works at Amazon in the shipping department, right? Like,
Yeah.
why do you have a ring that's a little razor on the inside? And I'm like, did you see like the fucking meth van in front of us? What the hell, right? But here they are, like searching our car, searching everything, you know, and all you can do is sit there and go, I hope, like, you feel like you're on the leniency of their mercy, their personal mercy.
On the way back, it was a completely different story. We didn't even stop. We just drove through a line of sensors.
Don't even care. Yeah, it's crazy and random.
Yeah,
and
it was one way. It was the direction into New Mexico from El Paso.
I mean, I guess I just
on
feel
the
like
way back, they didn't care.
Even given those experiences, like for you, for me, for anybody.
And I'm not Mexican, just as a clue.
Which is, I mean, kind of unfortunate because I like enchiladas and burritos, but and actually it's literally to this day like my biggest complaints about being in London. I was like, there was not a fucking Taco Bell, not in the entire city of London, and I was lucky if I could find something like an Azteca anywhere that was open past 8 p.m. So I was super irritated about that because I love Mexican because I'm on the West Coast. So, anyway, that was an aside. But I mean, like, my point is that I guess I just think that we, even like in the UK, in the United States, like in basic European countries, have an idea of security that is radically different than many other places in the world. And when people went to the Capitol to do their little insurrection thing, some of them are probably just completely disassociated with what it actually means to engage in something like that.
But I think the overall point we're making,
they don't know anything other than that.
And I think what part of the overall point here is that those mechanisms, to all intents and purposes, appear to have been, if not turned off, dialed back.
I mean, I would agree with that too. Like, even dialed back, though, to some of them, it was still like, my God, it was super shocking, right? Even dialed back, it was shocking to them.
Well, because they think they are the law. It's just like those guys, those yahoos that chased down the jogger and killed him. Because, again, they think, and all the Karens we see around the country calling the police over minor bullshit, because basically there's this entitlement, which I've been, talking about the whole time, ironically. It's not surprising, and that's the thing that when we try to compare the two, the BLM versus this, it's very important to compare it because it's not an accident that the police response is different. It's not an accident that the police were fewer and only one officer discharged their weapon.
And it also highlights the fallacy as well. Okay.
That's right.
Because the fallacy.
There were some that were actually moving barricades to allow them through.
Right.
Yeah, on Wednesday, yes, absolutely. But the fallacy that it uncovers, is when you look at the representation on the police force. Now, from my perspective in the UK, from the pictures that I see, you have a reasonable disbursement of non-white policemen. Yeah. And in a lot of cases, I've seen them be just as guilty of the same biases as their, as their white counterparts.
Go along to get along.
There's a reason people compare the cops to gangs, Brian. All right. There's an awful lot of similar behavior. The cop badge is a shield for a reason.
Yeah, but it should not be a shield against illegal activity.
Of course, it should. There's loads of reforms that needs to go on. I mean, the complicity with what happened on Wednesday has to be urgently addressed. Are our politicians even safe right now when they go back to work?
Not really.
Yeah. As we mentioned, as we touched on earlier, it all depends on who's giving the orders. And this is
What do you think would happen if this little seedling or whatever, this little spark, actually managed to grow, and then things couldn't happen? Like, sorry, you said Parliament went back to session, and I literally almost repeated after you. But I mean Congress. I'm pretty sure you said Parliament. If you didn't, my brain heard Parliament. but what I mean is Congress. Oh, maybe you did. No, I was saying, I think I thought Garth said Parliament, like Parliament back in session, but maybe I meant, I don't know. What I'm just trying to say is, if our people couldn't go back into session, and what happened to AOD, by the way? He just disappeared, like Ciabatta.
He's coming back. He's just off camera. He's going on to another room.
If they couldn't go back into session because of this, like, what do you actually think would happen in the country?
If what?
If Congress hadn't been allowed, if order hadn't been restored and they couldn't actually get in there to meet.
Yes.
They don't have to actually meet in the Capitol building. They can work remote. They can do stuff remotely. They have before, and particularly since COVID, they've actually increased their ability to operate elsewhere.
Correct, but the outward public statement that they are not able to go into the physical building in which they are supposed to work because it has been occupied by insurrectionists is super powerful. So regardless of the fact that they can, they can meet on Zoom, that is a significant thing. And
that is part of the statement that I was referring to, that your country is currently making to the world.
Well, I mean, it cuts both ways, because the one message is that in spite of whatever shenanigans are going on, that the government persists and continues to operate in spite of any dangers.
And unfortunately, that aspect is what Trump has used to fuel the deep state conspiracy theory.
Yeah, true.
So, I mean, on the one hand, we're all kind of relying on it to work and operate and address this situation. And on the other hand, the situation we're addressing is citing that as part of the problem. And he's got an awful lot of people that are agreeing with him. And to be perfectly honest, your reputation abroad interfering with other people's politics kind of lends weight to the argument. So I don't really know where I'm going with this. Somebody jump in and save me.
Well, I think it's just that it's going to be a kind of a scary time because there's the uncertainty because we don't know. It could grow, it could fizzle. Either is I would say probably equally likely at this point.
And you know what? I wish more than at any point in time in the course of fucking history that we actually could. If you don't like the way it is in America, then you can get the fuck out. I would like to, actually, as a matter of fact. I would be so excited to live someplace else in the world and not have to pay taxes to America. That would be actually super cool. I mean, I might want to move back to America eventually because, like, this is my homeland and it's where I'm familiar with. But I would be okay to move abroad. And hey, who knows? Maybe I might stay there. That would be super cool. Like, get some fucking culture, right?
That's just missing a yawl. Paul, sorry.
Yeah, so I've got a question for the group, right? Okay, starting with AOD and working around counterclock. What should be? Let's just say Congress impeaches Trump and the Senate actually convicts him because what the fuck have they got to lose at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that happens. What should be the actual consequences for Trump?
Well, I would say that there's so many different things he needs to be charged with. And I think the first charge sticking is the most important so that all the other cases can happen without him being a flight risk. But as far as what Sister Danger was saying, it did remind me that as a guy with white privilege, when I saw those people storming the Capitol, I was thinking they should just go back to their own country. And then I saw that they were flying the Confederate flag, and I was like, oh, they don't have one.
Shit, son. Not funny. That's fucked up.
Well, I think as far as what should happen to him if he's removed, well, there's actually two separate avenues. One is what Congress can do, and what the Department of Justice can do. Mm-hmm. Basically, the limit of what Congress can do is to remove him from office, disqualify him from holding office again, and they can, cancel his pension and all those fun things. That opens him up to criminal prosecution by the Department of Justice for any huge number of federal crimes. And on top of that, there are state crimes, at least in New York and probably in Florida, at least, that can also be prosecuted. So it's really a parallel thing.
If I had my way in like my perfect world, he would also be opened up to a civil litigation from everyone who lost anyone to the coronavirus after a certain.
Holy shit! Can you imagine a 350-person civil lawsuit against Donald Trump for that?
350,000.
Yeah, that's what I meant. 350,000. That's what I meant. Like,
so far, just based on his own dereliction and how they're just like a class action lawsuit, where like he loses everything, it has to become a poor person. That's what I want.
It's the type of thing that you see, like a class action lawsuit come on down from like T-Mobile or something, where they're like, you were a customer of ours during this time where we committed this oops, and now you're entitled, right? Fuck, that would be so beautiful. Sorry, Badger.
It's okay. I was just reading the chat, and Shadow has come up with the quote that I would have to put on some old-time Boston accent to do it full justice. You would jeopardize the Republic to crown an orange a king?
I thought they meant like by Boston, like you would jeopardize the Republic to crown somebody the king. What? Isn't that more?
Yeah, but with regards to the question itself, where's the cue card?
Consequences.
What's the prognosis?
Trump's consequences be if, in fact, he does get impeached and kicked out?
If he does get impeached and the Senate votes against him, That's correct. That was the question. Okay. Well, I know the vote is on Friday, but even if it wasn't, by my understanding, even if the debates on the floor threaten to go on, because no doubt the Republicans are going to want to discuss the so-called stealing of the election, etc. Plus, there'll be the usual filibustering, etc. And all of that stuff. So, if that were to take place, because I remember the last impeachment dragging on for a while, it would drag on into a situation where the Senate does actually have Democrat control. So I can see some benefit for that scenario unfolding, but unfortunately, that's not encased in the question. I think ultimately, as you have explained to me, if convicted and kicked out of office by the Senate, he automatically loses his pension, according to this third vote that you said happens, or was it the fourth vote? The third vote.
Third vote.
Okay, so we're presuming that he lost that vote as well. So he's no longer part of the ex-president's club, so he can't use that for leverage in the future. He doesn't have his pension. He can't peddle himself legitimately as the ex-president and continue the grift that way. Fair enough, his kids could somehow find, well, given that his son is probably also going to be up on charges at some point.
One can
I don't
only hope.
know. But Biden has said two things. He has said not only does he want to see legal retribution because healing the country is vital, and I agree with him on that. Healing the
Yep.
country is vital,
Mm.
because the only way to get anywhere is to pull together, as you clearly demonstrated with the moon, etc. But at the very least, Trump being at the top of this sedition pyramid, he
What
should.
would his consequences be, though?
The consequences, it depends how strict you want to be with the letter of the law regards the death penalty.
If it was up to
That-
you, I'll put me in charge.
Okay, well, I'm putting myself into Biden's head right now, and I think at that point, I would probably, being me, have to pardon him. Whether Biden feels the same way, I think is highly likely, given some of the other things that he said. But he has said, let Congress decide. So if impeachment does happen, then he appears more than willing to go along with it. And if the Senate, because I believe the Senate is also empowered to confer sentence.
No, the Senate will convict him if the House impeaches him. The Senate will have to convict him.
Okay.
And if that happens on the spot, he's no longer president, because to preside over the Senate hearing, the Chief Justice
Okay.
of the chamber presiding. And so if
So in that case,
the Senate, the Chief Justice can swear in the Vice President on the spot, because the Vice President is already there as the President of the Senate. So that it's not like they have to wait and go check with Trump to make sure he's going to go. They can do it on the spot.
No. Absolutely. Okay. So, but with regards the death penalty for all the sedition and being at the top of the chain, that is something that's an additional proceeding that would have to take place afterwards. Whether or not the Justice Department goes that route, I don't know. Personally, I would like to see him rot in jail for the rest of his life.
Me too.
I would also like to see the what is it you call it? There's a thing that you RICO. That's it. I think that family qualifies for racketeering if anybody does.
Hey, Brian, can we let everyone else in the panel answer the question as well?
Sorry. Yes, I'll shut up. Well, there you go.
I
Rot
was
in jail,
just
and
waiting.
everybody else pays the consequences.
I thought it was Angel's turn next.
Yeah. Okay. So for me, definitely, I think he should get the fullest extent of the law for sure. I think Trump should get the consequences. I would love to see him get some public humiliation. I would love to see that. There's no more worse punishment than seeing somebody publicly humiliated. He's done it to other people. Let's see people do it to him. It's something, just the same way, and see how he likes it. That would be one addition I'd add to that.
What would that look like to you? What do you think would be the most humiliating? Trump?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Probably because he's dumb. Twitter has already done it.
Right.
True. That's true. Yeah, something media wise. I'm not quite sure, but there has to be something. Oof, I don't know. That one I don't know. I can't think of anything with that. But yeah, I think you're right, Sister Danger. I think it's already happened. He's been stripped away of his social media stuff. Why not strip him away of all media stuff, all access to media? That would be punishment enough.
Everything superficial will probably weirdly hit him in the gut.
Yeah, probably. More than likely.
The charges after the impeachment would be important to him never receiving an FCC license.
Ooh, there you go. I like that. There you go. Good.
Just being charged with those types of felonies would make the FCC look twice at somebody, usually.
The biggest way to make Trump feel humiliated is to make sure that he feels like the loser that he is.
So, what's the question?
What do you think the consequences should be if, in fact, the Senate actually convicted him, Rob?
Okay. Here's what I think should happen. No matter what happens, whether he's convicted or not, this is what I think should happen. On January 20th at 12:01, Biden should basically just give the go-ahead to the Department of Justice to do whatever it is they're going to do, and then Biden never really speaks of it again. That way his hands are off of it completely. It doesn't interfere with his agenda, and the Department of Justice will follow the evidence wherever it goes, and then the courts can decide what the punishments are. That's what I think should happen. And it would be nice if we could, write a law or like a punishment that states if you're a president who is convicted and removed by the Senate and then charged with something, that your punishment is to get beat with bats for hours on end. I don't see that happening because I think it qualifies as cruel and unusual, but still.
What about you?
I have an additional thing that I'm willing to consider, even though I am pretty much a free speech absolutist. I've seen in other countries when a fascist regime needs to be marked as something that should never be brought up again, that they take the symbols and propaganda of that regime and they make them the one things that you cannot speak or show or display.
So Mein Kampf is illegal to actually reprint in Germany.
Yeah. For example,
I would like some sort of sanction about the display of the MAGA flag
or the red hats.
Can you imagine Trump Tower being censored?
Can you imagine all of Trump's books, some of which I actually own that are on my shelf because I found them sensationally worth buying to read and see what in the fuck was in this thing, right? I actually do that a lot. So I have a crazy collection of books because I'm like,
heretic, you have touched the Kool-Aid. You will be next.
The actual final.
You know what? Bring yourself.
So my argument, in this attempted coup, they took down the American flag and they ran the Trump flag up the flagpole.
Did they really?
Yes. Yeah.
You know, the only state in the union that it is
On the
legal
Capitol.
to fly a state flag above the American flag is fucking Texas. Fucking Texans.
They flew Trump's flag and let the American flag hit the dirt.
That makes me so angry in like irrational ways. That makes me
As it
really
should.
angry. That makes
As
me
it
angry in
should.
weird redneck ways.
So I don't know about anywhere else in the world. I only know about the U.S. because, I've lived here my entire life and have only left the country a couple of times. But, I mean, most of you, Brian, you probably are aware of this. Here in the U.S., flags are a big fucking deal.
Yes, they are.
And
Yes, absolutely. You see them. You cannot walk to the corner store for a packet of cigarettes without seeing at least 4.
I mean, there's like literally there's like a guidebook
Yes.
of how you treat the flag.
Yes.
Everything, anything you can imagine. There's a regulation for it when it comes to the flag. We take that shit very serious. And I mean, I like to think of myself as the kind of person that doesn't get caught up and wrapped up in that. But I'm wrong because I totally do. It's hard not to. You're indoctrinated to here. And when I saw the Confederate flag in the Capitol building, I was so angry. I shed a tear.
I had a visceral reaction.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see what you guys were talking about, but I think I would have been with you on
The
that.
Confederate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the guy carrying it. I did see that.
The
This
Confederate.
is why I called it a continuation of the Civil War.
Yeah.
Because all of those feelings are riding the populist wave right now.
Yeah, it's true. The Confederate Army only got as close to Washington as Fort Sumter. They never made it. So to see 170 years after the Civil War, to see the Confederate flag being flown inside the Capitol, yeah, I was really angry. And then I saw the pictures of them putting the Trump flag up, and then I was
That's
beyond.
big news.
Well, and to me, one of the biggest mistakes in American politics in the history of the country was that after the Civil War, that we didn't do more to kind of put down, this whole idea of the Confederacy as, the lost cause and all that bullshit. That we basically and Reconstruction only lasted for a few years, and then the Army went home. And that's what allowed Jim Crow to happen, and that allowed, the black codes to happen, and all the fucking everything that happened, all the violence and the sharecropping and all the bullshit, and the disenfranchisement of voting and everything that went on for another 100+ years, all because we were trying to make nice. And the Civil War didn't end, slavery didn't end; it just changed form. And that's
Right.
what we and that was the proof of it. We've talked about that before, but that was the proof of it the other day. And I'm with Rob, when I saw them put the fucking Trump flag, and I'm like, you guys are that to me, actually, that's a treasonous act, because you're literally supplanting, you're saying the authority of the U.S. government is gone and Trump's authority only is supreme.
And you're
that's
in the seat of power.
in the
It's
seat of power.
Yes.
I
You're
agree.
literally saying that Trump is taking over the government, and then we back that. And
Even how
that
we feel about the flag.
that infuriated me to no end. And so so as far as what should happen to Trump, now, as I said, I'm gonna give a practical answer, because there's my emotional answer. My emotional answer is he should swing, and I mean that. And I'm vehemently against the death penalty. He should fucking swing. But since he's not going to be removed from office, because Mitchie Boy is going to hold up the process, but he might get. There's a tiny chance that he would get disqualified afterward. I don't think there's enough Republicans in the Senate with the integrity to do that. I don't care how much pressure we put on him. I think that is just not going to happen. So, but that said, we should still go through the process anyway. However, I think it unlikely at this point that he will pardon himself. I don't think that if he does try to pardon himself, that's not going to survive a court challenge. And so I think that the Justice Department is going to prosecute him. There's at least 67 indictments waiting in New York State that they're literally waiting for next Thursday,
Right.
or a week from Thursday. So that's going to happen. I think that he's likely to flee the country. If he doesn't, though, then yeah, he needs to be in an orange jumpsuit.
Okay, right. I wanted to answer this question now because I agree with Sue in my heart that I would really like to see Trump humiliated publicly and extensively. And that's just my pure schadenfreude, and it's a really dark reflection on some of my darker impulses because, you know, that's not really humane, is it? But at the same time, yeah, I would really like to watch him suffer in some kind of emotional way. And because
Can I go after you?
That's what he's done to all of us. All of us. And there's lots of people that are dead because of Trump. Right. So, I mean, there's absolutely no punishment really that's harsh enough for him. If it was up to me, he'd wake up every night screaming from nightmares for the rest of his life, you know. But as far as the actual practical, you know, more realistic consequences that should ensue for Trump, I mean, if they actually convict him in the Senate, and I personally don't rule that out at all, if they actually convict Donald Trump in the Senate and he is therefore guilty of insurrection, like you, Joe, there's part of me that thinks he should swing because if there's any crime in the world that the death penalty might be applicable for, it's treason.
Right.
You know, because you're putting millions of lives in danger with treason. It's not like, you know, that's mass murder on a scale. You know what I mean? That goes beyond what you can do with a machine gun. You know.
It's in terms that I understand your constitution, it is the most complete and utter betrayal of that constitution that there can possibly be.
But also people like Oliver North. Sorry. I mean, I know you're kind of saying a thing, but I thought I went after Dev.
Can I just point out to anybody that's seen me playing games wearing a red baseball cap that I wear it ironically? I'd just like to get that out there.
I just have say something to Paul real quick. Actually, I agree with what you said. I would want to add that I actually see that treason is an assault on civilization itself.
Sure.
Yeah, it's getting that way because globally we are becoming a single civilization, slowly but surely.
So, what would I like to see / think will happen to Trump? I do not realistically think that anything worse ever, no matter what, I don't think anything worse than rich person's jail will happen to Trump. Okay? He, like, at the worst, he will get something like the Britney Spears / Martha Stewart treatment, which is where he's homebound in his super posh home and just can't leave, but can have all of his servants and everything else forever and ever until the end of time or whatever. And that will be,
as long as it meant we never had to hear that motherfucker again, I'd be okay with that.
I'm super kind of not okay with rich person's jail. Don't like it. I think if you're going to be on house arrest, you should go into something like a barracks, right? I mean, people in the military don't get to go home to whatever house they can afford at the end of the night and show up at 4 a.m. in the morning to clock in for their daily routine of whatever, right? Like, go to the barracks. That's where you get to stay if you're on house arrest. It's not exactly like being in a prison, but it's also not being in my house where I can turn the heat on my driveway to de-ice it, right? Like,
all of us
jail
here
should be jail.
On some level because of the lockdowns that we've all just lived through. But someone like Trump has never had his liberty curtailed for so much as 2 minutes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And so I don't think that he'll ever, even if he was in rich person's jail, it wouldn't even be like jail. But I think that would, so what I would like to see happen, because I don't think that even rich person's jail is remotely close to what I think this guy truly deserves. So I am not a proponent of the death penalty, which is its own story, and for reasons that I feel are very strongly validate, like I can validate them. But sorry, go ahead. Say what you're going to say, Badger, because if it's relevant, then I want to respond to it.
No,
anyway.
I was going to say, when everybody's finished answering their questions, I have a proposed solution to offer you that I'd like your feedback on.
One of the things that I would like to see happen is that because of all of the hullabaloo, I would like to see him have something of a fall from grace with the unquantifiable social pull that being a rich person has, right? There are things that rich people have that make them powerful that don't exist in a legal sense. It's that whole, I know other rich people, I know other influential people, and I can tap these people to pull strings and do whatever. So I would like to see him have this fall from grace, which results in the more than 2 pages of Wikipedia open lawsuits that are against Trump businesses, Trump corporations, and whatever, actually come to truly just conclusions. So when he has been brought up because he has defrauded people via Trump University, when he has defrauded workers and contractors that have signed up to build his buildings and then doesn't pay them because of some bullshit reason, and then they've brought lawsuits against him, I would like to see those judges presiding over that. Ultimately, it might be down the road a bit, but he's fallen from grace now. There's no more threat in voting or in deciding and making a decisive decision for the people and against Trump. And I would love to see these. I don't even know how there must be at least 40 open lawsuits against this guy of all different categories. And I would like them to be decided in the favor of the plaintiff and not him as the defendant because he has money. That's what I'd like to see. And I think that will fuck him up big time. Like it'll take him down a notch, right? Forget the politics or whatever. Like hit him right in his fucking little itty bitty, ball sack pocketbook where it hurts. I'm done. Everybody else can talk now. Thank you for letting me rant.
You're welcome.
I can always tell when Dev starts to fall asleep.
I would address something.
Anyway, and on that note, I'm just gonna go over here and I think a kid is calling me. Fuck, I don't know.
No, I thought it was their turn to answer the question.
So, well, I think everybody answered the question about what.
Oh, everybody has?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Technically, you didn't because you go after me, Sirius. It's just that you responded to every single person.
Sorry.
No, I didn't speak for 25 fucking minutes.
Hang on. Because I know this is really fucking cheeky, Brian, and I apologize, but this is my channel, so I'm just going to do it anyway.
Absolutely.
So, because I had like a question B to the original question of what do you think the consequences should be? That was question A, right? Okay, we're going to start the other way. We'll start with Joe and go clockwise around it and with me after Michael. So, Joe, what do you think the consequences will be if Trump doesn't get convicted of any crimes?
I think the consequences are going to be that his followers will be emboldened, and we've questioned before whether there's going to be a spark or a fizzle. I think there's absolutely going to be a spark because then that means there's no consequences for doing any of this shit. His people will be emboldened, and if there is another Republican person, or if another person that rises like him who's just as bad but maybe competent, then we're in deep shit because that means basically they will know I can fuck around, and as long as I got the Senate to back me up, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then we're done as a republic. Then
right.
we're a republic on paper only, and that's it.
Sister?
Wait, what? What am I supposed to be responding to? I looked away at my email. I'm so sorry. It was a business email.
Oh, I was just asking, what do you think the consequences will be if Trump gets off scot-free and doesn't face any charges? Like the Senate acquits, right, again, and there's no criminal charges for Trump afterwards because Biden wants to move on.
Can I just ask you to maybe, sorry, can I ask you to clarify? I feel like it's a really super broad question, and so when you say consequences,
answer whichever part of it you want.
Well, it's like, but consequences for who is the question that I'm trying to ask. Consequences for the public.
Consequences for all of us. What will be the broader consequences if Trump gets away with it? What happens then?
Well, so if he gets away with it, I think that he will fall into obscurity as he was relatively much before his presidency, but maybe a little bit less. I mean, people knew who Donald Trump was before he was president, but did anybody give a fuck about really what he was doing on a day-to-day basis or what he was tweeting? No. So it'll probably go back to something similar like that. I think that if he gets away scot-free, though, this is kind of what I was asking way earlier in the show, right? I think the implications, both politically and socially as just the populace, are incredibly different versus whether he gets convicted or punished for anything versus nothing, right? Because if he gets punished for nothing, regardless of what the fuck happens to him, which I think will become rapidly irrelevant, nobody will care. Nobody who's actually a politician will care. What they will care about, though, is what that has set a precedent for. And I think that it will be very dangerous if we don't have something to say that this was not okay. Like these things are really, really bad, because that will only be the easy, if it's not already, right? It'll just be another little nugget in their hat that they can build upon to continue to do whatever they want with no repercussion. This will show to them, this has shown to them a new line to which they can push the envelope. That's what this has done. And so they will. And they'll continue to push it. They exceed it a little more and exceed a little more. Sorry, I'm going back on mute. Did I say something? Did I do something? Did I do something? I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm on mute.
It's just funny.
So basically the question is, Trump fucked around, and what happens if he doesn't find out?
What happens if there's no consequences for Trump? What happens if he gets away with it and he doesn't have to
fuck around and not find out? I think he'll be back on TV with a show somewhere. Some right-wing nut job will give him a show to spout his nonsense. He'll call into Fox every day and cry for years to come how he was robbed. And he'll say on a pretty much a daily basis, it's a terrible thing what happened to me. We all saw it. I won by a landslide, but they took that away from us on a daily basis. I think he will have a pretty hardcore following that will diminish over time. Because after COVID, and that's got to remember that part of what we're seeing, COVID is part of all of this. And after COVID, people got to pay their bills. So they're going to go back to work. So a lot of these folks that were like on Wednesday in the Capitol building won't be able to do that, let's say, a year from now. So, I mean, for a lot of people, life will return to normal.
Okay, here's my answer. I'm going to take a little bit of a different twist to this. I've been in a leadership position. I've always believed that leadership, the way things go, kind of, and how the tone is set, I go from the top down kind of thinking. Okay, so if if Trump's not going to get away from this, that's going to embolden so many leaders to say, well, if Trump can do that, I can too, irregardless of the party and what background they are. Regardless, even if they're like a businessman or something, it's like, hey.
Happening for the past 5 years with all this racism just getting higher and higher and more visible.
Yeah, exactly. So I figure it definitely is gonna embolden his base or whoever it is. It's like, well, if he can get away with it, so can I. I can do whatever the hell I want. And I think that's where Wednesday came in. It's like they were emboldened. It's like, well, he's not getting consequences. I can do it too. So why should I? That's what I see happening. And I think there should be consequences.
Dev and Angel Writer and Joe and Sister Danger have all pretty much voiced everything that I was going to say, save a couple of things. First is, yes, Trump has already made plans to buy a radio/TV station. So basically what I think as far as Trump is concerned, he's going to do that. He will give, what's that guy? Oh, fucking hell. Famous for doing his anti-government conspiracy theory.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, I was going to say Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, thank you. Alex Jones, he'll offer Alex Jones a job. They'll probably team up along with all the other media cronies that he's made along the way. And they will continue to feed the base with insurrection. And at some point, they will probably take arms against everybody that they believe has wronged them within their own home. Internationally, you will be setting a precedent that effectively boils your country down to just another republic in the Americas. Yes, you've got the biggest military, so we're going to have to watch our step. But
well, this is the end of American exceptionalism.
Exactly. It's the end of American exceptionalism. It's the end of the American dream. It's the end of America as a, quote, force for good and inspiration to the world. You'll just set the precedent that once you get to the top of the tree, you can literally get away with anything.
I kind of fucking hope so.
And yes, getting back to what Angel Writer said, that is going to embolden his base.
Right. What about you, Mike?
If Trump isn't put away, if the cancer isn't cut out from our body to where it can never attack us again, then we're going to have problems. Brian mentioned Alex Jones, and on the night before the insurrection, Alex Jones was making speeches to that very same crowd. I queued it up for you, this particular 20 seconds.
So we're deep down in that water. We're hundreds of feet deep. It's going to be hard swimming back to the surface. And not everybody is going to make it. But that's okay, because in the end, God will fulfill his destiny and will reward the righteous.
What was that we just listened to?
That was Alex Jones.
God, he's a fucking tinfoil hat wearing. What?
So that was Alex Jones, and what it definitely reminded me of was the belt buckle of a Nazi uniform saying "Gott mit uns," God is with us. This is the second coming of the Nazis. We have to do away with it right now.
I couldn't agree more. I think about when I think about what might happen if Trump gets away with this. I mean, it can go any number of different ways, but I'm very worried about, as I said earlier in the show, about the fact that social media, whether it doesn't have to be Twitter. He's got a way directly into people's houses and literally into their minds on a daily basis. And as long as he's demagoguing, he's a fucking danger. That's not to mention the fact that he must have at least some knowledge of certain national secrets, which makes it a danger to allow him out of the country because he's not safe anywhere. Anywhere. He owes too much money. He's a massive national security risk. As far as I'm concerned, they should put him in a fucking padded cell.
Paul, one thing that I'm concerned about too, along with what you're saying and what everybody else has said, is that I've heard some people, I think even in the chat, but definitely I've heard elsewhere, that they're afraid to do what needs to be done as far as he goes, as far as prosecuting him, punishing him, and all that, because they're afraid about what his nutty followers will do. But that's capitulation. I mean, basically, if we do nothing because we're afraid of the consequences, then that's already won. We're afraid of, they might rise up if we prosecute him. Well, then you literally given over to them, because that basically means they can. Then we're going to give into that terror and say, well, we're not going to do what's right, and we're not going to enforce our laws. We're not going to enforce our values because we're afraid that the nutbags are going to do something, are going to hurt us. Then we've literally rolled over at that point, and that's why.
Well, like you said before, that's literally the end of the republic.
Right.
There was something you wanted to bring up earlier before I dived into my second half of the question.
That's okay. It was just.
Was it part of the moment? The moment gone.
It was part of the moment. No. I can remember the moment. With regards consequences for Trump, and I think something you said a few minutes ago actually answered that question.
Oh, okay.
But back in the days of yore, exile was considered a just punishment for the level of sedition that Trump has shown and will continue to show. Because I think regardless of what happens to Trump, his followers are going to be emboldened regardless of who's whipping them up.
So you think we
Fire
can't
has
cut
been
the head off the
started.
snake right now because the snake doesn't need a head anymore?
Well, I'm thinking you're making you're actually changing my mind when it comes to the exercise of the death penalty for treason following the not indictment. What's the other word? Impeachment, indictment, conviction, and removal. I think he should then stand trial for treason.
What do you think? What was your original opinion on the death penalty?
My original opinion on the death penalty: nobody should rot in jail. And I don't mean rich people's jail. I mean jail.
Yeah, death means death, not rot in jail. That's different.
Yeah, but I think, as somebody has already pointed out in the chat, alive, he's potentially more dangerous as a leader than he is dead as a martyr.
And
either way, I think the
about
man
creating
is
martyrs,
insane.
because once 2,000 years ago, somebody was supposedly martyred on a cross, and look what that did, right?
Yep.
I mean, I might actually argue, I would agree with that if I thought Trump himself was the mastermind of his own thing. I don't, though. Like, somebody who I think that is very powerful dead, for example, is Nelson Mandela, right? Who literally, like, was the kind of the mastermind behind the things he did. But I don't think Trump is his own mastermind. I think his power comes from what other people have done. Therefore, alive, he's more powerful dead, because the real people making the Trump image and power aren't him to begin with. So it doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. For them, it's probably easier if he's dead, because now they have full control, or influence at least, over media to create the Trump image that they might want to manipulate. Whereas,
that's a good point, well made.
Does that make sense?
I'm also thinking of an example. I recently watched all 3 series of the Scientology documentaries on Netflix.
Oh my God, me too. It's
right.
crazy.
And when L. Ron Hubbard died in 1984, 86, whatever it was, they had a hard time sort of explaining that, because you're supposed to be working your way towards immortality if you're a Scientologist and blah, blah, blah. And here it is, basically the Pope. Yeah, so they had to justify all this stuff and so on. Now, here's the thing.
Oh, his mouth.
A cult doesn't necessarily, the leader doesn't necessarily have to be alive to still be the figurehead.
That's because if that is the case, it is my argument that the leader never was the figurehead. That would be my argument. Like, they were never the mastermind. They were only the front face.
Well, then in that case, they're only the figurehead.
So, okay, so I think it depends. I think it depends. Like in the case of like Trump, I actually think dead, he's more powerful. Because the people that follow him, his followers feel, the reason they're following him is like they feel like they're aggrieved. They feel as though that the government is not looking out for them, that they are being spied on, that they're being stolen from, that no one is speaking for them, that there's no one there for them, except
I
for
can't believe you're comparing Trump to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Can I,
more powerful
before we get into the Star Wars argument, let me just point out one thing. We have diverted from the original question. My original question was concerning exile, having everything that's American about him stripped away, including all of his assets.
That's not fascinating. Have you
Okay.
ever done that
Now,
in the country? Like, ever?
that was my original question.
we haven't drifted that far away because being dead, executed, as rather than exiled, you know what I'm saying? If he was exiled, he would be less, that would be a better thing than to execute him. Because if you execute him, you make a martyr out of him. He is the type of person that would become a martyr because his followers feel as though, they only have him to get justice for them. His death would inspire people to take his place.
Welcome to
I'm not
deciding the fate of Donald Trump. Do you want to kill him?
I'm not convinced he becomes a martyr though, and while some people do, it does happen. It's actually quite rare. If you look at the people that were assassinated in the 60s, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Bobby Kennedy, they didn't become martyrs. People will remember them fondly and they'll say nice things about them. But in the case of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, the Black Civil Rights Movement died, or at least got seriously hampered once the two of them were dead.
You're not thinking on a big enough scale, Joe. They might not be martyrs after 55 years or so, but give it a couple of hundred or 500, you never know. We will never know. Hi, Kazoom. I'm really glad you decided to check out and see if we were still here, and I bet you must have been surprised to see that we are.
Yeah. You usually stop at around 9-ish or something, but I wanted to check just in case. My sleep schedule's kind of weird, so it was good to see you're all here.
Yeah, well,
It's
I
my
want to
fault,
ask you the last
Kazoom, I
couple
was
of questions
joining
in a
on.
row, right? So what do you think the consequences should be for Trump if he gets convicted if he actually gets impeached? What do you think should happen to him then? And if he doesn't get impeached and gets off scot-free, what do you think the implications are for the rest of us if that happens?
Well, I don't know if he has to get impeached to have bad things happen to him. I mean, the fact that it looks like if they try to impeach him, it's the earliest that can possibly happen is a day before Biden is inaugurated. But no, I hope that Trump can see some prison time for a whole bunch of shit that he's done, including the pushing for the insurrection. So,
what do you think is going to happen if he gets off scot-free?
I don't know. His fans will probably say that he shouldn't be prosecuted. I don't know.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't given it that much thought. So. And now silent.
He also hasn't been involved in this conversation for the last 5.5 hours.
Is it weird to feel like my level of disdain and hatred for that dude is such that I sometimes feel like I shouldn't comment on things because I feel like my response should just be literally fuck that dude all the way to death. Like that is like how I feel like my emotions are, but that I feel that the rational part of me says that this is an unacceptable actual thing to do. I might feel like that in many themes and variations on how that could come about, but the reality, that like there's a part of my intellectual brain that says ultimately, like there's like this ideal part of me that wants to hang on to the notion that that cannot be the way. Like you cannot allow that, no matter what, to be the way. You cannot just like cave into your own right. You must rise above that. You have to put that willpower into it. Is it a weird thing to be in that weird mental conflict, or am I like the only one, or does anybody else experience that? I mean,
A bit weird for sure. Hey, I want to ask Rob a question real quick. Earlier, Rob, you said something about how oh man, 5.5 hours, my brain is fried. Shit. Oh man, what were you just saying, Sister Danger? Because that will remind me.
oh, I was sort of just like, I kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent of just asking whether or not anybody else thinks it's strange, because like sometimes I do. I feel really like violently angry against him in the way that I should like to cause harm and death unto this person for the things that
Well,
they've
that's it.
done. But I
remember.
know that that's not an okay thing
Let me
to do,
jump in,
right?
jump in. So Rob, earlier you said that there's no consequence, there's no cause whatsoever that justifies what happened on Wednesday in terms of people storming the Capitol. And I think that I basically want to agree with that. But what if Boogaloo between the 17th and the 20th prevents Biden from getting inaugurated and Trump stays in the presidency? Should we then storm the fucking Capitol?
That'll never happen. I'm sorry.
A couple of things. One, that'll never happen because the inauguration and the event, that whole thing, isn't necessary for Biden to become president. All they need is a justice and a book, whether it's the Constitution or a Bible or whatever he chooses. Joe's Catholic, so it'll be, I'm
just ripping pages out of my nightmares here.
But I mean, so that's the thing. I mean, you don't need an inauguration. So if the inauguration ends up being canceled, and for whatever reason they couldn't do a virtual one, he would just be in a room with the justice and be sworn in. And at 12:01, Trump, if he's still at the White House, would be removed by Secret Service at gunpoint if need be. So.
Yeah.
But yes, if for some reason, if Boogaloo Boys, break into wherever Biden is at, getting ready to be sworn in, and they kidnap him, and all of the justices that might possibly be able to swear him in are chained up somewhere and thrown in an attic instead of the basement. At that point, yes, then we should storm the Capitol.
Well, does the word boogaloo have a specific meaning, culturally speaking? And if so, what is it?
Breakdance.
I don't recall.
Beach Street. Right? Is it Beach Street? Breakdancing to Electric Boogaloo.
Breaking to Electric Boogaloo is where it is.
That's right. Breaking to Electric Boogaloo.
So what started was it was Civil War II Electric Boogaloo is what the right wingers were talking about, and that's why it just involved in the Boogaloo. But also in the scenario that Rob's talking about is that basically what would happen then is Nancy Pelosi would become the president because Trump would be no longer president and Pence would no longer be vice president. So the line of succession goes to the Speaker of the House first. So then she would be president until such time that Biden or if something horrible happened to him, then to Harris would then be sworn in.
Yes, as I understand it, at midday on the 20th, Joe Biden doesn't have to be witnessed by anybody other than the person officiating and maybe one or two witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as that happens, then the Secret Service, theoretically, will no longer recognize the authority of Donald Trump. And any of them that do can be arrested at gunpoint and charged with sedition.
Right.
I mean, it's an amazing system that has worked for 240 years. And at the end of every presidency, the allegiance of organizations like the Secret Service, just like flipping a switch, you are not president anymore. I don't give a shit what you say. Goodbye. Hello, Mr. President. You know?
Can I ask you a question when you're done? When you're done. Kind of related to what you're saying, though.
Okay. So, yeah, just go ahead.
Well, no, so like what you're talking about, right? This whole like flip a switch and be done with it or whatever, right? So this whole scenario, right? Many things have happened in this presidency, which I think even 20 years ago wouldn't have been possible because of the advent of social technology, right? Social media and other such things, and the ability to widely reach, to infiltrate the ability to widely reach people, right? Like all kinds of stuff. Do you think that we should seriously look at creating legislation that allows our government to move in a quicker fashion, so that either our government to move in a quicker fashion or slows down certain types of media in its progression, if that makes sense?
Right. They used to swear in, the president used to be sworn in, it was like in March or April. It used to be much longer period of time between the election and the swearing in. It shrunk to January because, well, times had changed. There was a time where it took a really long time for the president-elect to get to Washington, D.C. because, modes of transportation were different.
Slow horses, mainly.
Yeah. And there were a lot of things that happened between the election and swearing in, and that takes time too. And it took more time to do those things in the past than it does now. So to allow for all of that, there was a very long period of time. So we've already shortened it. And I believe, yes, we can shorten it again. It's not something that's actually set in stone. It can be changed.
Well, but not just that though. Like for example, when we say put something forth, right? Like right now, because all of our Congress people have had to stay home because of COVID, for example, and then they have to vote on things and they have to bring up whatever they're going to bring up. Some of this stuff, like you were saying, it only the Congress people, like we need to have 2/3 majority of those that happen to physically be there. Should we look at changing stuff like that? Because we don't live in that world anymore.
Like a constitutional amendment.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is, do you think
it depends on there are different rules and there's different procedures. And if you want to change any of them, there's different ways. It depends on what it is. So some things you would need a constitutional amendment. Some things, whatever party is in charge at the time, they can change the rules of how certain things are the procedure of certain things or procedural rules.
Not confusing at all.
It depends on what you're talking about specifically. So go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, it depends on whether. Well, I'll answer the second part first. It depends on whether something is a law or a rule of one of the chambers. The Senate has rules. The House has rules. Those are created by the House, created by the Senate. No one else. They don't have to be signed by the president or anything like that. Then there's legislation. Now, legislation then would require either a new law, or if it's something in the Constitution, you need a constitutional amendment. Now, the thing is that while we all think, we can do things more quickly, you have to understand how many departments there are. While we certainly have faster communication and modes of transport now, we have to remember that there are way more departments now than there ever used to be. I remember seeing something that there's like 43 departments or something like that, something ridiculous, where there used to be like 5 way back. So when you have to do transitions, you think about it, Biden just named the last of his transition team, the last of his nominees. He's getting sworn in 11 days. So think about how long it took just to figure out who was going to head all these departments and all those, and they also had to fill those teams because they have to hit the ground running. Then under a normal transition, they have to talk to the outgoing administration, figure out where the hell everything is right now, what the current state is, what projects are ongoing, what's the state of spending. there's so many details that they have to coordinate so that when they get the new people getting the job, that they know what they do. They don't want to have like what typically happens in a company. They you fire Dave and then you hire Shirley, and then Shirley gets thrown at Dave's desk. There's no idea what Dave was doing. It takes a lot longer to, in the government, you can't have that kind of disjointed thing. But to the, well, I guess I answered both of them. Let me see. But yeah, so I did answer them both. Yeah, so that was that.
Oh, that's all right. Okay. I wanted to bring up something that referenced something Rob was saying a minute ago. And it's been in the news over the past sort of 24, 48 hours. And that is obviously Trump's been banned from Twitter and Facebook and so on. And how much do you think that's going to affect his reach? Because a lot of people won't go on to Parler, for example, or any news sites. We've already got how many passwords and blah, blah, blah. And do you think that's, basically the arguments that both of those sites have used to cut Trump off, they could have applied that back in 2016.
So I just saw Alex Jones on January 5th stoking up that crowd that did the insurrection. Alex Jones is still a thing, and he's been deplatformed everywhere, right? Q posts things in weird ways that get reposted on weird Q pub maps websites, and they still get the Q message, right? Parler is an extension of that, where, wherever Trump is, whatever platform he's using, it's going to spill out onto the other platforms.
Spill out, yeah, but
yes, but that spill out will actually draw his followers to the platform he's on.
Yeah, whichever platform he's to is now enriched.
Plus, he's also about to buy, or he's make plans to buy that station.
I want to say something. I want to point out that Twitter and Facebook are private entities. That's all.
That's interesting what Tom just said in the comments, by the way. It doesn't affect his reach, but it will affect our reach. That I find that to be an interesting comment and something that other friends of mine have similarly commented on, even if they indirectly have made statements to the same effect. Because I would assume, so Tommy, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you say that it will affect our reach, what is meant by that is that because of Trump, we are now going to see a tighter policing of what happens on Twitter and Facebook and other huge media platforms. And the people that will realistically affect are the average people like us. And he will simply go someplace like Parler, where he can continue to do whatever the fuck he's going to do. And so he won't be affected because his people will all go with him. And then there will be those who continue to spill it over, as it were. But we will be left on our regular platforms being highly policed for not saying, they'll want to make sure that people aren't saying things that incite violence or that promote this or promote that. And that will simply become tighter. That's what I'm understanding Tommy to say right now. And I think that's actually, I think that's quite a very legitimate. There's some.
Okay, so I saw on a progressive page on Facebook this guy trying to make the case that Trump being removed from Twitter by Twitter is somehow a First Amendment violation, and that he is being silenced, and the guy's a leftist, far leftist, progressive, and he's saying, defending Trump, which is like crazy, but he's basically making the case that removing Trump in that way basically shows an expanding policing of language.
Yes.
And I don't agree with that.
I would.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you go, Badger. I kind of have thoughts on that, though.
I actually do agree with that, Rob, but I think it's okay because insurrection is not free speech.
But and well, I'll if nobody has anything else to say, I'll tell you why I don't agree with it.
I am curious to hear why you don't agree with it, because I'm not sure that I agree with your non-agreeance. So,
Okay,
All right. Well, I'll jump in after this exchange.
only the state can officially censor you in a way where you've lost your right to speech. Only the state can do that. And when they do that, they are violating your First Amendment right. That is a free speech issue. When a private company does it to you, they are enforcing their terms of service that you agreed to when you agreed to use the service. So unless they are breaking their own rules, but by removing you or banning you, whether it's permanently or for an X period of time, these are rules you agreed to before you started. You broke the rules, you're being punished. So it's not a free speech issue. There is no
They didn't necessarily sign up for it. Sometimes they change the rules later on. Oh, well, we've updated our rules, and now everything you posted previous is gone. Doesn't change totally what you said, but I did need to add that in.
But if they change the terms of service, typically you're told. You get an email. Most people ignore those emails. I do. Most people ignore the terms of service when they join up. I do. I don't read that shit. Why? Why am I going to... you know what?
It's not like you can't do anything about it anyway, so you may as well just push a button.
You know, I mean, so when they change the rules and they give you an email, they tell you, you have a choice to make. Am I going to continue to use this service, or am I not going to use this service? If you decide to stay on, you're basically saying, I agree with your rules. That's what that means. If you decide that you don't want to agree with the rules, well, then you find another platform. You know, you aren't being silenced. You may be inconvenienced, but you're not being silenced. This isn't an expanding language police state. This isn't, you know, nobody's rights are being affected or even threatened.
Okay. So I feel like sorry, I wanted to
No, it's
respond,
okay. I said I would after this exchange.
Kazum has hardly he just got here, so please, Kazum, I'll cede the floor to you. Please respond.
What? No, I didn't have anything more to say. I
thought you were going to respond right there. I'm
pointing at Badger. Badger's been waiting.
Chat that what I said, if I'm understanding this right, what I said was a straw man pile of shit. What
I'm going to respond with is a straw man, though, kind of too.
So I don't know how it could be straw manning when I'm not responding to you specifically. I told you what I laid out the parameters of the situation, and then I told you my response.
We're talking about our hypotheses, though. So it, you know.
Yeah, but it was Rob's hypothesis.
So this is kind of a thought thing, and the reason that I brought it up is because one of the things, like as you guys know, I spent a lot of time kind of pretty, you know, hip deep, right? Or I guess if you're a dude, balls deep, if you'll say, in the far right when I was, you know, really doing my Sister Danger channel. Quite by happenstance, but one thing that was very compelling to me in watching far right media, and is still very compelling to me, is the idea and the act of free speech. Okay, so when we look at Facebook and these terms, yes, you are 100%. It does not infringe upon their First Amendment rights. Like, there's no way I would ever. That's a ridiculous statement. And I lambaste people. I'll admit, I go on Facebook groups and I like to troll people who are like, "My free speech," and I'm like, you don't even know what those words mean. Shut up. You shouldn't be allowed to use them, right? Which is kind of contrary to the idea. I get it, but yeah, my point is that. These platforms, however, are so enormous and with such social reach and impact. That it doesn't matter if it,
Let me ask you.
it doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter. Is
Wait,
Walmart?
what do you think it is that matters? Because I didn't finish my sentence and you don't want to let me.
Listen,
So
hang on.
what matters? What doesn't matter?
Hang on a second. Hang
You're
on a second.
gonna let me finish.
Hang on a second. Walmart is the largest employer in the country outside of the military, I believe. And Walmart is the largest employer in the country.
Yep.
Right? They're a private company, right? Okay, they decide to fire you. Do they have to get permission from a court or from a judge or ask the law if they're allowed to do it if you broke their rules and they want to fire you? They don't have to do that. Why? Because they're a private company and they're not the government, and they're an enormous company. They're one of the biggest companies on the planet.
I agree.
The size of the organization means nothing.
That's not her argument. That's not her argument.
Yeah,
she just said that they're so enormous.
They're enormous in social reach. Come on, man.
And that's not relevant.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
How is social reach equivalent to the law?
It's not. I didn't say it was equivalent. Nobody said it was equivalent to the law. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. You're straw manning.
No, I'm not. I am saying that the law is the only thing that can take away your free speech. She said companies like Twitter and Facebook are enormous, and you're saying yes, the social reach is what makes it a free speech issue.
No, that's not what anyone's arguing.
Can I just stop this shout fest?
That isn't my argument. Thank you, Kazoom. Thank you.
Can I just stop this shout fest with 2 words? Corporate law. It's different from criminal law and
what in the hell?
Constitutional law and all sorts of other things.
Entertainment law.
Yes, entertainment law.
So, Mr. Danger.
So
out exactly what you're saying.
What about it?
Exactly what you're saying. What is it?
The point that I'm getting at is that so your point about free speech was that free speech is between the government and the people. I 100% agree with that, right? That nobody can take away your free speech because it's actually between you, like the government, right? That's what your First Amendment is protecting you from. What I am attempting to say is that these companies have such huge and powerful social reach. Yes, you are 100% correct. They are corporate. They can determine whatever the fuck they want to determine in their terms of agreement, which we all sign, right? But at the point where they become something that we are seriously, socially, publicly questioning, should this be a public utility? Okay, because it is so, when schools require their students to have a social media account and require them to have email accounts and internet service, when we require those things, when we are thinking about in our heads, this is such an integral part of our society that that should it be no longer a corporation, but now a public utility, can it not be, does it not strike you as evident that there is more power in Facebook and Twitter to put messages out into the public than there is through Washington.gov or whatever?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here.
Versus their Facebook.
You have a right to speak. You don't have a right to be
Not
heard.
a right. I'm only asking about ability. I'm not talking about rights. I'm only asking about the ability to do a thing.
Can I address this? In addition to corporate law, which these companies have to abide by, because they are so humongous, as you rightly point out, they also have to comply with various aspects of international law and the countries within which they operate. And some of those countries have explicit laws concerning various aspects of speech. And one thing also that Dev pointed out earlier, sedition is not covered by free speech.
Okay, one important thing I want to interject here too, being I think the probably most connected from a technological job kind of thing. You don't conflate the platforms of Twitter and all that with your connection to the internet, because you're never going to make Twitter a public utility. You might make your ISPs a public utility.
Didn't Donald Trump just make it a utility?
No, he did not.
Oh, really? Literally 87 million subscribers.
That's not what public utility means.
No,
that's not what public. Hey, I didn't interrupt you. I haven't talked in 13 fucking minutes.
A record. Okay? Congratulations. We should give you a fucking medal for it.
Yeah, maybe you should.
I will do it. I have your address. I'll send you one.
You always have to interject all the time. I kept quiet and I listened and I let you talk. I didn't interrupt you. For the last hour, where you talked about a third of the time. Because I've been keeping time.
The whole 15 minutes. So technically 2 minutes more.
No, a third of an hour is 20 minutes, not 15 minutes.
Let's not argue about the time spent arguing.
Jesus Christ. But that's not a public utility. They are not public utilities. Water is public utility. You can make an argument that internet access should be a public utility. I would actually go along with that because I think it should. I think everybody should be connected to the internet, whether it's wireless or wired connection. I think everybody needs access to the internet. That's separate from a provider on the internet. Twitter is a provider of a service on the internet. They are not a public utility and never will be. Because you don't need Twitter to do an email. You can create a new service that's peer-to-peer message service. You can do a posting. You do all sorts of things. Don't confuse the technology with the service. They're not the same thing.
I'd like to interject here because I actually agree with the fact that it's the internet itself, access to thereof, could be a public utility. I get that. What I want to say is this is slightly off on a tangent here, but like companies like Facebook, they've been talking about using antitrust laws to break up Facebook for some time. All right, and no, seriously, how? Because the reach of these things is a problem. No matter how you want to frame the argument and who's responsible for what liability and free speech and so on, the bottom line is social media is self-evidently infecting our civilization in negative ways. And we need to address that in some kind of constructive, positive way, which does not limit our rights.
Okay. Well, I think some of the thing that's been trying to be described is these platforms, such as Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and such, they're kind of like the new town hall, especially during times of COVID, where people can't actually have real town halls. So when people are not able to say what they want in the new town hall, it feels like censorship. Maybe it isn't real censorship, but it does stop them from being able to have their say in the new town square town hall.
It doesn't cross their legal amendment constitutional right, technically speaking, but the effect of it is exactly what you said. And this is what is so attractive to the far right. Is that they feel, and they have, in my opinion, a legitimate place thing to point at. Censoring them. Like what you said.
I have been banned by Facebook so many times. I have 4 accounts. I have been banned. I am banned by Twitter almost every other fucking day. For this show, the link for this show tonight, Paul had to send it to me on Facebook because my Twitter account was suspended, which I finally got it unsuspended. They suspended me for telling Trump to go fuck himself. And you hear people on the right saying, "Oh, we're being banned and shadow banned, and they're kicking us off the platforms because of our beliefs." That's bullshit. That happens to everybody. The difference between the right and the left is the left doesn't cry about it. That's the difference. The mediascape in general is not liberal. It's not leftist. Overall, the mediascape is conservative. It's right wing. They control more of the media than anybody on the left, and yet they cry. There is no left wing media empire, but you do have it on the right.
Yes. And I will also say that the town hall is not Twitter or Facebook. The town hall is the internet.
Can I also point out another aspect of reach, which is kind of where we started? Now, if all the right wing are essentially moving over to what's it called, Pulse or Patter or Pucker or Parler. Okay, if they're all going over to there and being pushed off platforms like Twitter and Facebook, etc., then from the free speech purists' point of view, which I know my colleague directly to the left of me would agree with, you're also hampering the ability for the message from the left to actually penetrate the ears of the right.
Oh, definitely. You cannot be heard from the left on Parler. That's the right's hidey hole right there.
Yeah.
Now,
what's interesting about Parler is they've Amazon was their hosting provider, and they're dropping they're getting rid of Parler. So Parler is now going to have to find another hosting provider.
Yeah, there was some kind of thing about Parler being sanctioned somehow or whatever. What I saw a headline, but I didn't read it. What was that?
Google Play Store and Apple both basically said that Parler needs to come up with some kind of way to moderate their content. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to, be offered on their apps. And now Amazon is basically cutting them off from hosting. So
I have problems with that. I have problems with that in the same way that I have problems with Visa cutting companies from the places that they will accept payments from based on whether or not they're pornographic, right? Like if you sell porn, you can't charge this with Visa. I kind of have a problem with that.
I actually feel similar, and this isn't an area where when you want to talk about like censorship, I am more on board with this. I don't think Parler should be removed. I don't because at that point, when you're being told, right, on the World Wide Web, which should have enough space for everybody to go wherever they want to go, and to listen to or watch the content or read the content they want to read, to tell a site that has a very specific, niche market, that they can't do what they want to do on their site anymore because it upsets people, then I'm a little upset with that. That bothers me.
I don't think that, because basically all someone would take is that if there's enough people who want that content, then somebody can buy the servers and get the internet connection and set up a thing. So if they don't need anybody else. Because here's the thing, it's important. So for instance, if just say because this came up in the Jared Fogle case when he got busted for porn. So he had child kiddie porn. It was on a computer owned by Subway, as I recall. And that was a huge fucking deal, because now there could be potential liability for Subway. So yeah, no, if I'm a content host and you're putting stuff on my site that may be illegal, in some of these cases, because inciting people to violence is illegal. Yeah, I have every right to tell you can't have that on my hard drive. I'm an employer. If somebody's downloading porn on my server, they're fucking fired.
It's the same principle of me following the terms of service as Twitter, as Parler following the terms of service of the host site.
Right. So if they're not happy with that, so if Amazon's not happy with them, then they can create a host site. It's not that hard.
And there are plenty of hosting companies in right-wing countries that would be more than happy to take some money.
Absolutely.
I think that I want to talk about a little bit about the broader problem about, because there's a fundamental incompatibility with free speech, and what we now can see more evidently than ever before, if it wasn't already obvious last time around, that misinformation is one of the biggest problems our society faces right now, because these people that are attacking the Capitol on Wednesday, they're not ignorant, they're misinformed. That's a completely different thing.
And that's why I made the point about our reach, or the left's reach, and the centre's reach to the far right.
And I don't know if it's so much a free speech issue. I guess it is. It's more about, and we already talked about it a little bit, was the fairness doctrine. I mean, what prevented that in the past, from like 1946 or 1949 until the 1980s, was the fairness doctrine. And that's gone. I mean, Reagan did away with that, and everything changed since, and that's when right-wing media became a thing.
I disagree with using the fairness doctrine myself, because it gives a platform to ideas that are absolutely absurd and wrong. It would be putting Trump's ideas on the same level playing field when we're trying to talk about facts. It would oh, yes,
they're already there.
Trump doesn't think so. And every time we say Biden won the election, we have to say, oh, but Republicans, some of them don't think so. I don't
think that's. But part of the fairness doctrine is you have to be presenting truth. I mean, it's part of it. What you're saying has to be true.
It is the truth that some of Trump's followers don't believe that.
That's true.
If you're
okay,
it was practiced before, you'd always have to give a little bit of the opposing opinion, and sometimes just a little bit is giving them too much fucking credit.
How's this for a solution coming from? How's this for a proposed solution coming from somebody who's had to go through that, being in social media jail malarkey, and then had to go through YouTube content creator school or the equivalent? How's about this? We send Trump through Twitter. These are the rules that you have to conform to, school, and let him back on that way.
You mean, and therefore, if he breaks them, then they just cut him off?
Breaks him again, he goes into Twitter jail until he agrees to
that. In my opinion, and this is just one man's opinion, is one of the main problems with Twitter in general. I mean, if you've got a blue check next to your name, the rules are slightly more elastic for you than for someone like me who doesn't have a blue check next to my name, right?
Remove the blue check.
Donald Trump, I mean, the argument that Twitter made for the past 4 or 5 years is that, whether he's breaking the rules technically by potentially, supporting acts of violence or whatever, and where that might get me banned, it doesn't get him banned because he's the president, and by the very nature of his position, he's newsworthy, and therefore it should be published.
I feel like this is two different arguments.
With Wednesday's activities, but my argument, therefore, is Wednesday's activities are only the culmination of everything that happened for the previous 4 years. So they could have used the same arguments they used this week to ban Trump back in 2016 or 2017 at the very latest.
I feel like
true, but at that point he hadn't broken any laws concerning incitement to sedition at that point.
Sedition is only one of his crimes, though, Brian, and he has openly promoted people, even small accounts on Twitter, who are promoting violent actions. Just to name some.
I guess.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I guess when I say what I've said, that I feel like there's two different things that are happening here. I feel like there are things that are actually illegal, and then things that we feel like are that thing. And those are two different conversations, because if you're going to talk about banning or censoring somebody over something, it can't be over, I saw somebody post this thing. Even though I might be ignorant of it, have a terribly poor understanding of the First Amendment, and therefore I see it as illegal or offensive or whatever, and I raise a riot and it should be removed, versus actually this person was for real doing this thing, right? Because I'm pretty sure we've all seen idiots out there that are like, this is against the Constitution. And you're like, what are you talking about, bruh? I don't even think you can read Dr. Seuss, let alone the Constitution.
Sister Danger, did you see the Trump tweets that he put out after they banned him for 12 hours, then he put out 2 tweets, and then they banned him permanently after that? Did you see those 2 tweets?
I'm not sure because I don't know the timestamps on the things. I did see a bunch of stuff from him. Well, I'm not arguing that what he did put out, that I think it is absolutely calls for those
because
things.
Dog whistle, instead of being blatant, they were quite dog whistly. And in the current climate,
that's all dog whistly. But we have 4 years. We have 4 years of precedent for what his dog whistling is. So it's not dog whistling in a vacuum, right? By any stretch of the imagination.
That was Twitter's reasoning. That was exactly their reasoning, based on what the climate is today, based on past history, based on the way the tweets are being interpreted. Even if they don't say this specifically, they're being interpreted this way. Because of that, they decided to remove them and then ban him permanently.
But this is so much a slippery slope, right? It is such a slippery slope.
I don't think so. I just don't think so. I mean, that's the argument people are making, and I don't see it.
Well, for Trump, I agree with you. But for the general populace, this is a slippery slope. I do not give the credit to the average person that of either having the reach, the ability, a staff behind them that comes up with these things to say.
But how is it a slippery slope? I mean, I don't understand. What a slippery slope for what?
Oh, a slippery slope for determining, when you look at the thing that is dog whistling, right? The idea of dog whistling is that you're saying things that only reach a certain people because they know what to listen for.
It's only reach certain people. So everybody knows what they're saying, and they also know that they're not actually saying the thing that they're saying.
But that's the thing, is that I don't know that that's everybody, right? Because I think a lot of people will say a thing, they'll think they know what they're talking about.
So basically, the company, whether it's Twitter or Facebook, or YouTube or Grindr or whatever it is, they have a list of rules, right? And they'll say these are our community guidelines. You can do pretty much anything as long as you don't, show nipples. Call people cunt.
Every single man here lift their shirt up right now. Just do it, please.
Break laws.
Citing violence, whatever it is. Whatever it is, there are rules. If you say something that is inside, that falls underneath one of their rules, you get kicked. I mean, I don't see how it's a slippery slope.
Oh. What? I mean, actually, you don't?
No.
You don't understand how people these.
Not when the line is drawn at breaking laws. I don't know.
I actually thought different slopes.
Here is the parameters, and if you operate outside the parameters, you broke the rules. Goodbye.
Right. The reason it's a slippery slope is because of the definition of this is what all of law is about. I mean, this is what law is.
But you just got finished telling me that you're not talking about law. You're not talking about rights.
Well, there's a different slippery slope that actually happened, and that was they thought that Trump's tweets were so important that we could not delete them because he's a presidential candidate, and then he's the president. Every freaking tweet from 2015 was grounds for kicking someone off the platform, and they kept letting him stay, and he kept pushing the envelope. That was the slippery slope. He kept getting worse and worse, and doing more egregious things. He's incited violence many times.
Yes, I agree.
They finally got the balls to do some shit about it because it's the final days of his term.
That's why.
Wait a minute.
Trump and them allowing him to stay, that was a slippery slope. Removing him isn't a slippery slope.
Right. No one should ever get that sort of treatment ever again. If they break the rules, they should get kicked off. Period.
Agreed. Break the rules.
But the thing is,
what they're doing now isn't a slippery slope, because what they're doing is they're enforcing their own rules. They're enforcing the rules that everybody agreed to.
That isn't what people on the that. Like I agree with you.
Speaking of
Like,
slippery
your
slopes,
side of this, but this isn't what the people who are contesting it believe.
So what?
Say slippery slope. What do you mean? So what? If somebody said that to you,
that doesn't make it a slippery slope. People can claim all sorts of shit.
Yes, but my point is that is what makes it a slippery slope. Is that
at
it
the end
is
of
confusing to.
Go look up slippery slope. Go look up slippery slope fallacy. It has nothing to do with what you just said.
If it's a slippery slope, it means
I can go from point A to point B to point C to point E, like, and none of them have to be logically or rationally connected. I know
I don't know about that.
Right.
I'm trying to clarify this whole thing. Because I keep asking you what you mean and you're not telling me. So let's clarify it. Slippery slope implies you're slipping from one point to another.
And you slip to an extreme. That is
like, to where? To what? To what? Trump being removed from a social media platform is a slippery slope to what?
To what extreme?
No.
To where?
The extreme is censorship. Like censorship of an ideal or whatever it is that a particular social or party viewpoint.
But again, insurrection
let me
is not free speech.
No, let's just like go with a radical statement, right? We're going to say the slippery slope is that there will be the censorship of Nazi party rhetoric. Okay, just to give this, I'm only saying this to give it a very clear and definitive thing that we all would agree is, of course, that shit should not be out there, right? But the idea of a slippery slope is that we start over here, and because somebody said one little thing, a whole avalanche happened that led to an entire platform being deplatformed, right?
Okay, so check this out, okay? You have the internet, right? And the internet is filled with different websites, different platforms, all these different companies trying to get your business, trying to get your dollar, trying to get your eyes, right? All of them, right? They all have rules, all of them. And the rules are going to differ depending on the values of the company, of the person who founded it, the hosting site, all kinds of stuff, right? There's going to be all these different rules. So if you are on a platform, let's say Twitter, and they decide one day that they're going to have rules saying that there's going to be no Nazi content allowed. You can't talk about it. You can't show pictures of it. That's it. We're going to forbid it. And you say, I don't like this, not because I like Nazi stuff. I'm just afraid this is a slippery slope. You at that point have the option to cancel your account and to go to a different platform that will allow you to feel as though you're not on that slope. And because of that, you're not being censored. You have the freedom to say whatever you want to say, just somewhere else. Freedom of speech does not guarantee you a platform.
Right.
It just guarantees you can say it.
I've been very clear. I have two things I want to say. First of all, yeah, nobody is entitled to an audience. With that being said, Brian's been trying to go for like 20 minutes, and I wanted to let him say his last thing before he goes.
Okay, couple of things. Freedom of speech does not come bundled with freedom from consequences 2.0, and that includes breaking the rules of conduct within a privately owned service. Second thing that I'd like to say is, please, may you, the people, do the right thing on Wednesday. Other than that, I wish you well with this crisis. I hope you do not end up in a situation whereby you have a legitimate government and, to all intents and purposes, a rebirth of an underground confederacy. And with that, thank you all once again for your marvelous company. Stay well, stay safe. And I'm off to make some foamy coffee, apparently.
Man, I'm jelly. I want some coffee. Good night. Thank you for
All the
being
best
here.
next
time.
It's awesome to have you.
Mood lighting.
Yeah.
I win. No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't accept this idea that it's a slippery slope, because basically the slope is, okay, if Twitter bans people because they don't like the content, they may change what the rules are for that content, but it still doesn't change the fact that they're still a private hosting spot. It's different if we're talking about laws, but if we're talking about a private site, I mean, Parler, basically what we're hearing about Parler is that although they say that they don't censor, they basically don't allow left-wing content. So that's, is that a slippery slope? I mean, I would say
Parler
However,
censors like crazy.
To what you were saying, Dev, to what you were saying, I would think of it as a much more legitimate objection if I felt that there were actual equivalent legitimate alternatives to things like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, but there are not. And so I don't feel hold on, please let me finish. Okay. So I don't feel like when you say things like, well, just go to this other platform, I don't think that that's a real thing that actually exists in the way that is equivalent to what we're talking about. And therefore, these companies
But you don't have an entitlement to reach. You're not entitled to that.
But the counter argument here, though, is that, and neither is somebody who is currently in the politically popular stance entitled to have that audience either.
Right. As long as they didn't.
But if one is allowed, but the other, but if one is allowed and the other is not, and the counter argument is, well, just go someplace else, but there is no someplace else, then that isn't the counter argument. And there is maybe sort of, if you now in the last 5 minutes count Parler, but that hasn't been a thing for the last 4 years.
You're not entitled to the reach. You're not entitled to equity of services based on your behavior on these private company sites.
Including people that are in the political popularity.
You cannot come into my home and piss on the carpet.
Including people in the popularity.
You can't. It's
You
my.
get all politics off all social media, and I don't care who the fuck side you're on.
Why? What difference does that make? That makes no sense. It makes no sense.
So just to be sure,
You're claiming an entitlement you don't have.
I want you to know that a lot of Donald Trump's press releases come out in memo form, and they're placed on the whitehouse.gov website, and that is the official source that all these things come from. Now that he's banned, like, if somebody else wanted to take a screenshot of that every day for him and then let it filter off onto Twitter, they can do that. He's the one who's banned.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything he had was whitehouse.gov.
Actually, Paul, can I say one thing?
No, I've been waiting for ages.
Okay.
Right. So, with great respect, Sister Danger, the idea that the president of the United States can be censored by any internet platform is hilarious. He can call a press conference and get around the world. He doesn't need a fucking internet platform, and he never did. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How is that relevant?
Any platform.
NBC is a huge global media conglomerate. They do not allow me to have a show on their platform, anywhere on their platform.
I made that argument a million years ago. So I remember something happened. Somebody was freaking out about being kicked off of YouTube and saying that their First Amendment rights were being trampled on. That was just like, bullshit. I can't just go down to Fox Studios and demand a half-hour time slot.
Right, exactly. So if Twitter is somehow on a slippery slope, that means NBC is on so I demand my show. Where's my show? I'm not going to get
right here,
That's not how it works.
But Sister Danger, that is in essence is in essence your argument. Taking it to its extreme, that's your argument. And it doesn't work.
Okay. Might I ask for you to please restate to me what you think I'm saying? I'm not trying to entrap you or anything like that. I'm only seeking that we be on the same page of clarification. What is it that you think I'm trying to say?
Okay, if you are banned from a site, Twitter, let's just say Twitter because it's the easiest one.
A corporate site.
A corporate site, right? Well, they're all corporate. A corporate site, you're banned from a corporate site for breaking one of their rules, whatever it is, right?
Right.
And you are unable to find another site that gives you the same reach, but someone else who thinks differently than you is allowed to remain on Twitter, you're being denied something. And therefore, you should be entitled to have the same reach that other person had or that you had before. Going to faketwitter.com isn't going to give you the same reach, and therefore you're being infringed somehow.
Okay, I would say that's not too far off, but I would put the little caveat on that. I want to hear what Goth says, because he kind of had a finger up.
It's only tangentially related to that, because the idea that Rob was saying about, if you break the rules, you get kicked off. And when it comes to free speech, people want to imply some ambiguity there. But if you post child porn, is there any ambiguity there? Or should you?
Well, no, because that is literally against a very clear and decided law. It is not the ambiguity of, I posted a statement that was a dog whistle that left people perceive as offensive, but right people perceive as patriotic.
I'll grant you that.
I think it's rare that just a dog whistle would get somebody removed. It has. I think it would have to be part of a.
There was just a riot, though. There was just a riot. You know what I mean?
No, just in general. Like somebody makes a racist dog whistle remark on Twitter, and that some people wouldn't even notice it. Other people would be like, "Oh, I'm all over that. That's definitely racist." I mean, I see those things on Twitter all the time. Those people don't get kicked off, and I'm assuming it's because it isn't. It's too ambiguous. It isn't specific enough.
Or because they are irrelevant as people.
Because what?
Because they are irrelevant as people.
No, the statement isn't specific enough. I just explained why.
You said or, so I thought maybe there might be more than one reason. That's all. I'm agreeing with you and saying
you're interrupting me to add to what I was saying.
I was.
We're nearly 7 hours in, friends. I mean, I think we should probably wrap it up because I think tempers are getting a little frayed. Go ahead, Kirsten, what you're going to say.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask, how would you all feel about there being some sort of legislation that says that companies that have a user base of more than a certain amount are not allowed to just remove people from the site because they say things that are unpopular? You can be removed, obviously, for things that break laws or that sort of thing, but
that violates the rights of the company, though.
Yeah, that violates the free speech.
That violates the rights of the company, though.
That would actually violate free speech.
But that's why he was saying. I'm just saying. What do you think about legislation that changes that?
But the legislation would be a free speech violation.
Right, it would violate the First Amendment.
No, unless the legislation would be a violation of free speech.
The Constitution is supreme over all law. Yeah, the Constitution is supreme over all law.
Do you think corporations should have the same rights as people?
No.
It depends on the frame.
So
they should have the same responsibilities as people, but they shouldn't have the same rights as people. They should have the same responsibilities in terms of liability and stuff like that, but they shouldn't get a vote, right? For example,
it depends on what you mean by rights.
A natural entity.
Right. Well, I think there's some rights that they should get, and there's some rights that they shouldn't get. I don't think it's good. It would be good to make a blanket statement that they should or should not get the rights as people.
Corporations aren't people, but they are made of people.
They're entities, and so like in other words, like a person has property rights. Well, a company should still also have property rights too. So for instance, just as one example. So I think that I agree with you that companies should not get votes. I also don't think that companies should be able to give money or, you just hold money as speech thing. I think that's bullshit. But that's separate from whether or not a company should have rights.
Because a company gets plenty of speech as far as actual speech through free speech is concerned anyway. Right. Company can put out all kinds of positions that they hold as a company. Right. And that, there you go. That's your speech. That's your free speech. Right. So laws that restrict that is a violation of free speech.
Right. That's the thing that's always found kind of strange about the idea that money is speech when we don't all have equal money, but that would mean we don't have equal speech.
I don't grant Amy what Paul granted her in that there was some wiggle room as to, well, the right thinks it's patriotic and the left thinks it's illegal. This is a case where somebody had previously, as I mentioned before, called for an insurrection and it happened, and people were arrested for this conspiracy in Michigan. And what he tweeted was, "Liberate Michigan."
Right.
And in that he should have learned, especially from his White House lawyers, that the things that he says to unseat people in power could be considered illegal. All of his tweets got slapped with warnings on them. He's the only person on Twitter who's ever been able to stay on Twitter with every tweet he puts out gets a warning of false, false, false. This could be inciting violence, all these other things that he's done, right?
But no one's arguing Trump. I'm not arguing Trump. I'm not arguing for him. I'm arguing precedent. I'm arguing the idea of what is happening.
That's another. I don't understand. Like, you're not the first. I've heard that. I just had a back and forth with somebody yesterday about this. The same thing, and they were talking precedent, and they were talking slippery slope also. And it doesn't make any sense to me because the rules that govern these things have been around for 2 decades. Like I agreed. I'm sorry, Paul. I agreed to my first terms of service thing 22 years ago, and it's these rules have always been there. So it's not like it's new. Oh my God! Suddenly there's rules. They've always been there.
I want to speak to Sister Ginger's point about precedent, because the precedent that would be set is that if you're the president of the United States, you can't make incendiary tweets on the platform. I think that's a pretty narrow window. I can't make those kinds of comments either, but I will already get banned. The only reason he didn't get banned before was because he's president. The precedent that is being set now is that if you're president, you can't do that shit on my fucking platform anymore because it caused the riot. If it never caused a riot, they'd still be letting him tweet right now. You know it, and I know it.
The unfortunate precedent that they set for themselves before that was everything that Trump wants to tweet should be held as public record and saved so that everyone could see it, and we're just going to label it, right? That wasn't enough to keep violence from happening.
Right. Yeah. Basically, the precedent they set was that somehow the president's above the law, above the rules, not the law, but above the rules. Yeah. And that's actually a slippery slope to say that certain people don't have to follow the rules, because then that makes the rules not really the rules. Then that makes them not objective anymore.
Do you think that? Do you think that the right
them putting the tags on the tweets and it not making a difference? I mean, when I lived in the UK, cigarette packets in the UK, right? They don't have any branding anymore. Every cigarette packet or tobacco packet has literally pictures of like lung cancer or cervical cancer or shit like that. It's not just a Surgeon General's warning and a little stripe on the side. It's fucking photographs of dying organs. And it says things like smoking will cause impotency or, all kinds of shit like that. And people still smoke.
Nice erection you got there. Be ashamed.
Do you think if Twitter and Facebook would have banned Trump a long time ago, do you think that this incident would have happened?
No.
I think Trump should have had the same rules applied to him that you or me do. Simple as that.
I
do think that it would have happened.
I think there's an argument to be made that it wouldn't have.
the back channels of 8chan would have been welcoming him in, and he would have just gotten his message out that way. Same people would have showed up. Same.
No, I think though, if they had done this, 4 or 5 years ago, I don't think he would have been able to even build up the following that he had in the first place.
Yeah, I do agree that I think that some of his some of the reason why he became such a cult leader is because of his presence on some of these major platforms.
Yeah, he got right into people's heads.
He definitely gives credit to Twitter. He has publicly.
What do you guys think the psychological impact has been on Trump to be removed from the 2 biggest platforms on the internet?
He's upset and his ego is bruised a little bit. Like he's an egoist. None. He doesn't care. What he'll do is just simply disregard the things.
From our point of view, you and me, we have like followers or friends, depending on which platform you're talking about. But to Trump, they're worshipers. They're fucking acolytes, you know?
Oh, to his people, not to him.
Yeah.
Oh, that will be different.
They are to him. They're not. It's not just that he had 80 million followers on Twitter. He had 80 million fans to him. He had 80 million devotees. Right?
Yeah, he's in pain. He's in rough shape. That he can't just reach out and tickle the keys for these people. I think it's really bothering him. I think it's hurting him.
Oh, well, in fact, we know that because I was reading a report just before I came on tonight that he like melted down when they banned him, and then he tried slipping around using shadow accounts and sock accounts, and they spotted him, and checked him.
He has a total of 4 banned accounts now.
Right, and in fact, he got some of his people, like official people got banned because one idiot actually tweeted to say, "Hey, use the login information I sent you." and then he logged in, and then they were like, "Oh, it's him," and so now that guy is also permanently banned too for letting him, because it's also against the rules to let somebody else use your account.
I imagine he's in pain, and it's interesting that Rob mentioned Keister. I think he's constipated. At 3 a.m. in the morning, part of his ritual was Twitter. And we imagine that he was on the throne, right?
I really want to be like, I think you're taking the piss out of this, but actually I'm pretty sure that it's probably the chances that you're right are like greater. If I was in Las Vegas, I'd bet on you right now. Like,
okay, he can't shit because he's not on Twitter.
They can't shit when someone's watching. I'm thinking he needs an audience to shit.
No, that would be I have to kind of add on to that. That would be the fly from Pence's that was on Pence's head. That would be the fly on the wall with Trump.
Oh, shit, whoops.
No, because I can imagine just Trump I could not only the meltdown, but I could see him just swearing up a storm, just probably wanting to hit things or something. I just have this mentally in my mind.
Talking to paintings. He's probably talking to paintings.
Oh my God.
As an addiction counselor, I can tell you that the addiction is real. The science isn't in yet. Okay? There are other for it. One of them is nomophobia. If you look up nomophobia, it's basically that you're going to be cut off from the internet or cut off from cell phone service.
Can you spell it? It's not GNO, so
no, it's NOMO.
That would be gnomes.
Yeah.
Come on, Agent, you gotta cut me slack on that one. Come on.
We are small people in funny hats.
Like, if there's anybody here that might mistake nomophobia for gnomophobia, it would be me.
Hey, listen, friends. I'm gonna cut the show off at 7:00, and then I've got to go as well. So we've had the longest show, except for the time that I accidentally got kicked off the internet
and let it go.
I had to keep going because I couldn't turn it off, and then I came back like hours later, and there were still Michael and Rob on there holding down the fort because otherwise,
the show we got,
it never would. But anyway, so we've got like 20 minutes. So let's talk about something lighthearted and non-political. Sister Danger, go.
Oh, well, so this week I discovered that the movie that it was a little short indie flick movie for the Sacramento Film Festival last year, kind of mid-year, I think is when we did it. It got advanced to the next round of voting. So it passed like the first layer of People's Choice voting and into the next round of People's Choice voting. So that's pretty cool. And also next week I am supposed to be on wait, hold on. I have the official name. Oops, my cat must have done something with it. It's ITV this morning with Philip and Holly. And I'm supposed to be on that show on Tuesday in Britain at 11:10 a.m. British time, GMT, which makes it 3:10 my time a.m. So that'll be fun. So that's like cool and exciting news in my world. I don't know, it's not a thing to talk about maybe, but if anybody wants to vote for me, I'm happy to give you guys the link and you can just go vote for us on the Sacramento Film Festival thing. And yes, me on this morning. That is correct. Next Tuesday. Tune in, motherfucker. Quit being a jerk. But if you were supporting me, I mean, yeah, like totally. Thanks so much. Yay, thanks. Shadow is gonna kill ya. Shadow is gonna kill ya. Shadow is gonna kill ya. Nobody's with me on that?
Was that Miami Sound Machine?
Yep, it is. It is. I know. I got the reference. I know where she went with that. I totally know where she went with that.
If that's what you're accusing me of, then it's your job to present the evidence. The burden of proof is on you, sir. Oh man.
I believe we've safely made it through this political season with Joe intact, and I didn't have to fly out to New Jersey and risk COVID to do it. So I'm thankful.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about before the show that despite the depression that I struggle with all the time and all the horrible things that have happened in the last few days, that I was surprisingly not feeling depressed tonight. That I was actually feeling okay. Probably for the first time in a long time.
I had full-on insomnia because of everything that's been going on. I'm quite surprised I actually slept on. I mean, I stayed up to watch the vote till 3 o'clock in the morning to make sure that they definitely nominated Joe Biden in it, because I wasn't sure. For all I knew, there was going to be another fucking insurrection at like midnight or something, right? So I had to keep watching to make sure that they got it done. Once they got it done, I actually managed to fall asleep. And then the next night I fell asleep. But last night I didn't get to sleep until after dawn. That's why I'm kind of flagging right now.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Kazoom, because I just saw your video. I think it was early today that you put out, and there's been a few videos. I have to say, you've been doing an awesome job. Number one. And number two, Kazoom, I had one of the Twitch streamers that I follow has been watching the videos that you've been doing voiceovers for. And when I said, "Oh, I know that name," he said he actually gave you a compliment too. So you're getting out there, my friend. You really are.
I will second that. Yep.
I'm good. I definitely up for bigging up Kazoom.
Right on. Yeah, there's probably going to be a bit of a pause before any more JCS videos. There's going to be a little bit of a break, but it should come back eventually. So
do the guys at JCS know you do this as well as your own channel?
I don't know. I don't know if they know. They definitely know about my own channel, obviously, but I don't know if they know about this. But
what's JCS?
It's Jim Can't Swim Criminal Psychology. I do the narration for. It's like a documentary series about police interrogations and criminal psychology in general, and they've been cool enough that they on any of their videos they leave a link to. They say, "Hey, this is the narrator's channel," and
Cool.
So I've been getting just tons of new subscribers on my channel because
Right.
of it. So
Yeah, and they're pretty good videos too.
yeah, JCS. Oh, at JCS, they got like 1.8 million subscribers now, I think. So
Wow.
yeah.
Holy shasta, nice.
So Kazoom, are you more highly subscribed than Michael now? I mean, it'll be one of you two is the most subscribed person on this page here.
He is the voice of success on YouTube.
Pretty much, actually.
Yeah.
But I think Michael, Michael, I think you still have more subscribers than me, though. I think I've got 11,700 or something like that now.
Yeah, but
Mark was 12.7.
Yeah,
Alas.
you're acting.
You guys, you senpai, recognize me. I have like what 1/10 of what you guys have.
Yeah, I don't really make videos anymore, but I at my peak I was just over 2,000. I think I'm down to 1,800 now.
I think the most subscribed person to ever have been on the Breakfast Club was Steve Shives on the old Breakfast Club channel. And back in those days, he had about 50,000. I think he's got more like 80,000 or more than now.
Over 100, I think.
Oh, well, there you go. It's been a while since I've had a look.
Makes me mad about that. Like,
Steve on tonight.
Steve Schwanks is a nice guy. You know who's not? Sargon of Akkad. Steve Shives, nice. Sargon, douchebag. However, who has more fucking subscribers? Come on.
If you're an asshole on
5 years ago,
the more of an asshole you are on YouTube, the more chance you can get of getting a bunch of subscribers. That's been the patterns on YouTube. For
I don't know how true that is. I've only had about 2,000 subscribers.
You're nowhere near enough of an asshole, Rob. So that's the thing, though. Yeah, basically, because assholes gravitate to other assholes. So you out there and say asshole things. All the assholes think, hey, I've been thinking that asshole thing too. I'm going to hang out with this asshole.
I think you should call out Blair White. You should call out Blair White on the platform that Blair White has a lot of people watching them, and then maybe.
You know, I guess it'd be more if you're an asshole and tilt to the right. I guess that's one of the.
What is this? The time warp? Like it's just a tilt to the right and a tilt to the left.
Steve, for the record, Steve has 110,000 subscribers.
I'm so old, right, that I built my channel. My original subscriber base was built on the back of the Coughlin and Amazing Atheist drama of 2009. Okay. You remember that. You've been here far too long.
Yep. That was when I first showed up.
Yeah.
And it took me 2 years before I started making videos.
And back in those days, obviously the video response thing was in full swing, and the Amazing Atheist was kind enough to leave his video responses open. So he'd have like 100 video responses, probably 20 or so having something to do with his video, and the rest of them were just free riders, you know? I used to think that was kind of insane, but that was part of the way he grew his channel in the old days, because people subscribed to him so they could dump their videos on and try to get some exposure for their channels. And it worked for a lot of people. It certainly worked for me.
I used to free ride on Thunderfoot.
I have liked a lot of Thunderfoot, like a lot more than other YouTubers. I've liked a lot of his stuff, but he kind of seems to have a sad chip on his shoulders sometimes about certain topics that I'm like, guy, get a girlfriend or something. I don't know. Or a boyfriend, if that, whatever way you, both, if that's how you are, like, that's cool. In fact, more to you for that. But sometimes I feel like he just needs to unwind just a little bit, like, because he has like the coolest shit. But then sometimes I'm like,
Well, he sure didn't he make like what 200 videos about Anita Sarkeesian or something?
Yeah,
yes,
he basically got out of the beating on feminist thing when When that one YouTuber killed the other one, like the dude. Yeah. After that happened, that really shook him. And then that's actually when he broke with Sargon, because basically he went after Sargon saying, hey, look, you know, you've had the fucking guys that say the same shit on your show, and they say heinous shit, and you just laugh about it. So maybe you haven't said it yourself personally, although I think you may have. But you basically you provide a platform for it. You have some culpability in this shit, and from that point on, he pretty much is stuck to science videos.
Which his science videos are great. I just like sometimes when that like thing seeps through, I'm not trying to disparage him because I actually like what that guy does on a real, actual professional level. It is fucking good stuff. There's no doubt about it. But sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I want to go over there. I want to be like, you know what? I don't know where you're at. Like you're in the UK or in Germany right now or whatever. But wherever you are, I just want to fly to your city and literally like let's just drink beer or something all night. Like let's do Oktoberfest because you need to unwind or something. I don't know. Let's chill out.
Having met him in person and talked with him at length.
Oh, that's interesting. I met Sargon.
Rob met him too. It was the first Reason rally.
What's he like?
Spilled beer all over me.
Yeah, he basically showed up. He acted like he was fucking royalty. He talked down to everybody. It wasn't until I mentioned to him that I'm a chemical engineer, all of a sudden his attitude about me changed. And so we ended up talking for about 45 minutes about his research because I was the only one else in the room that had the science background and understand what he was talking about. So basically, he wasn't that he cared about me so much, is that he could actually talk more about himself in depth than somebody would understand. Can
I ask you a question about that experience, if I may?
Okay.
Do you suppose that this experience is because if you are a person who is, I guess I would say, you know, advanced within your field, right? To the point that you don't have regular conversations with the people around you unless they are also at some similar level, right? Like, do you think that what you experienced was hubris, or do you think it was you were experiencing a persona and facade that is put forth in order to be able to interact with people socially, but when you find somebody you can actually interact with a little bit, the facade drops because, oh, I can relate to you on an actual level, as opposed to we're just hanging out in the pub drinking beers level.
Right, but maybe so. But I'm
asking, what do you?
I'm trying to answer you.
Okay.
Let me talk. But the what I'm saying is that yes, it's a persona, but it's a persona that is based in hubris, because basically he looks down on everybody who isn't on his level scientifically. He basically thinks they're plebes. In fact, there was a video of his when I broke with him, he did a video basically saying that, well, they've got all these preachers and they got big cars and big churches, and what do we have? We just have 4 guys, and that's it, and what's all we have, and basically that's when he started asking for money, and it pissed me off because first off, what he was talking about was a magic sandwich show. And it pissed me off because I'm like, well, first off, you guys are not the only science-based people. There's a whole bunch of people who are not on who are in the atheist community, who are not on the Magic Sandwich Show, who are also professionals in the field, which he was probably completely ignoring us, like me, Wildwood Claire, and a whole bunch of other people. And then he was trying to use that to parlay that to make money. And so I made a video mocking him, like basically like as if I was an evangelist for Thunderfoot. And it's like, basically telling people they should, flock to Thunderfoot barracks. We need a preacher to preach science,
I made a video around the same time. And you guys, if you can find it, it's one of the best videos I ever made. It was Buddy, Can You Spare a Dime?
Yeah. Oh, that was awesome. That was my favorite ones you did, Rob.
Yeah. Anyway.
That one was brilliant.
Elaborate a little, at least. More than the title. Go on.
Did you ever see the commercials for, like, Feed the Children?
Uh-oh. You mean, like, for 10 cents a day, you can support a starving child in Africa? Okay, yeah. Okay.
That kind of thing? It was like that. It was like that.
Wait, you made a video like that regarding Thunderfoot for 10 cents a day. You too can support a Thunderfoot in Germany. I mean,
Well, I mean, it was basically mocking the idea because at the time, things like
e-begging.
yeah, it was mocking e-begging. The sites that they have now, I can't Patreon. That kind of a thing didn't exist yet.
Right.
okay, yeah.
People
And
would,
hold on, I'd like to object. Patreon is not e-begging. Thank you very much.
at the time,
It would have been considered e-begging.
I know. I'm just giving a hard time. Simmer down, agent.
at the time, people asking for money to continue to make videos was called e-begging, and there was no way, there was no social platform that would help people get paid.
Yeah.
The only way to do it would be to be a partner. So there were people, Brett Keane being one of them, who made lots of money off of his subscribers by claiming he was poor constantly. He kept saying, "Oh, I'm just sitting here and I need money to pay my mortgage and pay my rent." It changed every other month. I'm going to lose my home. I can't feed my kids. I can't do this. I'm just sitting here. Why do you keep sitting there then?
Somebody actually added up all the money that, at least that they could trace. They added up all the money that they could trace that he had taken in, and it was kind of a crazy amount of money.
Yeah, he made a lot of money. And then Thunderfoot started asking for money too.
Yeah. DPR Jones, may he rest in peace, privately, about maybe 10 years ago, maybe 9 years ago, we spoke about Venom Thang X, and he said to me that Venom Thang X made over $280 million. No, not millions, $280,000 e-begging. And he never did any of the things he said that he's going to do with the money for charity. It
So,
was
like,
open and shut case of fraud. I'm surprised he didn't go to jail for it.
So Thunderfoot started asking for money. So I made around the same time that Brett Keane was. So I made the video, "Buddy, can you spare a dime?" And it was set to like real heartstring pulling music, and it was shots, little clips of me doing things like asking for money.
And huddling. Don't forget the huddling.
Horrible. That's horrible.
Sitting next to my furnace with a blanket over me, trying to keep warm.
You are a terrible person. You that is bad, and you should feel bad.
Washing my face with the water that was coming off my roof in the rain.
What in the?
On my channel,
The video at all, it was all text on the screen. I didn't speak at all. It was all text, and it would say stuff like, I wish I could afford a video game. I can't afford spell check, and that would all be spelled wrong.
Wow. I can't imagine how politically incorrect that might be these days.
I loved that video. One of the best videos I ever made.
Oh, man. That's
on my channel, I have probably one of the only remaining copies on YouTube of Brett Keane versus Straight Dope, right? And Brett Keane tried to flag that off my channel several times, and I kept on privating it and then putting it back on public and privating it and putting it back on public. And it's been on public for a couple of years now, and he seems to have given up. And times Brett Keane tried to have dramas with me on YouTube way back.
Who the hell is Brett Keane?
Brett Keane was like one of the most classic trolls you've ever fucking come across on YouTube, right? He was
like a pathetic pro wrestler.
And I mean, he started off as kind of like a hip and trendy YouTube atheist back when YouTube atheism was hip and trendy, but he sold himself out pretty quick.
Well, and remember for a while there, he kept flip-flopping. He was an atheist, then he was a Christian. Then he was an atheist again, then he was a Christian again. Basically, whatever will get him the most money.
So he's like Dean, what's his face? Dean. Everybody knows that guy. He went from Christian to atheist and then back to something. Dean Esme. That's right.
I'm not familiar. But yeah, basically he was
That's a good thing. You're not missing much.
Dean Esme is associated with men's rights activism and
Yeah,
he was Brett was just an opportunist.
Listen, friends, I'm going to end the broadcast, and I want to thank you all for coming, and thank everybody in the chat for being active in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't put more comments on the screen. That's on me. You can blame me for that.
Just put them on for longer. I'm telling you.
Huh?
Just put them on for longer. 30
I know.
seconds
I
minimum.
tried to do that just because you mentioned it last week. I did put them on for longer. I thought.
You thought.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, peace and joy, y'all, and thank you for coming. I'm sure we'll all be here next week again for another edition of the Breakfast Club Jamboree. Say goodbye, y'all.